Very good morning, everybody. Am I audible? Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this amazing 2 day journey that we are going to start now. So, very warm welcome to all the curious minds, aspiring scientists, educators, and industry professionals joining us from across the country and beyond. I am Tithi Saha, Category Manager Competitive Exams at Biotecnika, and I am delighted to be your host for this incredible 2 day journey we are about to start. We are launching LEAF, the Life Science Education and Career Advancement Fair, a unique, power packed event designed to showcase the diverse applications, opportunities, and future scope of life sciences across industries, research, and education. Over the next 2 days, we will hear from some of the finest minds, leaders from academia, industry veterans, HR experts, IP consultants, and innovation drivers, each sharing their insights to help you navigate your own path in the life science world. The schedule for these 2 days is available on Leaf's brochure. Any viewer who has not yet registered for this event, I request all to kindly register for it through Biotechnika's official website, and all the attendees will receive an e-copy of participation certificate from us after the event. Please remember that if you register, then only you will get the e-copy of the participation certificate, or else not. So if there is anybody who has not registered yet, please go ahead and register. So, viewers, whether you are in school, a graduate, a researcher, or a professional looking for direction or transition, LEAF is here to light the way. It's not just about lectures, it's about discovering possibilities, asking the right questions, and building connections that last. Each lecture session in our this 2 day event will be followed by QA round where our experienced speakers will answer your questions. So be attentive during the sessions and be ready with your questions that you may ask during the QA round through the chat section. Also, we have some fun things planned for you all where you will even get an opportunity to win prizes as well. So be attentive, everybody. And let's begin this exciting day by inviting someone who has been instrumental in nurturing scientific careers and building this platform. It's none other than Mr. Shekhar Suman, CEO of Biotecnika and Rasainika, officially inaugurate LEAF 2025. Over to you, sir. Sir, you are not audible. Can you please unmute?
Yeah. Namaskar, good morning, and thank you so much for that warm welcome, Tithi ma'am. And to all our audience, thank you so much for joining us this weekend for Life Science Education Advancement Fair. Like Tithi ma'am told, I have been working in the back end tirelessly with all my team members to make this event a success. But this event cannot be a success unless we have you. So let me today start by talking about why are we doing this and why leave. In our country, we have so many events to celebrate science. Sometimes we are celebrating biochemistry, immunology, biotechnology, but we don't have any event where we celebrate the future scientists of our country and the world. And at the same time, we have a big crowd of people entering this sector almost every day, every year. Thousands and lakhs of students enter the biotech sector and aspire to become a successful biotech professional. But in the middle of all of this, what's going on? Education is becoming costlier day by day, and at the same time, lack of guidance leads to a unfinished, unfulfilled desire to succeed in the life science sector. That leads to a lot of people coming to me saying that there is no scope, no future in the biotech sector, which is not true. LEAF, now I'll come to the name, why we are calling it as LEAF. Of course, it may look like we just randomly came up with the name. That's not true. If you look at our society is a self-sustaining, self-fulfilling plant. You know, somebody produces the crop, somebody consumes it, somebody pays for it, right? So it's all self-sustaining. But every year in this plant called society, small leaflets, small leaves come out. They just pop out, and they have tremendous potential unless they are nurtured. And we are calling each leaflet which is attending this today as an audience. You all are the leaf of biotech sector. And today, as we open a new chapter in the era of biotech history in our country and the world, let me celebrate all of you. So I'm here to clap for each one of you. I'm here to cheer for each one of you. And our entire team is here, along with our sponsors, along with our team of speakers and career guidance experts who are going to make it available free of cost. Now, like I said, education is becoming costlier thanks to the capitalist economy. We can't really solve that problem so soon, but definitely, can we solve one problem? Can't we make career guidance free of cost? Can't we show the path free of cost? Yes, we can do that. And thanks to internet, today that's very much possible. So today, my dear friend, we have come up with more than 20 plus speakers, industry veterans, CEOs, ex-directors of various other companies. They are going to speak. And they're going to tell you the path which you have to walk through. Now, this path which they're going to show is not going to be easy. No path is easy, my dear friend. But you know what's easy? To criticize, to laugh at people, and to say that, hey, there is no scope, no future. Scope banana padta hai. We will have to come together to make it happen. And that's why Leaf. I'm thankful to our lead sponsors, Manipal MIRM, and various other sponsors such as Nirma University, Gujarat Biotech University, and Bilal, who have come together to make this event a success. I would also like to thank all our external and internal speakers who are going to speak today. And for our audience, you know, a little bit of fun is also important, right? So in between, our team will come up with quizzes, will come up with contests. And if you win those contests, you're going to win free prizes. You are going to get prizes for winning those contests, okay? And our host will be occasionally conducting it. So stay glued to your screens today, because you're not just going to learn, you're going to interact and you're going to network. You're going to learn how to not just survive in this industry, how to grow, how to thrive, and how to become the industry leader. Now, many of you registered months ago and have been telling me when this event will happen, what all things will happen. So I'll also be showing you the interface of how things will look like. But in the meantime, let me tell you that you are not a student of biology. You are the builder of biology. You are the Watson and Crick. You are the future Abdul Kalam of biotechnology. You are going to be here not just to listen, because unless you listen, of course, you cannot lead. You are going to be the leader of tomorrow. So you are going to listen to the industry experts, and you are going to lead the same industry of tomorrow. You are not here to seek a job. You are here to seek your calling. If you want to become a successful researcher, Leaf is a platform which will empower you, enable you, nurture you, help you move forward. Moving forward from today, we will be creating Leaf as a permanent platform. That means every year we'll keep coming with Leaf 2025, 2026, and this will be annual affair where students who pass out in the months of April, May, June will get the best guidance from our industry experts. This small effort will go a long way in helping you achieve success for all of you. But we cannot be successful. We all cannot be successful without your active participation. Now, like Tithi ma'am, our host of today, told you, all the participants will be getting an e-certificate, which you will be able to post on LinkedIn. But before you do that, please always head to LinkedIn and post that you are attending Leaf 2025. The hashtag is hashtag leave 2025. Okay, and I'm going to check that whoever posts the best LinkedIn post, okay, where you detail about what all things are going to happen today or happening today, okay, probably you can take screenshots of whatever happens. We are going to follow that particular hashtag on Instagram and LinkedIn, and the person who writes the best about leaf 2025 is also going to win a mega grand prize worth rupees 1 lakh from my side. Okay, it's a personal announcement for all of you. So go ahead, guys, stay glued, learn something new, and let us know through our social media channels what all new things you learned, right? So I would like to bring up now Tithi ma'am back to the screens because she is the host of today, and I'll take your leave. Thank you so much, everybody, for the patient hearing. And Tithi ma'am, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for this kind and motivating words. I'm sure all our viewers are absolutely ready now to have a power packed day, right? So, everybody remember hashtag leave 2025. That is where what you have to post. Okay, so now we are going to start our sessions. So, for our first session, I have with me my extremely experienced colleague, Mrs. Urmimala Ray. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Tithi ma'am. Glad to be here. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning, ma'am. So let me introduce everyone. Urmimala Ray is an academic professional with nearly 15 years of experience in biotechnology and life science education, holding a master's degree in biotechnology from Garden City College, Bangalore University. She has mentored BSc, MSc students and guided aspirants for CSR Net, GATE, and DVT exams. Currently, she is working as the category manager of our Bio IT department and also as an academic specialist at Biotecnika. Today, she is going to talk about how to choose the right specialization in life sciences. Okay, and I'm sure many of you have the same question in your mind. So, ma'am is going to address all of that today. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Tithi ma'am, for the wonderful introduction. And yes, let's begin with huge energy, enthusiasm. So, as ma'am mentioned, my topic for today is how to choose the right specialization in life sciences. Why is it even necessary to have this session? So, how many of you are here? Let me see in my audience. Do I have anyone who has appeared for NEET or they wanted to go for medical background, but then something is stopping them, restricting them. They are not getting the motivation to pursue a career that long, and so you want something which is like aligned with your interest. Yes. Who do we have here? Right. Shubhu, Sanjay, Ria, Shaban, Sunita, Fatima, Pinky, Sanjay, Akanksha, C. Right? So that's why I thought to choose this topic for you so that all your questions are cleared. Okay. My goal at the end of the session is that you should be clear in your thoughts what you want to do and why you want to do that. Let's begin. So life science domain, it's a very rewarding blend of innovation, impact and opportunity. You might feel that you go to the medical field, the doctors, they give you some medicine, some drug, they treat you with some technology, and you feel that okay, what is all this? I don't know. It will be nice to get knowledge about this. But have you ever wondered when a doctor prescribes you a drug, what is involved behind that? Have you ever wondered? We survived the COVID pandemic, be it starting from diagnostic, how to detect COVID, who designed those tests, who designed what kind of treatment, what kind of prevention, the vaccine, who do you think is behind that? It's life sciences, it's biotechnology, biosciences. So doctors may be the ones who are providing they are the bearers who will be taking it to the patient, but you are the main person behind it. You make it, and that's why the world has it. That's what I'm talking about: innovation, impact. You find out from your brains what is to be done. You identify a challenge, that this is the problem our society is facing, and I want to find out a solution for that. I am going to help the society. It's about opportunity. Not everyone gets it, and not everyone has the courage to take it up. But if you are in life sciences, you will not even imagine what kind of big impact you're going to make. So, first, let's have a look. What are the benefits of specializing in life sciences? Okay. As I mentioned, you have the power to heal, innovate, and impact lives. Absolutely, Aditi. Very well said. Biotech is the brick of our medical field. That's how the entire building is built up, right? It's the backbone of medical field. Very good. Thank you, Ayush. I'm sure all our viewers are supporting your thoughts as well. So, whether it is from decoding DNA, imagine what we could have done in the field of treatments, preventions, and many other fields if we didn't know what the DNA is about, how it is involved. Whether it is to design these drugs, specializations, it opens doors to a lot of things. So, one is cutting edge careers in biotech, pharma, and healthcare. Many of the students, they come and tell me when I'm involved in some career counseling to our dear plus two students. Okay, so we have been having so many career counseling sessions because obviously Biotecnika is your one-stop place, and they will come to seek our guidance that what should we do? We are so confused, this or that. And few of them tell me, I've heard there is no scope in biotech. So as Shekhar sir said, you have to create the scope, my dear. And I'll tell you one thing: who is saying that there is no scope? They are simply unaware. They don't know. There is no exposure for them. And a person who is in the life science field, let's say a master's or someone who is pursuing PhD, they will never say that. They will laugh at you if you say that there is no scope in biotech. Exactly, Dikshit. Yes, you don't believe that. And as I mentioned, the people who are working in this field, they will never say that, because when they get into it, they realize what is the beauty of this field, right? Global opportunities across research, industry, entrepreneurship. There are so many diverse areas that you can work with. Whether you want to freelance or whether you want to go to research, you don't like wet lab techniques, that's okay. Go for industry, go for R&D, production work. Those who don't have knowledge about it, they will say that. Exactly, Shraddha. Thank you for agreeing with me. So, innovation driven roles, it shapes the future of medicine, food, environment, everything that is associated with lifestyle. This is such an all inclusive field. When I say, I get goosebumps. I am in awe that what life science has to offer, how many things life science has to offer. And your niche becomes your superpower. You're good with experiments, you're good with thinking, you go into research. You like management, you like to innovate ideas, you like to give solutions, you go into industry. You want to build up your own dynasty, so taking Checker sir as inspiration, go for entrepreneurship. Okay, so there are so many things you can work. Yes, yes, Tanushri, that's right. Not getting the correct path, whether to go for PhD or industry. So that's why I'm here today. Okay, I'll be addressing mainly our dear plus two students today. But yes, this is also applicable for someone who is in the UG sector or PG sector, and they are confused like what path should they follow. So there will be other sessions covering that. But as of now, in this session also, you'll be getting quite a details about. So I'll keep it very simple this entire session. What are the life science fields, which are the traditional ones? Okay. So molecular biology, microbiology, biotechnology. You can also go for cell biology. So please remember that this is like I'm talking about undergraduation. Okay. Whether you go for BSc, BSc honors, biotech, everything. So these are the specializations. Remember, my topic is specializations. So I will help you choose which specialization you want to go. Okay. So these are the key focus areas. Molecular biology means you will get to know about DNA, RNA, cloning. You want to transfer gene from one organism to another organism. You want to create a transgene product. Okay, gene expression, how the DNA is making RNA, how it is making protein. So we'll learn all about that. What are the common career roles? Molecular biologist, biotech R&D, genomics analyst, microbiology, all about bacteria, viruses. Yes, the main reason why we get inflicted with diseases, isn't it? So there you can have clinical microbiologist or a quality control analyst in some company, or you're a researcher, right? And of course, there's biotechnology, which is a more generic field. It covers all. Like under biotechnology, we'll also study microbiology and molecular biology, like many other subjects you will be studying. Okay, biochemistry. So there you can go for specific fields of biotechnology. Okay, you study about enzymes, detail about the structure, function, protein structure, the metabolic pathways that they are controlling, right? So why we go for like a specific field is when you are pretty sure from the end that this is what I want to do. You're always intrigued about enzymology. You want to design drugs, you want to study the protein structure, and you want to see how the drug is interacting with the proteins. If you're very clear in your thought process, many of our subscribers, they watch videos in YouTube of Shekhar sir, and in Biotecnika several other videos are there which are related. And by this time, even in plus two, they are quite knowledgeable. They are quite exposed. They know about what all fields are there, and that's why they are pretty sure that okay, I want to pursue this field only. Okay, like I want to go for some R&D in drug design, or they want to go in clinical research where they have to check the quality and the approval of the drug in the stages they will be involved in that. Okay, so I'm getting a lot of questions. I would love to take them up, but first let me deliver what I want to want to give my suggestions for today, and we'll have a Q&A session after that. Okay, so kindly hold on to your questions. You can post them, but I'll take it at the end. Okay. Now, genetics and genomics, you might have heard these days, so many institutes are there which are opening up, like IVF, and genetic counselors are going on. Like, oh, their babies, will they be having some genetic diseases or not? Okay, genomic scientists, yes, genetic engineer also, exactly. So, you will be studying what are the mutations that affect the DNA, the sequencing, how we can find out the sequence of the DNA, genome mapping, right? Inheritance, what is directly passed on to the future generation. So those things also you'll be studying. Zoology and botany, pretty classical, pretty traditional. Whether you want to go for wildlife biologist, botanist, or conservationist. Okay, so basically you're studying everything about plant and animal anatomy, ecology, taxonomy, etc. Okay. Then we have, again under traditional, we have this ecology, environmental biosciences, so biodiversity, ecosystems, pollution management. You can be the environment consultant in some company. Let's say some companies producing biofuels. So probably you can work over there, okay? Or some company who is trying to innovate a solution for reducing the plastics in the environment. So you can be working over there, isn't it? Evolutionary. So that is like to study a little bit about the natural selection, speciation, population genetics. And this field is not so popular, but it is very interesting actually. The reason why it is not popular enough is because very few people know about it. That is marine biology. Okay, it's very interesting. You get to study the ocean ecosystems, the marine ecosystems. Okay, you get to go in the aquaculture, or you become a marine biologist. A pretty high demand field. Okay, the career scope is good in this. So if somebody is interested, you can consider this as well, right? Now let's see, some are there which are applied and emerging fields. Okay, so here we have the more ornamental ones. I am seeing some people are asking me about the bioinformatics field, AI field. So yes, that's what RS I'm discussing over here. So one very my personal favorite field is food technology. Okay, so whether you want to be an officer in FSSAI at later point of time, or you want to deal with big companies, food companies like Britannia, etc. you want to go become a food technologist over there, right? So you learn everything about food processing, food chemistry, safety, nutrition, right? Then you want to study the mm, like human physiology or the diagnostic or the pathology part. You go for biomedical science. This is also a great field. You also get to know, if you go for BTech in biomedical science, you get to also know the technology in designing the instruments which are related with the medical field. Okay, so you can become a biomedical scientist or clinical lab technologist. And yes, again, my personal favorite, bioinformatics. Students, I cannot emphasize enough what is the demand of bioinformatics, how it is like seeping in into everything these days, in all parts of life sciences, all fields of life sciences. This is slowly making its way. It's getting into everything. You might already be knowing what is going on around, isn't it? Yes, Aishwarya, that's what I'm saying. The bioinformatics field, right? So biological data analysis, coding, databases, you get to know everything. Bioinformatics analyst, computational biology. So these are what are in high demand, not only in India, but globally as well. Okay. And this demand will only keep on increasing going forward. Right. So then we have forensic science, another interesting field. Many of my students that I know, they have opted for this. But you should know that again for this field, you have to be pretty sure from the beginning. After BSc in generic field like biotechnology, if you want to go for forensic sciences in MSc, then it will be slightly difficult for you. And there are some companies which will specifically want you to be graduated and post graduated in this field itself. Okay, because this has to you have to study a lot of things over here which are very specific to the field. So again, if you are always interested in such kind of things, then only you choose this part. Okay. Then agri biotechnology. So this is another, see, actually all these are very interesting concepts. Okay, so we have this yes. So we have this crop improvement, GM crops, soil microbes. India is primarily an agricultural country, right? So this demand will never end, right? So we have so many companies who are trying to help the farmers with new innovation, new technology, using biotech or biosciences, how they can get better yield, how they can make pest resistant crops and GM crops, genetically modified crops, again, to make them better, okay, in every aspect, right? Then we have nutrition and dietetics. So this is another thing. If at all you would have seen in hospitals, somebody you know have got admitted, then obviously you get somebody who is called as a nutritionist. They will come by default, isn't it? So that field is also very good. And not only that, if you live in like the top tier cities, you will see that almost every other person, they, because of their eating lifestyle, eating habits, they are they are not quite in a healthy state, and they will hire personal nutritionists, right? Dietitians they will hire for them. And you can't imagine how much business you can get if you get into this field. Clinical nutrition, metabolism, diet planning, everything. So whether you can get into some medical institutes, hospitals, or even you can do entrepreneurship on that as well. Okay, some companies also will hire you. And last is animal biotechnology. Yes, so regarding livestock breeding, transgenic, animal health, you want to go for veterinary biotech R&D. Please mind, it's not that you are studying veterinary sciences here to become a veterinary doctor, but it is like even the pet, even the animals will require treatments, right? Or vaccines or drugs or something to make them better, isn't it? So you can go into that sector, working behind them. All right. Now, next is comparison between the traditional and the emerging fields. Let's have a quick look at what is the demand and everything. So, if you go for traditional fields, all that I mentioned, botany, zoology, microbiology, biochemistry. So, the key skills that are needed is the lab techniques, taxonomy, microscopy, cell biology, molecular biology. Okay, this is a stable demand trend. It has been there throughout. So whether you go into education field or government research, these are always there for you. Okay. Then in modern field, molecular biology, biotechnology, or nutrition. So here you learn slightly advanced techniques like PCR, polymerase chain reaction, CRISPR. You might be aware of this by now, or diet planning, bioprocess engineering. So this is quite high and growing because these applications are increasing. So whether it is nutritionist, clinical research, food biotech, industrial biomanufacturing, or biotech R&D, these skills are highly required. Okay. Then data driven. Yes, I am getting so many questions regarding bioinformatics. So yes, my dear students, this is, I can say, it's the highest demand trend now. Whether you become, because you get lot of data from your experiments. So what do you do with the data? You have to analyze it, right? We try to make our work very shortcut now. Correct. We don't want the longer routes to analyze with figures, numbers, with just numbers or the data. We want some visual analysis of it, some image analysis we want, and we want it to be presented in a better way. We don't want to do the hard work. Let the program do it and we just get the results out of it. So that's where this is increasing. So many scientists, so many researchers, they are getting the data. Fine. But this is where these bioinformatics people are needed. Tech integrated, slightly more advanced, it's going for rapid growth. Synthetic biology, AI in drug discovery, right? Yes, yes, Pooja, absolutely. This is a very high demand course, and you're in the right field. Good choice, I must say. So, bioengineer, AI diagnostic, drug development, automation specialist. So, this is also picking up quite high. And personalized health is another factor. See, how many times you have seen that one drug will work on one person, it will not work on the other person because genetic is involved, isn't it? Genetics. So you do something which is specifically meant for a particular person. Okay, that's called as personalized health. Whether you are analyzing the genomic or you're creating medicines for them. So again, there you have career scope in as a genetic counselor or precision medicine coordinator. This is also pretty high. Then you have some cross disciplinary. That's right, Manjula. Environmental biotech. I was coming to it. Okay. So this is like a cross between environmental sciences and biotech. Agri-biotech between agricultural sciences and biotech. Okay. So again, this is growing because the need of the hour, whether it be the food production from our farmers or whether it be it sustainability of the environment to maintain it, right? It's a warning sign has already come, so we need to protect our environment, and that is why they are also growing. And diagnostics and public health, I don't think I need to explain anything more about it after the COVID pandemic, isn't it? So whether you want to be an epidemiologist analyst or you want to go for the tools and tests that you want to design as part of diagnostics, so or vaccine scientists. So these all again, it's a growing field, right? Now, industry demand in India and global trends. So in India, biopharma, so many companies are there. Vaccine R&D, diagnostic, agri-tech, bioenergy, it's booming. Like so many companies, industries are there where you can get job here, right? Second is food innovation, public health, nutrition, forensics in justice. So that is also in demand. And to support them, not only you have private like big industries, but you also have so many government initiatives as well. So biotech startup policy, DBT, funding. So there are so many opportunities for even for your own startups as well. Okay, so they are encouraging. Basically, our country is encouraging the biosciences field. I think this happened after the pandemic, so it was very much necessary. It was a wake up call that we are also there. Okay, so we are the main people, so pay attention to us, something like this. Okay, so don't worry, we will come in the forefront very pretty soon, and we will be the highest in demand professionals. Okay, so that time is going to come very soon. So yes, global trends. CRISPR is getting highly used, and it's not just in global. I will say in India also it is picking up. There are many institutes, research institutes who are working with CRISPR, CAR-T, AI in drug discovery. Okay, and very soon, when I say global, it doesn't mean that it is not there in India. Okay, it's just that it is going to pick up in India also very soon. And cross-discipline hiring is also happening. So some of you are asking that should I go in MSc in this or that. uh, so my personal suggestion I'll give at the end, so hold on to that, right? If you're confused, right, what to do with your masters, I'll tell you my personal suggestion I'll give you. So pay attention to this cross discipline hiring. So they want like maximum skills they want. in a person. Okay, the more the better. It's like that. So you also should plan your academics according to that. Okay, demand for food security, sustainable agribiotech, disease surveillance. So yeah, that's about the global field. Now aligning your interests with industry demand, right? Why do I say this? You people are confused, what should I do, which specialization should I select? Then you need to find out two things. You need to focus on two things. What interests you? What type of work do you want to do? Where do you see yourself down the line, 5 years or 10 years? Okay, working as what? Plus, what is the industry demand? What is the pay scale? What is the scope? How many companies are there? How many institutes are working on this? You have to do a little bit of um, review and research on this. It's about your career. It's not about someone else. So do it for yourself. Stop being lazy, wake up and go to those websites, search them, what kind of work they are doing, go through the scientist profile, go through the research work, and understand what techniques are needed, what skills are needed, isn't it? So, if you enjoy working with genes, DNA, editing tools, like you're very excited when it comes to making transgene, you have a particular plant which, in which, let's say, the fruit it's of a small size. You are thinking that if I could make the fruit size bigger, then how will that be? So that's about the transgene. Okay, you are you're seeing someone who is suffering from a disease from a long time, and you want to think and you came to know that it's a genetic disease. You really want to contribute in finding a solution so as to cure that disease. So this field is for you, my dears. Your interest and the industry demand. Check the industry demand, very much in demand. Precision medicine, gene therapy, R&D, go for it, right? Then analyzing data, coding, pattern recognition. You're good with computers, you like coding. When you sit with a program or you are trying to create a pipeline, hours get past and you don't even realize. So then this is the field for you, right? Clinical data analysis, health tech, next gen sequencing, go for it, right? So you may explore specializations, go for bioinformatics or AI/ML, artificial intelligence, machine learning, biostatistics, go for it. Understanding diseases and human body function. You have always been intrigued. So yes, whenever you're going to some doctor, but then you're wondering that okay, I got this vaccine, but what does it exactly do? Can I make it even better? I'm getting the side effects. Can I do it a little bit better? That's your interest. Go into these fields. Okay, immunology, microbiology, biomedical sciences, so pathology. These are your specializations. You are always interested in hands on lab work. You always picture yourself in a lab coat and guiding students like in top institutes like IITs, IISc, triple ITs, ISERs, NISERs, and you've always pictured yourself over there. Okay. And even if you are not interested in wet lab, then you are dreaming with some very high top industries where you are the director or the manager of a QCQA section or a drug discovery section, then these also will do, at least in the graduation level. Okay, you can start with this. In the graduation level, you go for some generic field, and then in post graduation, you can go for a specific field. Because in the graduation, when you're going for generic field, you're getting to know what all options are there for you. So some people like in plus two, you will QC and QA, quality control, quality analysis, Sanjay. So some people are not even sure. Sanjay, you're designing a product, but you want to see whether the product is working fine or not, whether its quality is maintained or not, whether it is doing the required function or not. Okay, like that. That part of work is called QCQA. So you in plus two, you're not much exposed to the fields, and by joining a generic field, you are basically getting to know what can be done, isn't it? Like, where can I go? Where does my interest lie? And that you will understand when you're studying the subjects in the generic field. You can very well find out that okay, this I'm finding quite interesting. So that's what is your niche. You have to identify that niche. You have always liked to work with food. You wanted to make it better. Nutraceuticals, public health. You are worried about, means you are concerned about people's lifestyle, their health, and then definitely select this field without any questions. Okay. Animal welfare also, you wanted to contribute something to sustainable farming or livestock genomics, then you can select animal biotechnology or agri-biotech specialization. Okay. Forensics, yes, you have somewhat passionate about this field, right? Solving crimes, contributing to criminal investigation. Go for it. That's okay. Creating or improving medical products. So as I mentioned, you can go for biomedical field or biotechnology also. You will get jobs in pharma, you will get in biotech manufacturing industries, even in medical technology, right? Helping people or working in clinical settings. So if you are somewhat aware of clinical trials, where before releasing a drug into the market, we have to test it on some people, like batches of people. So initially with a small batch, or before that on the lab animals, then on a small batch, then on a bigger batch. So there you have to interact with people. You have to tell them that okay, we are testing this drug on you. So you like to work in a setting with where people are involved. CROs, like the scientists and researchers, they have got their data, but you have to analyze it. You have to provide solutions for them, how they can accelerate their research, how they will in fact want some part of the research to be done by you. So you have the expertise of doing a certain technique or performing a certain analysis, and they will come to you that this is what I want to do, and you will do that. Okay. Or drug safety, want to test, or in hospitals you want to be involved with some short term clinical trial projects where you're testing the drug and you're reporting what was the adverse effect. So you can go for clinical trials in that case. Okay. Pharmacovigilance and all that. And if you are good at writing, communication basically, or educating others. Okay. So there are courses like medical coding or communications, education. So edtech industry, publishing, some researchers will come to you like PhD aspirants, maybe to report their draft. Okay, to draft their report. Okay, or to write some scientific articles in some journals. Okay, so they might hire you as a writer, and the only thing, like why not any other writer? The only advantage that you have is you have an idea of the bioscience field. So that is why this scientific writing is also a good option for you. Okay, if at all you want a relaxed job from home, then you can consider that, right? Now, the emerging interdisciplinary fields, yes, in health and medicine, precision medicine, as I said, is gaining up. AI in clinical trials. So instead of going through the regular trials, what I said, the stages are, why don't you try it virtually, like whether it will do or not? Okay. Then we have biomedical informatics, data analytics in healthcare and hospitals, digital health like AI, wearables, remote health monitoring. For example, a simple example is you wear a smartwatch. Okay, so that is like wearable, digital health. So that's a part of biomedical field. Neurogenetics, what all you can do, like genetics of brain development disorders, which are quite increasing these days, right? Agriculture and environment, agri-biotech, as I already mentioned, incorporating biological, biotechnological sciences into agriculture. Environmental biotechnology, biotech for pollution control and biofuels. Then under technology and biology, we have so many like disease biomarkers. Okay, by finding a certain gene expression, you identify that okay, this disease might occur in future or might already be there. Okay, nanotechnology. You are using some nanotechnology to deliver drugs more efficiently or probably in diagnostics also. Systems biology, modeling complex biological system, synthetic biology, forensics, genomics, and computational neuroscience. So these are slowly picking up, and the in demand and future ready courses, I have spoken about them a lot. So we have this CRISPR, we have next gen sequencing, we have AI ML, we have immunotechnology, neurobiology, and brain science. Okay, so now the final tips for choosing a specialization: follow your passion, choose a field which genuinely interests you. It leads to a more fulfilling and rewarding career. You will be able to contribute even better. Assess your skill set. It's not only about interest, you should be able to perform in that. You should know the required techniques. You should be proficient in that. Okay. So match your specializations with your current interests and strengths. where additional training may be needed. So this one I want to emphasize on this point, that no matter what specialization you go, you'll always have to go the extra mile. And how do you go that? You have to train yourself parallelly with some hands-on training or some internships or some certification course. Then only you're getting to know the skills even better, which you generally will not learn at the college level. So you have always to do something extra. Okay. Then evaluate the market demand, as I already said. Then balance passion with practicality. Practicality means whether it is possible for you to pursue that job or not. Let's say you would prefer working from home. So will a full time job be okay for you? So that interest also you have to see. Define your career goals. So many people are asking whether I should go for PhD or industry. My dear, it depends on your choice. Whether you want to work in academia, you want to teach students, or you want to work in a company, or you want to go for non-profit roles in freelance, right? Or you want to be permanently into research. You always want to innovate and research. So go into that field accordingly. It depends on you. It's not me who can suggest you which is better. It depends on where you can perform better. Okay. Explore all the available options and leverage your network. I can't emphasize enough on this. Talk to mentors, professionals. Sir mentioned that be on LinkedIn, develop your network, talk to everyone possible. Their experience can offer clarity and they can open doors. So I congratulate all of you for joining the Leaf session today, because you have taken a step forward compared to your colleagues. Okay, so you want to know better. So congratulations on that. Well done. And this is what you have to keep on doing, right? So researching prospects, career prospects and compensation. Take the high demand areas, bioinformatics, clinical research, growing fields like synthetic biology, nanotechnology, gene therapy, all this. Salary also you need to keep in mind. So if you go for entry level, you will get some 3 to 8 lakhs per annum, but in mid or senior levels, it can even reach up to 25 lakhs per annum. So you have to be in top roles, and in mid roles also, you can get a good 12 to 15 lakhs also. Okay. And think long term, like AI integrated biotech, sustainable bio-based industries, precision agriculture. They are all expected to just jump in leaps and bounds over the next decade, right? So aligning with your career goals, whether it is academic versus industry. Academic means you will be in research, teaching, publications, grants, right? If you're in industry, then you're working on a product development, manufacturing of it, releasing into the market. So marketing also will be involved, clinical trials. So this is what I think answers your question, whether you should go for PhD or your some other degrees, industries. Okay. So popular career paths, I think I have mentioned, like scientific writing, data centric roles, dry lab techniques, or the technical sales and marketing, or the core hardcore lab research, right? So what are the graduation courses in life sciences? You have BSc, which is a general 3 years. You can do in any of the courses. Actually, there's the samples which are given. BSc honors, you take a specific course into more detail. So that's a slight variation. BTech, it will be 4 years, and that will deal with more of the technology part. BPharm, again 4 years, pharmaceutical chemistry, pharmaceutics. BSc agriculture, forestry. Some places it will be 3 and some places it will be 4. Other courses, 3 to 4 years, some ornamental courses. And the entrance exams, you will have QET UG, then ICAR UG for the agricultural universities, NEET UG, you already know MBBS, BDS, EMS, PHU, and JEE Main. So you get for that is specifically for BTech. IITs via JEE Advanced or triple ITs, NITs. State CETs are there, like government ones, and university specific like VIT, SRM, Manipal, Amity, BITS Pilani, ISER. They conduct their own exams as well. Okay. So, why choose a career in life science? You make a real impact. You learn continuously. There is no end to it, and there are so many diverse paths to choose from, so many different career roles. You have global collaboration, you work with everyone, stable and growing industry as well, high demand, opportunities for specialization. You get so many emerging fields. So final tips for students: stay curious, explore early, that is the key. Attend fairs, workshop, webinars like this, increase your network, talk to mentors and professionals, and explore the resources. TBT, Biotech Consortium India, CSIR, Biotecnika. You will get to know a lot. And remember, Biotecnika, they always strive to appropriately deliver talents into the industry. We help young, confused minds like you with an aim to select your most suitable career choice. With that, I end my session. The floor is open for Q&A. Please shoot your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yes, we are opening the floor for question answer. Actually, so many questions we have here, ma'am. So I'll take some common ones. So some of them you have already answered, like asking about whether bioinformatics is a good field or not. Yes, definitely, bioinformatics is a field that has demand, high demand, and it is going to increase because everything is data driven now. More and more advanced technologies are coming. Okay. So we have okay. So we have a question from Jayashri. So, ma'am, is it good to pursue PhD in stem cells and precision medicine? So, ma'am, can you please
Okay.
give her some?
Yeah, sure. So, Jayashri, as I told you, precision medicine is picking up. It's a growing field, and stem cell research is happening in a lot of institutes in India also and in abroad also. So, this is a stable research field working with stem cells because cancer, as you know, it's a very common disease, and there are so many occurrences which are increasing now these days. So I feel it's a good decision to pursue PhD in stem cells and precision medicine. It's a yes from my side.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We have a question here from Sunita. So she is asking, she has completed her MSc in molecular biology and genetic engineering. So what career path should she take, and also how to work for NASA, ISRO, BARC, and all these institutes?
Okay, so Sunita, it all begins with researching with their websites. They open up interviews in different times of the year, and they will also conduct some exams. Also, you have to pass those entrance exams as well, and mostly it depends on the interview part. Okay, so you should stay updated when they are releasing the notifications, and accordingly you have to apply for it, and that's how you can get into it. That's how it starts. But first of all, it starts with you have to research regarding their websites, okay, what work they are doing, and you should upgrade yourself. You should upgrade your skill set, whatever is required. See, this is a very broad segment like NASA, ISRO, BARC. There are so many departments and divisions, so many work which is going on over there. So where exactly you want to work, and in which department, what study you should be involved in. So you have to see what all skills are required for that. Work at least for 6 months in researching and upgrading your skills. If they're asking some specific skill set, work on getting some hands-on training or internships for them. Okay, and MSc molecular genetic engineering is a very good specialization. I'm glad that instead of choosing generic one, you've got for specialization. And which career path you should choose, again, I am not the person to tell. It depends on your interest. Okay, if you're interested in research, go for PhD. Okay, and if you want to work in companies, you're not that much inclined to wet lab, then yes, do what I said. Search these institutes, and I might as well see you someday in those. Right.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. I hope, Sunita, you got your answer. Next question we have from Shivangi. So I'm a BSc biotechnology student. I'm in my last year. How can I get job in biotechnology industry? I think this Shivangi, this is you are not alone at this particular junction to ask this question. There will be many students like you. So, ma'am, can you please enlighten all the students with that?
Yeah. Now, let me be very frank and bold in this answer. BSc biotechnology is not that much in demand. Okay. Either you need to go for MSc, okay, or else what you can do is you become a slightly ahead from your other from the other students. Let's say you have gone for a job interview in the industry. Okay, who do you think the recruiters will take as a fresher? Okay, so there will be some BSc freshers, and let's say they have opened up some BSc fresher job opening. who do you think will be preferred? One who has just completed the degree, followed the course curriculum, or the one who has lot of hands-on training, like after every semester they have done some certification, they have done some trainings, they have gone to the institutes, the some like recognized labs, they have done the hands-on training over there, they have the certificate for it, and they are very knowledgeable as well. Okay, so I don't think I need to answer that. uh, Basically you have to look for opportunities. If you ask me the roadmap, that you will get by subscribing to Biotecnika newsletter. We have if you are enrolled in our courses, then you are automatically entitled to our job stores. Automatically you get the job communications, and you get to upload your CV as well. And if you're very attentive in our classes, then you get a personal recommendation from Shekhar sir as well, so that you get an edge over it. So yes, to answer your question, you have to keep looking for the openings, apply over there, and prepare for interview. Okay, you can take our like interview counseling session as well. They will train you how to appear for interviews. And don't forget to upgrade yourself. That's always there. Never be like happy with just the course curriculum. Every time you have to do something parallelly along with that. So that's what my answer would be.
Absolutely correct, ma'am. Very correctly guided. Next question we have from Dhanashri, and again, this I think is a common question, that if we have interest in two or three fields, so which one to pick for?
Okay, so I'm not sure in what stage you are, Dhanashri. If you are in MSc, I can say that it's little bit late if you are already in your MSc. In that case, give yourself some time. In those 2 3 fields, why don't you do some mini courses instead of directly pursuing in that area? Why don't you do some mini courses and watch more of this? Means do some more research in these 3 fields. Like how many? If you, I'm not quite sure what exactly are those fields. Let's say they are like research fields. Okay, 2 3 research fields. See how many publications have been there in the last year, or how many institutes are working on that particular field. Okay, whether you have something in your area where you reside. Okay, so these are things. What is the pay scale? So if you're interested in 3 fields, then you have to bring in some other factors like industry trends, or the pay scale, or the like practicality, whether you can follow that field or not. So bring in other factors, and then you take the decision. And if you are in your BSc, then you have a lot of time. Explore it more and more. You have enough time. Later you decide before going into your masters.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And there are a lot many questions, but I'm extremely sorry to the viewers. We cannot take up all these questions because we are in such a time crunch situation. So, everyone, you can drop your questions to our CST at biotecnika.org, and we will be more than happy to help you all. So thank you so much, ma'am, for your guidance and tips and tricks that are completely practical and applicable for choosing the right specialization that aligns one's interest with future career opportunities across research, industry, and innovation. So everyone, so from school to post graduation, understanding the broad scope of life sciences will definitely help our learners make informed choices that match their aptitude, passion, and long term goals. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for this enlightening session. Okay, so
In
let's
the
move
heart of the
on,
Pink City
everyone.
lies a gateway to the future of science. Welcome to Dr. Bilal Institute of Biotechnology. Here, education is more than theory. Industry-oriented curriculum, world-class faculty, skill-based, practical learning from day one. Step into cutting-edge labs, conduct real-time experiments, and contribute to research that matters. 250 plus research publications, 25 plus funded projects by national and international bodies, centers of excellence, CARD, Procrit, Skill Academy, Utkarsh. Your future doesn't start after graduation, it starts here. 100% placement for eligible and interested students, active career cell, alumni in leading biotech companies, and research institutions. At Dr. Bilal Institute of Biotechnology, you'll build skills, friendships, and memories. Events and clubs, sports and culture, seminars, guest talks, and industry visits. Driven by innovation, rooted in values, built for the future. 2,000 plus strong alumni network. 50 plus collaborations across industry and academia. 16 plus years of biotechnology excellence. Admissions open. Apply now.
So, next, moving on, our next session brings you more than just advice, it brings you real experience. See, sometimes what happens is that the best career guidance, it doesn't come from textbooks, but it's from the stories of those who have walked the path themselves, faced challenges, and made choices and carved out a meaningful space in the life sciences world. So, today we are honored to hear from someone who has done just that. Through his own inspiring journey, he will share valuable insights, lessons learned, and practical guidance to help you shape your own career with confidence and purpose. Please join me in welcoming our lab coat legend, our beloved Dr. Jagdish Mittur. Welcome, sir. Very good morning
Thank,
to you.
thank you so much, Ms. Saha. Thank you so much for inviting me.
So, although Dr. Jagdish Mittur needs no introduction, but for those of you who are new to this field, let me tell you, Dr. Mittur is a scientist and president at iBio and has been a guide and mentor to our own Shekhar sir as well. He is a globally experienced academic and industry leader in biotechnology with over 35 years of expertise across 5 countries. Former principal consultant at Karnataka's Biotechnology Felicitation Cell. He is also a passionate rural development advocate. From publishing in top journals to founding schools and a trust for community upliftment, Dr. Mittur is a true champion of science, service, and social responsibility. We are truly blessed to have you with us, sir. So, without further delay, over to you, sir. You can start your session.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Saha. It's really honor and a pleasure to be part of this wonderful program called LEAF. So first of all, I wish to say thanks to Shekhar Suman, whom I've known for many, many years. And congratulations to the team LEAF for naming this program as LEAF. It's a highly appropriate term for this wonderful meeting that you are having for the benefit of so many students, thousands of students. Because leaf is the engine, is the power of photosynthesis. And leaf is power of energy. Leaf is power of life, and leaf is power of our planet. And Shekhar mentioned this conference for over 2 days is to seek the calling, seek your calling, meaning seek the student's calling as what he or she wants to do as they progress in their career. So I'm really so happy, thrilled that I'm part of this. And again, congratulations to the whole team LEAF at Biotecnika for having conceived this program. I'm so glad to hear that this is going to be an annual program. So thank you so much. So, there is a bit of a dilemma here, Ms. Saha. There is a 50 years difference between me as I am now, and I suppose the photograph that you see on my first slide, which is about 40 years ago, and the students and others we have in your audience. They may be around 20, 21, 22, probably not more than 22. So I need to tell my story a little bit to see how it was at that time when I was in a situation like what these students and others are, and how I steered most of it was fortuitous, most of it's out of luck, and most of it also help from family, friends, relatives, mentors, and so on and so on. So this is my story. And I must tell you that I'm in a very, very happy space now. Despite all the ups and downs that I've had over the last 40 to 50 years, I'm in a very happy space. And I really hope almost all the students you have in the conference today and tomorrow will reach such a place where they're happy and maybe even more happy than what I am here today. So this is a story of my life as how I steered my own career over the last 50 years or so. And I did notice that there were a lot of questions to the previous speaker, who did a very good job, by the way. But a lot of the questions were very straightforward questions, which I feel the students can get answers straight from Google or from one of the AI engines. So I want them to think a little bit more in depth as opposed to just asking for straightforward questions, because you have been born with wonderful neural network, meaning your brains are very, 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 very capable, very, very active. So you must exercise it a little bit more than just thinking about whether biotechnology is a good field to be in, whether bioinformatics is a good area to be in, and so on and so on, because you can get answers for this from Google or wherever. Okay, now in this first slide, I have the logos right below my photograph around the text that I have. These are the badges that I've been wearing in the last 2-3 years. And like I said, I'm so happy to be wearing these badges. So I'm going to call her for the next slide. If I can get my next slide, please. Okay, this is my journey. And this journey where I started in my village, which is called Mittur, which is part of my name, which is in the district of Kolar, about 110 kilometers from Bangalore. And I was born there, and then obviously born in an agriculture family. From Mittur, I came to Bangalore for my studies up to my master's. And master's, or actually BSc, that was around 1969, 1970. There was something clicked when I was listening to some biology courses. I took CBZ, chemistry, botany, and zoology. In one of those botany classes, there was a moment which I still remember that clicked something in my system, and that was Mendelian genetics. Mendelian genetics. I'm talking about what, in 1969, 1970. How many years ago? That's many 50, 55 years ago. Something about Mendelian genetics clicked sort of a keen interest in me that I should know more about Mendelian genetics, how genes are formed, how genes are segregated, how we inherit genes from parents, how plants inherit genes from their parents, and so on and so on. So that's the thread, that's the pole I held on to throughout my career, genetics being the subject and the variations of it to which I can hold on for a very, very long time, for many decades, so to speak. So that's the sort of thing I feel every student must be open for. There is something, as you're getting exposed to in your courses, in your classes, or in your discussions with others, with Biotecnika and so on, somewhere, somehow, something clicks in your mind. Please be alert to that. Go hang on to that, a click that makes you feel, oh, this is nice, this is exciting, this is something I want to know more. That sort of click, please be aware of that and try to get more information of that, and try to see if you can pursue a career in that. So that's what I did. From BSc, went to BSc Honors, and then I went to Masters in Botany, Central College, Bangalore. And then I went to Delhi for a very short time. I wanted to do my PhD in plant genetics. Unfortunately, that didn't work out because my supervisor designated for me to work with him, unfortunately, passed away. So I wasn't sure what to do. Then I had my brother who was in Dublin, Ireland. So he brought me over there. Again, you need help. All along your career, you need help from your family, your uncles, your friends, your whoever, mentors, and so on. So be on the lookout for that, because they all want you to do well. So I went to Dublin. I stayed there for 4 years, did my PhD in microbial genetics. Remember, my sole interest was in genetics. It was plant genetics, but I went to genetics and microbial genetics because yeast is a very, very simple organism to work with, and very, very you can get answers very quickly. So I went to did my PhD in microbial genetics on the sex mating types in yeast. And then, of course, in science, you have to really pursue a long career. You cannot just get a job of your interest like that, because there is so much more to learn. I will tell you more about it, how these things are getting branched out. And then from Dublin, I went to the US, to New Jersey for my first postdoc, and then again to New York, upstate New York at Cornell University for my second postdoc. Even that was not enough, because there was so much more to learn. There's so much, the science is getting so in depth, and the more you dig, the more you have to dig more. There is much more to learn from. So, and then I did my second postdoc in the US, and then I came to Germany for working as a research associate, came to India, got married, and then together we went to Germany again, and then from there we went to Australia, and then back to Bangalore, and then back to my village, Mittur. So this is my voyage. That's a sort of voyage that sort of happened serendipitously, but also with some sort of planned guidance from myself, from my family and mentors and so on and so on. So this is something that you also have to plan for. So what is it? What is the target that you may have? How do you want to reach that target? Learning technology is good. Learning techniques is good. But where do you want to go after you've learned these techniques? There must be a larger purpose in life. Throughout my career, I came back about 26 years ago. I was away in abroad for 22 years. If you look on the right side, there are many, many lessons that I learned. And I will always try to be very humble about it, very modest about it. Overcoming shyness. Having grown up 50 years ago in Bangalore, which was not much open like that. My family structure was sort of inward looking as opposed to too much of outward looking. So I had to overcome shyness, I have to overcome self-consciousness, diffidence. I had to get confidence in communication. I went to a local language school until about my high school, I think. So I had to learn about English. I know mother tongue is not English. You have to overcome that impediment there. And then you have to adjust to cultures wherever I went. I went to something like 7 different cities, including Delhi. 7 different cities. I had to adjust to food, music, accent, and so on. So all along, I was flexible enough to embrace change. That's something that you all have to learn, embracing change, because you will face these sort of steps where you have to face something new and you have to embrace this. And all along, I was studying new paths and new topics, new projects, and new career paths. So you have to be flexible because the world is changing so much. What is constant today may not be constant next year or 5 years. I'll tell you more about it. The disruptive technologies a bit later. My next slide, please. So in 1948, a man by the name Abraham Maslow, 1943, I'm sorry, published a paper called A Theory for Human Motivation. Animals get motivation on their own somehow, right? Humans need much more factors to be motivated. Maslow mapped that in 1943, right, in his paper, and further enlarged that as motivation personality in 1954. This is something that is constant for humans in the past, in the present, and in the future. This is something that you have to look at. So let me explain this pyramid that we have. We all start with at the bottommost level of the pyramid, where there are a lot of physiological needs for each one of us humans, right? We need clean air, we need clean water, we need nutritious food, we need good shelter, we need good sleep, and even matrimonial factors that we need around that time. Once you clear that, the next stage is safety and security. You want to make sure that your life is safe, because you were with your parents and others all along at the basic, at the bottom level. Then once you get to the next stage, you have to make sure you're safe, you're secure, you're safe and secure for your family and other dependents that you have. Then the next step is some sort of a belongings you have to have. That's a social belongings. They say that man is a social animal. Without social connection, without spiritual connectivity, we feel lonely, we feel alone. So that may be a very depressing part. So we need to have love from others. We need to have a sense of belongings. And then that builds you to a next step, which is esteem or self-esteem. You are confident in such a way that you feel you can look into bigger things, solving bigger problems, facing bigger challenges. That's when you self-actualize. That's what Maslow says. That you have more vital, you become more creative, you're self-sufficient, you can have a good life, and then now you can see what is that you can give back to the society, right? If this is the motivation that you've got to have. Not that I want to become an engineer. You want to become an engineer, but for what? You want to become a doctor for what? You want to be a biotechnology, but for what? What is that you want to solve? What is larger purpose in life? Yeah, you want to learn about chat GPT or MI, or you want to learn about CRISPR-Cas or learn about new sequencing, but to do what? You need to ask that yourself. That answer is within you. I cannot give you those answers. So, with this sort of a background, like I said, I want to repeat it. I'm now in a very good space, despite my ups and downs all along my life. And I never chased money. I chased to pursue a career. Money will come later, and I'm okay now. It's not that I'm a huge philanthropist, but I'm in a very, very maybe 0.0001% or whatever, even lower than that, of what Mr. Ambani or Mr. Adani or whoever it is, Mr. Bill Gates, whoever it is. But I'm in a stage where I can do a little bit to the society, very, very minute thing, and I'm very happy about it. And I hope you all will look at this diagram as a motivation thing, and you build your career based on this. And finally, I want to say, ask yourself, what is your larger purpose in life? You write that down, your larger purpose in life. And that may change, that's okay. But at least you are probably traveling towards that. Along the way, because the world is changing so rapidly, you will be looking at the variations as well. My next slide, please. And what has happened is in the last 40, 50 years, technology has advanced so much, it's very difficult for me to keep up with it and advise you like someone else, like Shaker or someone else can advise, or someone in his team can advise. But if you go back millennia, the early time careers were very, very simple. We are talking about the stone man age. Jobs very simple. They want to survive. It was a hunter or a tool maker to hunt the animals. Then we got to the land. We got farmers and builders and tailors and artists and storytellers. It was maybe a handful of jobs that we had in the world, and it was much, much easier. But now, with the growing population and the growing world in many, many different tangentials, life has become much more difficult or much more complicated, but much more exciting. Next slide, please. Now, this slide on the left side, I have a young girl trying to climb a tree. Now, the stage where she is at, it's a nodal point. Imagine that is your biotechnology bucket. Now, as your branch grows up and up and up, it divides into 3 or 4 major branches, and each one of them into sub-branches, sub-sub-branches, sub-sub-sub-sub-branches, and so on. That's where you are now. There were few choices 40, 50 years ago when I was choosing this field. Either it was botany, zoology, and so on, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. There was a clear division between these subjects. You couldn't even go to another subject class and sit there because they would look at you in a very strange manner. But now it's all about convergence. And as you go up this tree, the way the girl is trying to do, you need to identify what is at the edge of the sub branch tree. Do I want to do that? And notice that this tree also has interconnecting branches, or one branch, sub branch is touching another sub branch. That means that this convergence is happening. That's what you have to look at. So life is not static. Life is evolving. Are you evolving with life? Are you evolving with the tree as shown here in a symbolic manner? Now, if you go to the right side of my slide, this is just one university advertisement that I picked up in the paper. And there are so many coming from President's University, Brindavan University, so many universities across India and so on. Look at the number of topics, number of specializations that you can have. We didn't have this headache before. We didn't have this excitement earlier on during that time. Now that's why I'm saying to you, students, that if you're confused about which course that you want to take, you want to identify where you want to go. Where is the target? Remember what Stephen Covey said, keep end in sight. What is your end goal? Try to adjust yourself, try to train yourself to reach that end goal. It makes it easier to identify one of the courses listed in this paper advertisement that I have on the right side. In fact, in this ad, I don't even have biotechnology. This is School of Management, Computer Studies, Architecture, Engineering, and so on, liberals, and so on and so on. In biotechnology, I'm sure there are many universities running that. There's so many different courses. Okay, so don't get too confused. If you want to make it very simple, identify what is a larger purpose in your life. What is that you want to do for India? What is it you want to do for your family? What is it you want to do for India? What is it you want to do for the world? And so on. That may make it easier to choose the course that you want. And you don't have to depend on what I'm trying to tell you, meaning that, oh, you have to choose this course for you to do. But you can work it out yourself. But if you want help, you have a discussion, have with us, have with Biotecnika. I'm sure that will give you more clarity. My next slide, please. Similar to what I said in the previous slide, you come out of your +2 or come out of your BSc or MSc. There are so many of you, life science graduates in thousands and thousands and thousands. So while there are so many courses available for you, there's also a lot of competition, right? And then we can easily call the generation of jobless people. That is true because there's so much more happening. And to add to that, we're bringing in technologies like AI, like ML and robotics and automation and all that, which is taking away jobs from people, from humans. So what are they going to do? This is a big challenge. On the one side, population is growing. On the other side, more of automation is coming. So where do we go? So this is a challenge that you will face, and this is a challenge you have to face with courage. And for that, you have to increase your knowledge as what you want to do. Again, I'll repeat it. What is a larger purpose in life? If you map that larger purpose in life, then it's easier. For example, if I want to travel to New Delhi by road from Bangalore, what are the different things I have to keep myself ready to reach Delhi in time? That's a very simple metaphor that you want to work on it. And then the person sitting next to you or person sitting next to you in your class or wherever in your social gathering is your competitor, is your healthy competitor. You have to create new skills for yourself. What is the USP? What is a unique selling point that you have that others don't have? That's what you have to look at. Besides your primary course, what are the other skills that you have? It could be communication skills, it could be your coding skills, it could be your networking skills, it could be your whatever. There's so many other kinds of skills. So you have to be working on that as well simultaneously. So yes, life is hard, but you have to work for it to reach a stage where you will be very, very happy like where I am. My next slide, please. So jobs and new graduates seems complicated, like I said. And here, like the previous speaker said, there is the agriculture, food, natural resources, there's information technology, there's health sciences, there's education and training, and so on and so on. Generally, when you want to get a good job in this, you have to have a degree, 4-year degree, maybe a master's degree, and even a PhD and so on. But there are jobs, my next slide, please. For example, healthcare domain, where this is, again, I'm getting this from Google, 10 best jobs without a 4-year college degree. These days, the trend is moving from degrees to skills. I heard that companies like Google and many other IT companies, they're not necessarily looking for students with degrees. They're looking for people, HR, human resources with skills, with multiple skills. So you need to be simultaneously working on other skills as well. So these are some of the jobs that you don't have to have a 4-year degree. I'm not saying you should go for these jobs. If that's the situation, maybe you could go for these jobs. Or if you want to have a much higher target, maybe you want to continue your education and so on. My next slide, please. Now, as I said, the world is changing rapidly, really rapidly. By 1 week or 10 weeks, the world has changed so much. You get up in the morning, you read the papers. Oh my God! I don't know if you guys read papers. You need to read newspapers. You need to read about revolutions that are happening in the world for you to find that answer. Where do you want to go from within yourself? Fourth industrial revolution or industry 4.0. Please go and have a look at industry 4.0. There are so many on that inverted on that V diagram, letter alphabet V on the right side. I put challenges. If you go down that black filled column, you will see there are many challenges that we as a world have. In many countries, there is fall in working age population. There is a change in notion of work. There is decline in fertility rates. There is technological unemployment, meaning what I said before, robotics and so on. Aging population, many more challenges like that. So what is the challenge that you want to address? On the left side, there are some answers to it. These are the different technologies that you may want to get yourself specialized in. So now, unlike before, when I was studying my master's and bachelor's and so on, even PhD, technology was quite separate. They were working in silos. Now there is a fusion of technologies. There is no technology that's working on its own. So what is that area, that interface where you want to specialize in, how to fuse different technologies, which could be chemistry and biology, biochemistry, which could be AI and stem cells, AI and cell banks, AI and finding cancer, detecting cancer at an early stage. So that's the sort of thing you should be looking at. I don't know if there are specific courses on that, but there could be courses that can lead you to that. And then again, Google maps 12 disruptive technologies. And I'll show you in my next slide, what are those 12 disruptive technologies? A few years ago, even some of this may have changed. Renewable energy, global internet penetration, automation of knowledge work, Internet of Things, cloud technology, advanced robotics, next generation genomics. This is where biotechnology comes in. Virtual augmented reality, 3D printing, artificial intelligence. There's so much, and there could be new things that are being added to this. So I want to request you, all of you, please use your spare time. Be hungry to know what's happening in the world, which could be at the war level. I don't know how many of you really were cognizant of what was happening in the month of May, April, May, and so on and so on. That may give you some new ideas. Be in touch with what's happening in the world, India and outside India. That may lead you to somewhere. My next slide, please. Now, you want to have a continuous career or want to have an interrupted career path? Fortunately, thanks to my family, my friends, and my teachers and all that, my career was continuous. So I could reach this stage. And you also reach a stage where careers, progress, and marriage comes in the way. They'll be conflicting. What to choose? What? My suggestion: this is your personal choice. I'm not demanding that you should do this first. You should do this later. But my personal choice is love can wait. Love can wait. Get you a career, and then bring in love, or nurture your love in such a way that you bring in love later, so that your career is not interrupted. I have another slide that can I present some other time, which I think Shekhar is aware of, called careers and marriages, genes for genes type of thing. That's a very fun-filled but a very serious talk. We can talk about it some other time. If you go to the right side of my slide here, so we all have on the bottom part of the bubble that you see, the balloon that you have, it says dependence. The bottom bar in pink, it says dependence. And when we've taken birth in a family, we are dependent on family. We're dependent on our teachers. We're dependent on our neighbors for so many things. But along the way, you will, because of their support, you will become independent. And for that, you have to address 3 or more factors in your life that Stephen Covey says. Be proactive. Begin with the end in mind. So I mentioned that already. Begin with end in sight. Put first things first. What is first thing? Is it career or is it love? Is it career or is it marriage? Is it something else? Of course, it's not as easy as it is now, because many of you will have certain other problems and unforeseen situations in families that we have to address. I'm not saying either this or that, but this gives you a general idea of what you should choose. Okay. Once you climb to the middle phase, you're independent. You're skillful, you're talent, you've shown your talent, that God-given talent, that you're putting it to use for becoming independent. You've got a good job, you've got maybe a good home, you're independent. Even if you get thrown out of your house, or even you get thrown out of one job, you are confident that you will find another job. Then you move towards achieving greater things. Okay, for that, that's more of a, once you've done a private victory, now your public victory. Then you become a situation where you have become interdependent. You're interdependent on your spouse. You interdependent on your parents, other family members, on your workplace, on other workplaces. The best stage to be is on the stage where interdependent, dependent, independent, and then you become interdependent. So what is that you have to become interdependent, or to become independent? What is that you have to address now? And then once you become independent, what is that you need to do to become interdependent? So that's where you need social networking, belongingness, and all of that. How to collaborate with other companies, other scientists, and other technologies, and so on. That's where interdependence comes in. I hope that is clear. You can ask me questions later about this. My next slide, please. Now, another thing is learn how to learn. And you cannot go further than what Biotecnika has created. Biotecnika has completed, I think, 18 years of success in bringing up students. And Shekhar Suman and his sister are prime examples for me as how immediately after they graduate from biotechnology, they saw a gap in the system. The gap was communication, the gap was information, lack of information. They said, we want to start a platform. That was very clear in their minds. I didn't know them at that time. I only came to know them after they started this. And they said, Biotecnika is one of the most successful startups, and now they're well above the startup situation. There are so many webinars and so many discussions, so many platforms like what you're having today, the Leaf. You can easily bank on them to learn more and more. So what I'm telling you is learn how to learn. Don't necessarily depend on others to learn. You have to learn on your own. You have plenty of time, dear friends. You have plenty of time. How you're using that time is up to you. No one can, not even parents can impose so much discipline on you, because that's your life. That's your life that you're steering towards. So make sure that you learn how to learn, because now for us to, during our times, when I have to learn something, I have to go to the library, which is far, far away. But now you can learn at your fingertips. Ask yourself, when you have your smartphone in your hand, what is that you're learning from that? as opposed to a lot of gibberish, a lot of dirty things that goes on in your smartphone. Seek your moment, seek your calling from looking at the appropriate things in your cell phone, because that technology has put that in your hand. You don't have to step out of your house. The next slide, please. Now, back to where we started. Now, you're all graduates. The top left thing, there are so many things out there in front of you, in your face. You don't know which one to go. Look at the questions that you had to the previous speaker. I could see the confusion that you already have. Now, go to the top right one. Career in the center. Education is important. Like I said, goals are important. Goals, you have to set your goals now. You're not old. You're not, you are old enough to set your own goals. Don't think that I'm so young, how can I set my goals? Expose yourself. The world has become very, very, is at your feet, in your hands. So you know how to seek those goals. Now, what are the values that you learned at home? I feel that every child, when he's born, God is given a certain set of values. And your parents and friends and all that further inculcate that values in you. Go back to when you were a child, what is it you liked in yourself? What is you liked in your surroundings? Even when 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-old, what is that? Those values you have to nurture, you have to safeguard, and see how we can strengthen those values. Okay? And all along, there will be so many things thrown at you in terms of interest. Maybe all of them you cannot achieve at one time. Maybe there are one or two. Prioritize those interests. And what is your vision? Again, it's the goals and vision. What is your vision? What is it you want to do for yourself, for your family, for your dependents, for your country, for your world, and so on? You need skills. Learn those skills. If I want to go to Delhi, I have to know how to drive the car. I have to know how to drive the car in a very busy street. I have to know how to drive the car, follow the traffic rules. I have to know how to drive the car in a busy highway, and so on and so on. So those skills you have to learn. But the goal is correct. I have to reach Delhi from Bangalore within about the next 3 days. That's my goal, right? So that's where that you see some guidance here. Now, the bottom left, choosing a career path. There are a lot of mistakes we do choosing a career path. And one author says, avoid these 3 common mistakes. Don't ignore industry numbers, because industry is the one that is giving products to the society, the process to the society. So what is the trend in the industry? Keep an eye on the trend in the industry. If you ignore those numbers, then you may become a very good scholar, but you may not have a good job, or you may not be contributing to the society. If you want an industry job, find out what the industry is up to lately. Okay, so that's something that's very important. The next mistake that many people do, I've seen that interviews, is choosing money over everything. Money will come to you. Of course, you have to have support from your parents until such time that you become fairly independent, right? But choosing money right up front is not the right way to go, I feel. Okay, you cannot compare yourself as a biotechnology person, compare yourself to an IT person. That's a different industry. Your friend may be getting 40,000 rupees per month. You may not be getting that, but he will be stuck there as a software engineer or a coder for forever. But you pursuing a PhD, pursuing your postdoc, and becoming a super duper scientist, you may achieve not only credit, but also you will get your money. And the next thing is going for your passion. Be very, very careful what your passion is. My passion may be gardening, but you want to build my career on my gardening? Unless you are a big horticulturist and you want to really change the landscape of all of India, that's okay. Oh, my passion is collecting watches. My passion is watching cricket. But can you build a career on that? So don't believe when people say follow your passion. Follow your in-depth passion, follow your determination. Your passion may be, I want to save lives. I want to save lives of the orphan animals out there. What is that I can do? That's my passion. That's my more than passion, that's my determination. I want to give another chance to that life. I want to give a chance I want to work towards cure, so that gives a second chance to a cancer patient. So on and so on. So that's make sure when someone says goal for a passion, find out what your passion is about. More than that, what is the larger purpose in your life? Okay. And then if you go to Google, you'll find so many other mistakes that people normally do. Some people just sit at home and not active in learning, and they may have fear of networking. You have to go network. I was very, very shy. very, very shy. Even after I did my first postdoc, second postdoc, I was in a foreign culture. I wish I was then as I am now. I'm very bold now in networking, but it took me so many years for me to become bold in networking. I love networking, but you have to learn that. You have to be respectful. You have to be sincere. You have to be loyal. You have to be seeking information. Don't think that you are the master. There's so much to learn from everyone else. So networking is very important. So these are some of the common mistakes we need to avoid. So self-audit and detect what inspires you. Now, my next slide, please. In contrast to the latter decades of 20th century, when I was growing up, India has become a country being reckoned with globally. We're going to be the third superpower. Right now, we have the fifth in trillion-dollar economy. We are the fifth. We're going to be the number three in the world economy. India is being reckoned with by many, many countries. You are at a stage where you can make India even better than what it is. Demography of India is superb because of the diversity that we have in all respects. But finally, it has to be unity that has to come out through your education, through your contribution, how India can succeed and become a global superpower. While we say we are on the rise of global superpower, we have a lot of problems on the streets that you see, whether it's children, humans, elderly people who are being ignored, neglected. It could be environment, it could be animals, it could be so much. It could be so much. What is that you can do to address a solution towards that challenge? And my next slide clearly shows that in my next slide, please. India is a super economy, and we have to really work towards that. And my next slide after this.
Excuse me, sir. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but actually we are in a tight time schedule. So, sir, will it be possible for you to wind up your talk?
Yes, I'm going to wind up. I'm going to wind up now. So
Thank you.
what I'm saying is, sure, no worries. I realized that. I thought 11:40 was my time. I think another 7 minutes is what I see now. Right? 11:40 was.
Dr. Mittur, can you hear me? Okay, so viewers, our Dr. Mittu was having some issue with the network. So till the time he is trying to reconnect. So as you all heard from Sir, that these are the very important things that you have to do. That is, you have to take the control in your own hands. Don't just seek guidance before doing your own research. Okay, because it's you who understand yourself the best. You understand your passion, and you only can take a decision for yourself. Okay, don't just depend on somebody else to take your decision, be it your parents, be it your friends. They can guide you, okay, but ultimately it will be you who takes the decision, so that it's in your own control. Okay, and do your research. As Sir was saying, that right now like the entire world is in your fingertips, so please use your time judiciously and find out the best option which is there for you to get a career. So just stay with me 2 more minutes, everyone. Let me check if Dr. Mittur is joining back or not.
In the heart of the Pink City lies a gateway to the future of science. Welcome to Dr. Bilal Institute of Biotechnology. Here,
All right, everyone. So I think Dr. Mittur will be joining back soon. He's trying to reconnect. But till that time, why to waste time? And we can move on to our fun section, that is our quiz time, everyone. I hope all of you are ready. Okay, so let me just give you a quick rules. So whoever answers most of the question correctly and faster than anyone else gets a surprise prize from Biotecnika. So so we will run the quiz for almost 5 minutes. Okay, so there will be questions displayed on your screen, and there will be 30 seconds timer. So every question will be displayed for 30 seconds, and then at the end of that quiz, I will be announcing the winner's name, and that name will get displayed on the screen as well. Okay, so if you become the winner, all you have to do is take a picture of it and send it to cst@biotecnika.org to receive your prize. Okay, everybody ready? So till sir is joining back or our next speaker is there, let's have the quiz. Yes, so everyone, Dr. Mittur is back. Okay, so sir, we were just killing some time by doing some quiz in between. You were
Okay.
joining. So you can just wind up your talk, sir. So everybody, I will give you the result right after sir is done. Okay. So
Right.
let's listen to him.
I'll just take 5 more minutes. I was on this slide where I really want every student to please log into this talk sometime when they're free and then listen to it. There won't be bigger motivation than this talk for you to really choose your course. Next slide, please. So I was talking about, where do you want to work? I had the pleasure of working in 3 different sectors: academia to start with, industry, and then government. And I had my courses steered in such a way that I could work in any of these 3 places. So I was happy to have experience of working in 3 different places. So it also depends on what you want to do, where you want to work. So dream on work location. Okay, that may change from time to time. That's okay. Next slide. Now, the new thing following COVID is a work from home. Just be very careful. Don't really be very determined about working from home. For work from home seems very, very, nice, but there could be challenges there as well in terms of learning, networking, and so on and so on. Next slide, please. So also during the, I think I had one this side. So this is just to see when you're onto a course, let's say you're onto a career up to a certain time, and then you want to change. That change can happen. The world is become more flexible. The courses have become more flexible. So it all again depends on, just to reiterate on what I said before, it depends on what your background is, what challenges that you have, what connections that you have, what's your conscious, subconscious thinking, network strengths, and what is the feel good factor that you may have. That may determine where you want to change, where you want to go. So keep yourself open to it. Next slide, please. Now, like I said, everyone is very good in talking about courses and jobs and money and all of that. But if you will do me a favor if you start thinking about challenges that we have. Agriculture is a big challenge. Agriculture is a source of all the F words: food, feed, fodder, forage, fiber, so on and so on. We have to make sure farmers are happy so that we have enough food on our plate. But there are a lot of distressed farmers. So there is a challenge. So what's the challenge that you see in your world that you have to look at? Not just look at the courses, but what is the challenge? And we're growing. We're 1.42 billion humans and billions of animals, decreasing resources of land, water, and air, increasing imports. Climate change can really devastate the world. Crises, floods, earthquakes, locusts, so on and so on. And we're going to be 1.5 billion people in just about another 5 years or so. So what must we do now? What is it you want to do now to face that? Which course you want to take that can help you face that effectively for you and for your family, and so on. So because of these sort of crises in the past, there were 3 revolutions in India. The Green Revolution, which made India self-reliant on food; the White Revolution, that made India self-reliant on milk; and Gene Revolution, that brought in genetic engineering like BT cotton into India, made cotton farmers very, very happy and rich. Like a Blue Revolution for fish, and of course, you're all part of the digital revolution as we are experiencing it right now. Next, so you need to identify these challenges. The next slide shows challenges when it comes to health. So there's communicable diseases and non-communicable diseases, CDs and NCDs. Communicable diseases, I feel, while it can spread very, very, very quickly, it may be easy to find a cure for it, a vaccine or a drug, and prevention of spreading of those diseases. But what we also should be worried about, I think previous speakers sort of referred to it, rare diseases, genetic diseases, or lifestyle diseases like cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, and cancer, and many, many others. So all these have to be manageable. And on the right side, you see a photo of young children who are born. We all want them to grow up healthy and lead a normal life. But unfortunately, there are several communicable, non-communicable diseases causing disruption. So what is it you can do? Which course you want to take? Where is your calling? Where is your target? So please identify, don't just look for courses, look for challenges, and then see what courses will take you towards solving this challenge. Now, rare diseases, I won't go on this. There are more than 300 million people in the world with rare diseases, and 70 million or something, I don't have the right figure now, I'm a bit confused, or in India itself, in 1.4 billion people, many, many children are born with genetic disorders. And cures are available, but they're very expensive. Is my next slide, please. Cures are available, but they're very expensive. What can you do? What can we do to bring down that cost of treating those diseases, like gene therapy, CRISPR-Cas, and so on? Okay, my next slide. I just have 2 or 3 more slides, and then I'm done. So, sustenance of the planet is what young people should be thinking about. For you, for your children, for your grandchildren, and so on. There is this thing called One Health Triad. 3 factors are important for sustenance of the planet: healthy environment, healthy animals, and healthy people. If we don't take care of this, zoonotic diseases just around the corner like COVID-19. So make sure that you work towards what is it you can do, even if it's a very small contribution for sustenance of the planet, whether you're working for health of the animals, environment, or people. Now, this is my second last slide, I think. So again, just a few tips that you want to have. Practice self-development. Think of the motivation by Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Practice self-development. Identify and develop your unique core competence. What is your USP, unique selling skills that you have? You could create a second career, because some careers can just end like that, can end just like that, right? So you have to, what is your second career, third career? Enjoy broadening of life experience and continue to learn and teach. Somebody said the biggest room in the world, ROOM, the biggest room in the world is room for improvement. So keep that in mind, please. Okay, now, because of that, this is the stage that I'm in. I'm able to do my, what I call ISR, individual social responsibility, because of whatever help that I got throughout my 4 or 5 decades of career. I'm in a position where I'm happy to be doing this, although it's very, very little. And finally, this is my last slide, where I want to thank everyone and what is that we all can do to create a greater India or Mahabharat. Thank you so much, Biotecnika. Thank you, Ms. Saha. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your golden words. And as your internet got disrupted that time, I was telling the students that you learn from sir, and what sir said, that take the control of your career in your own hands, do your own research, use your time judiciously and the best way possible to make a successful career. Thank you so much, sir, for your time.
You're welcome.
So next, guys, we have the winner. And so yes, everyone, we have the winner for quiz, and that is just a minute, Dia Joby. So our inbox is completely flooded with all the responses that you guys have sent. So Dia Joby, you are the winner. So please take a picture of it and send it to cst@biotecnika.org. And you are going to get a surprise prize from Biotecnika. Okay, so up next, with the golden words that Dr. Mittur has said, next we are moving on to a session which dives deep into evolving landscape of life science careers, not just what's trending today, but what the future holds. So as students and young professionals, it's crucial to understand the industry's expectations, not only in terms of technical skills, but also how the technology like AI is reshaping roles, workflows, and hiring process itself. So today's speaker brings an insider's perspective straight from the heart of the industry, from in-demand skills and emerging career paths to the irreplaceable human elements like empathy and ethics. This session will provide clarity, direction, and inspiration for all aspiring life science professionals. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Vishal Karat, Head of Human Resources at Genova Biopharmaceuticals. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Titi Saha. It's been always honor and pleasure to connect with young students, and I really appreciate Biotecnika, of this entire team doing such wonderful job by guiding and adding value, because I believe that anything which goes in the direction of nation building is always a good cause, and that too, when you are helping a youth towards that direction, you are in the right direction of nation building. So thank you very much. Whatever I could add value, I will definitely. I'm looking forward to interact with every one of them. Would you
Okay,
want to
thank you so
help
much, sir.
me
So we are
just
eagerly waiting
yeah
for your session. So yeah, so
yeah
let
just
me
help
just give
me
a brief introduction of. Yes, sir.
go ahead. After that, I will just share my presentation. I just wanted your little bit of help. After you.
Okay, sure, sir. Just let me give your introduction to all our viewers. So, with me, I have Mr. Vishal Karan, who is the lead people officer at Genova Biopharmaceuticals, and his main aim is to create a happy place to serve. So, a certified HR business strategist and Gallup Strengths coach, he focuses on aligning people practices with business strategy. With extensive experience in leadership, development, talent transformation, and culture building, he has conducted over 1,000 leadership workshops impacting 10,000 professionals. His expertise includes building high performance teams, performance coaching, and driving change. And we are extremely blessed to have you here, sir, for the session. And not only that, our viewers, Mr. Karat is also recognized as one of Asia's 25 most talented training development leaders, and we are actually extremely happy, and we are waiting to see your perspective on the future trends and the job skills that our young workforce should make themselves equipped with to get better settled in their career. You can start, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just help me to share my presentation. Should I click on present?
Yes, sir.
Right? Should I click on present? Okay. And share. Okay. Share screen. Okay. Share screen. Yeah. Just confirm me if you're able to see my screen.
Sure, sir.
Are you able to see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay, I did that. Are you able to see my screen now? Are you able to see my screen?
Uh,
Not
no,
yet?
sir. No.
Okay, fine. Let me do it again. Okay. Okay. Sorry about it. Can you confirm now, please? Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, sure. Brilliant. Brilliant. So, great. So, good morning once again, everyone. I have, I think, roughly around 30 to 45 minutes or so to interact with you all. And I really wanted to give this time to all of you to reflect, first of all, on understanding that what is happening in this industry per se. Okay. And then I will take a next chapter is what are the career opportunities which are available in this industry, and then the last leg I'll open up is what, as a young student or a professional who is aspiring for, looking for a career in this industry, what are some essential which you should prepare on that. I can keep, if time permits, I'll keep last 5 minutes for an open Q&A. I will request, ma'am, if you can just jot down the questions if they have in between. You can write down on a message or just put it on a comment box there. Ma'am, if you can just summarize those questions in the last, I would like to take them. So brilliant. So let me go ahead with the first thing, career in biotech and pharma sector. Before, as I said, before we move on to the career, why don't we really first take an attempt of understanding that what is this life science and entire biopharma and pharma industry all about? So couple of things we must look at. One is the global biotech market is projected to grow from roughly around 1.74 trillion uh, eh, in 2025 is going to go to 5 trillion by 2034. And this is going to be driven by the advancement of AIs, CISPR, the drug discovery, the cell and gene therapy, the CAR T therapy, the personalized cancer vaccine, or the personalized medicine or so. That's going to be driving this big jump from 1.74 to 5 trillion. And you see, it's not even 10 years of this change. Look at the prospective Indian pharma. Indian pharma industry today is valued somewhere around 50 billion. This was the data of 23-24, but it is projected to jump to 130 billion by 2030. You see the jump; it's almost closer to 3 times. This is why, because we are already ranked as globally number one generic medicine by volume and account to around 60% of global vaccine supply. The profit link incentive released by Government of India offers around 2 billion plus incentive, which is going to go till 2028, and there is a lot of boost is coming in this. Our Prime Minister, our Honorable Prime Minister, is very keen in this area, and he's supporting a lot of organizations, private, government organizations. So try and see that this is going to be the real boost of career, okay, in this sector. I very fondly say that you will find biotech in anything and everything, right from the railways disposal of your toilets to the high-end medicine. You're going to have biotech there. The recent policy which was rolled out by by Government of India, Bio E3, which is biotech, economy, employment, and environment. Try and understand there is a very clear focus of employment and economy. As we see the boost from 50 billion to 130 billion is an economy boost. And definitely it has to be supported by the employment, right talent, which is going to create a lot of jobs. Now, AI is transforming drug discovery. It accounts around 1.94 billion in the AI drug discovery market, and which we are expecting to grow to 16.5 billion in 2034. Look at the jump, closely around 2 billion to we are talking about 16 billion. Look at the multiplier which is there because of AI going to play a role there. Pharmaceutical manufacture is being upgraded with industry of 4.0 technology, which is smart factories, continuous manufacturing, digital twins. In short, I'm telling you that I have been fortunate. I worked in automobile industry for around 7 to 8 years. I saw the journey of what happened in automobile industry. I think 10x is going to happen in this industry of healthcare, where the technology, the smart factories, the AI, the smarter way of doing things is going to change. But students, look at this. This is not going to be a threat for a reduction of jobs. This is going to be a increase of job. You see, everything is in multifold, right? But yes, it's going to be for a right skill. For a right skill, the right job will be there. Now, what lies ahead? Key trends to watch for us in this industry. Number one, AI-powered discovery and manufacturing. 30% of the drug discovery is expected to be driven by AI, starting from 2025. You see what happened during pandemic. Traditionally, any vaccine discovery used to take something like 10 to 15 years. But in COVID pandemic, we were able to give a vaccine in as low as less than 15 months or so. And maybe some of the vaccines came out in less than 2 years. The time has reduced that. Why? Because it has been powered by the AI solution. The data prediction or the data analytics has played a big role. As I said, personalized and precision medicine, growth in genomic, omic, biomarkers, mRNA therapy, right? We have a company called Genova Biopharmaceutical, which is the third company in the world who have cracked the technology of mRNA, right? Apart from this, there are two global giants, which is Moderna and Pfizer, right? Smart and continuous manufacturing, continuous process and predictive analytics is going to boost the efficiency. Okay, the traditional way of capturing data, analyzing data, the traditional way of, I would say, clinical trials or research, used to take a lot of time. We are moving towards a smarter way of this. Digitalization, as I said, digitalization of trials, of patient centricity. We're going to go towards a direction where there will be a personalized therapy towards each and every patient. The access of data will be available across the trial access and everything you say. Sustainability focus, the new trend, the new invention, the new work which is happening in the healthcare is equally focusing on how it is going to impact positively for our environment, for our green practices, green policies, less of I would say discharge, which is going to be challenging, which was challenging for the environment, right, for our rivers, and so on. So it's going to be better for us and for the future generation. The regulatory and policy landscape by the regulatory authorities are also transforming. They are changing, they are supporting the new way of AI, by which they are not only saving time, but as I said, it has become more sustainable for supporting environment and so on. What are the career and future opportunities in life sciences? I thought, let me give you some glimpse of what are the opportunities. One is, let's understand what are the top demand skill sets: data analytics and bioinformatics. uh, as we say that when there was a era when computers came, it started in banking industry. People were not ready to accept that. In fact, you will not believe that right from the industrialization also, when the woovers started, there were wooving machines came in London or UK. People have burned those machines. They said that this is going to kill the humans. We don't want machines. Similarly happened when it came the laptop, sorry, the computers came, right? And many of the banks, they were not ready to work on the computers. They used to find it very difficult. But there's a time when came where you just can't live without the computer, personalized computer or so. Similarly, data analytics and looking things towards data through data is going to be part of our life. We always do that. I'll give you an example. If you're going to order something on Swiggy, Zomato, or something like that, you go and find out what is the data of the customers who are sharing their liking. Okay, what is the ranking they're given to that restaurant or for that meal and things like that. You buy any kind of electronic stuff, you go and study the comments. That's all data you pick up for that. So you make decisions day in, day out based on data. You want data, right? You buy a milk in the early morning, you try to go back and see that what are the steps which has been followed to make this milk healthy, right? So again, data. So a higher version of that is going to come, and we are practicing that of data analytics and bioinformatics. Clinical research management, as I said, the entire cycle of clinical research is transforming. Okay, it's transforming at a very higher, for all betterment of humankind, right? We are trying to reduce that time. Okay, there are a number of examples, and you will see in this next decade, this 10 years, there are many things which we are talking about. How do you really handle cancer in as less as maybe 100 days, right? Imagine that. We're already doing that. Okay, the diagnosis of these life-threatening disease used to take a lot of time. Today, it's all possible because of the technology and the clinical research, which has taken a new age. The regulatory affair and compliance is another very strong skill sets, because this industry is governed by regulatory authorities, the own respective country regulatory authority, whether it is India or whether your product is going to a different countries. Then the countries has their own regulatory authorities, whether it could be respective FDAs or whether it could be their respective body of auditing. The policies, somebody who's working on this, on the good manufacturing practices. X is a variable here, so it could be good manufacturing practices, good laboratory practices, good engineering practices, XYZ on that. So regulatory affair and the compliance is going to be a critical skill set. This is also transforming and getting supported by a lot of AI built solution. but you will need that cutting edge skill when you're working in this industry. Pharmaceutical manufacturing and quality assurance, quality is going to be every time very, very important. Okay, we cannot compromise. When we take any medicine, we don't think second time because we know that the quality is not compromised. So there's going to be a lot of stringiness when we say that AI is going to come also, but there the quality assurance and the quality functions will be playing more role there. Pharmaceutical manufacturing, the manufacturing, as I said, it is going to be more stringent to ensure that there are compliance towards the good manufacturing practices. Another skill set which is very important and is picking up is the medical writing, the scientific communication. There are different roles of medical writing. It could be in R&D, it could be in your pharmacovigilance, it could be in your commercial team your of your medical affair, okay, and so on. But it's going to be a niche skill set. Digital health and AI in drug discovery, the skill sets which is coming from, let's say, the data science, machine learning, bioinformatics, they all will be a very niche skill sets in demand. As I was mentioning, pharmacovigilance and risk management. Nevertheless, the soft skill is going to be important because your critical thinking, cross-functional collaboration, communication, adaptability, and your learning agility is going to be in demand. It's so a talent which is aspiring to get into the industry. The industry also will look at somebody who is having an inclination or betterment in these skills of which are soft or behavioral. Now, what are the career opportunities we have in life sciences? I thought I'll bring you something which is on high demand profiles. Clinical research associates is going to be always in high demand in going forward because of the new drug discovery which is happening. A lot of trials will be happening. You see a lot of patented molecules, they are opening up. So there will be a lot of generic player will be falling into this. Regulatory affairs specialists, this will be in high demand. Pharmacovigilance officer or medical officer will be in demand. Quality control analyst, quality control assurance, medical science licenses. This is MSL, somebody who is going to be connecting with a bridge between the organization, that is the pharma or biopharma organization, and the HCP, healthcare practitioner, doctors, institutes. Okay, so the medical science license is going to be very important because we will require continuous connect between the right from discovery to the medical practitioner. Bioinformatic, AI, machine learning, data science, in all the functions, these roles will be emerging, not only just in manufacturing. Bioprocess engineers. You see the engineering trend is picking up for bioprocessing. The bioengineers are, as I said, this is not only limited to the life science. Bioprocess engineers will be in many things. It could be in farm products, it could be in your daily use products, XYZ, right? Product managers who are there in the commercial, that is sales and marketing, the medical officers, and so on. They will be very skills demand in that. Yes, marketing, brand management is again going to be an important thing because it's just not of, I would say, just discovery, but you need to take it back to the health practitioner or to the patient also in a very ethical way. Human resource with healthcare basic education is also going to be very important. There is a lot of dynamics changing in the role of HR also. So the industry is preferring somebody who is coming from that background. Like you see in automobile, they used to prefer somebody who's coming from auto engineering and then studied the human engineering. Similarly, this industry would prefer somebody who's coming from healthcare. What is valuing hiring trend? I foresee for the next 5 to 10 years. The life science sector is expected to grow in both depth and breadth. Okay, here are some of the hiring highlights which I feel. One is rising of interdisciplinary role from biotech to AI to genomic to data science, increasing demand of digital talent in biotech, bioinformatics, that is health, IT, and data security. More remote and hybrid role in medical writing, regulatory affair, and research analytics. I think you would have heard this also that that there is already trials happening that no an individual can have a chip in the body, okay, and the entire data of your body is getting captured on real time. Somebody is getting an alarm of maybe let's say uh, as risky as getting a heart attack in midnight, so the alarm will be raised, and without the patient or without the individual getting woken up, the alarm is raised and somebody is going to be there right there to help the patient. Imagine of that. Sustainability and ESG role related to green manufacturing and ethical research, very very important, right? While this entire fast pace, the pace is going on, there's going to be there's going to be a shortage of the skill set where somebody is sustaining this and ensuring that their compliances are in place, the ethical practices are in place. Contract based hiring is going to be another trend, that is FT, fixed time employment. It was not very popular in India. It's going to be very popular in India, where the talent gets to do a job or an assignment which is on a contractual base, which could be of 2 years, which could be of 5 years, and move on to something else. Today's young talent don't want to be there in the same company for 30 years or so. We understand that unless that company or a group gives a different opportunity to play a different role. What does this mean? That you have a window open of a short-term contract-based projects. So don't worry about that. Okay, keep your mindset open on that. Uh, Greater focus on diversity in the hiring and inclusive leadership. Organization are picking up talents from diverse industry also. As I said, that good laboratory practices are not only just in life science; they are also in there in chip manufacturing. They are equally somewhere there in engine manufacturing and automobile or so. Some of the career opportunities again which emerge in non-traditional career path, where you all as students you must look at that, because these are rising career options. Okay, health economics and outcome research, evaluating cost effective therapy, right? So what does this require? It requires not only the health, I would say not only the education, uh, uh, support of healthcare, but also a business analytics support, right? Digital therapies working at intersection of software and health and healthcare. Okay, science policies and public healthcare advocacy, advising government and NGOs about how to go about the science policies. Okay, life science consulting, strategic roles in McKinsey, BCG, or these big five consulting organizations. They have a life science consultants in there, because if you see, as I showed you, that the multifold growth in the of the industry will require a lot of serious consulting support also to the organization, in the specifically in the area of MSME, the small organizations. They will require, because they'll not have time, so they will require a high cutting edge consultant, right? Medical affair and MSL roles, bridging science and commercial strategy, scientific sales, tech support, client facing roles with product knowledge, clinical data science, applying statistics and AI to clinical trial data, regulatory technology. I was telling you there is a lot of usage of technology tools is going to be used in compliances also. So there are roles which are emerging up. Few of the a question. AI is rendering in life science sector by transforming the way we discover, develop, and deliver healthcare solution. Its impact spans across the function. In R&D, the drug discovery, AI accelerate target identification, molecule design, to toxicity prediction. In the clinical trial, AI helps in patient recruitment, risk prediction, real time trial monitoring, and the entire process of clinical trial. Biomarker identification, use of personalized medicine, and early disease diagnostics, which I was giving an example that your data will be available somewhere, and some AI tool is reading about you. You will give a early diagnostic inputs or even predictive inputs, right? What are changes in our daily operations? Automation of regulatory documentation, compliance check, quality reporting. Okay, chatbot and virtual assistants for internal employees support, customer interaction. I would say in HR also there's a lot which is happening, is right from your interview stage to talent management, things like that. AI powered lab automation for the repeatability, the data intensity experiment. AI is going to help there because we're going to save a lot of time there. Now, what is the AI trained biologic? Scientists who can interpret AI generated models and data, clinical data analytics and bioinformatics, AI compliance and ethic officer, digital health strategy, right? Translation science with AI skills, bridging research and practical applications, medical affairs, commercial, sales and marketing, sales force effectiveness and data science, business analyst. These are the roles which are emerging now. Now, how can young life science professionals align with the AI driven future? To thrive in an AI enabled life science industry, future professionals must blend scientific knowledge with digital fluency. What does this mean? Step 2, align with the future. 1, learn data and AI basics. Start with courses in bioinformatics, data science, or a basics of Python for life science. Build interdisciplinary skills, understand statistics, programming, and system biology. Get hands-on exposure on join AI-focused research project, internship in digital health, or a virtual lab. Follow ethical and AI trends. Stay informed on the AI ethics, data privacy, and regulatory update. Collaborate across the function, work with IT, engineers, data team, even during early roles. Okay. Remember, AI is not replacing life science. It's not replacing the professionals there, but it's augmenting their power to make faster, safer, and smarter decisions. While automation and AI are transforming tasks, human remains irreplaceable in the area requires like creativity, judgments, and empathy. In biotech and life science domain, people definitely will add value. What are those areas I see that these are non-replaceable? I see ethical decision making, deciding when and how to act in a moral complex scenario. Example, gene editing. If it is not handled well, it can create an entire chaos for the entire humankind. And we have had some examples of this, of gene trials which had happened for animals, and it was strictly stopped. Okay, compassionate use of drugs. There are drugs which are available today also in the area of muscular dystrophy, which cost something like 15 crore to 25 crore. A patient can't afford that today. So there can be a compassionate use of drugs, right? Innovation and problem solving, creating breakthrough ideas beyond algorithmic predictability. Okay. As I said, patient-centric thinking, understand individual and culture nuances in treatments rather than just a commercial profit-oriented mindset. Cross-disciplinary leadership, leading diverse, multi-skilled team to tackle challenges where your human skills will be far superior. Crisis management. We have seen that there are crises, right? Which could be led because of machine failures, because of XYZ. There you will need an human intelligence, emotional intelligence to take care, like what we have seen during the pandemic. AI can crunch the data, but only people can ask the right question, right? Another thing, what they are not just important, they are essential. Soft skills in the biotech career, empathy, crucial when working with patient support, medical communication, or drug access, right? You empathize and see about what's this going to do to the patient, right? Or how it is going to impact to our environment. You need to empathize with that, which is not now, but maybe down the line after 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Communication, explaining the complex science to non-expert regulatory communication communities. Okay, you're there in a commercial team of sales. It is your skill set which is going to play a role when you are communicating to the healthcare practitioner. Okay, it's your communication skills when you're facing a regulatory audit, right? Because data is there, but the communication still will play a very, very important role. Teamwork, collaborating in this entire value chain, right from researcher to engineer to business leaders to global partners. How do you collaborate then? As I said, ethics is going to be very, very important, making responsible decision in the clinical trial, in the use of data, in the product marketing. Okay. Adaptability, staying relevant in the field that constantly evaluating with new tech. That's I also call as learning agility. Recruiters increasingly looking for a balance of technical experts and human centric thinking. Okay, so please focus on your soft skills also, the way you carry yourself, the way you as a person is known for. Okay, how can students and young professionals still make a meaningful impact on global challenge? Work on cross-border health initiatives like vaccine, accessibility, rare disease, pursue sustainability in research and lab practice, that is green lab, ethical sourcing, enable or engage in science communication and public healthcare literacy, advocate for policy change in healthcare, mental health, or biotech ethics, drive innovation at grassroots level, startup, NGOs, collaborate with small labs. Some of the tips from my side to get started: volunteer in healthcare innovation or science literacy projects, publish or write blogs on emerging healthcare topics with social implications, join global forums or student led biotech incubators. Keep learning not just the what, but also why and from whom. Okay, have a mentor in your life, couple of mentors, bridge with them. In a tech first world, those who lead with purpose, people and principles will always stay relevant. Make sure you're relevant. Work hard for that. Build a strong foundation in biology and chemistry, but complement with the tech, communication, and business acumen. But this is my final advice to the students. Gain internship or a project exercise in a multiple or a multi-setting, sometime academic, sometime industry, sometimes startups. Okay. Keep learning. Certification, workshop, global collaboration. Okay. Connect, as I said, have some mentors, connect with different institutes which are there. Keep reading yourself, keep yourself updated. Right. Be open to role that evolves over time. Be agile. Don't just be strict to the traditional role, because the agility in the career will help you to stay relevant in the life science. You see, the industry is transforming so fast. So how can you be left? You also would lead a continuous transformation. Accept new roles, because it also says that no, the neuroplasticity which happens in our brain is, if you pick up something new to learn, okay, there's very chances that you stay young also, right? You stay curious also, right? So that's my advice. I think yes, I'm on the last slide there. Uh, I'm going to stop my screen now, and okay, let's see if I am able to stop the screen. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. What an insightful session you have taken. And it will be injustice if we don't take questions from the students. And there is one question, sir, which has been asked by multiple people. So I'm just going to display that. So there's question from Ayush, who is saying that after completing BTech Biotech, he has applied in multiple companies but is not getting a call. So, what is his resume or CV missing? So, let me tell you, sir, that he is not the only person who has asked this question. A similar question comes from Samta also. And also, there is a question, similar question from Kajal Sharma. So, it's the same question that what we would definitely like to know what will be an HR perspective on what gets a resume shortlisted.
Okay, so first of all, I think I would like to tell you one thing. This is something very, very alarming, but still, any resume which is picked up, okay, it is picked up in the first 30 seconds. Golden rule, okay? And imagine if an organization is using an AI tool, it's going to be picked up less than that, okay? So, you cannot have a standard resume. Cut this practice that I have my one CV and I keep uploading it across industry and wherever the role is there. I keep doing it. I put it on Naukri, I put it on IMA, I put it on organizations website, XYZ, all of that. Don't do that. It's not that easy now. Okay. You have to write your CV personalized. Okay. Personalized. Now, what do you mean by personalized? I would suggest you all look for first where is the role available. Go to the organization website. Do your primary research study of that organization. Okay. Look for whatever roles are available there. Prepare your CV for the role which you feel you are aspiring or you will enjoy doing that. Your CV cannot be same for an R&D, for a manufacturing, for a commercial sales and marketing role, or for any kind of enabling support function role, which is quality, QA, QC, whatever, all that thing, right? So there is a lot of efforts will be required. This is the first thing you will do, okay? Second thing, when I said the first thing, primary research study, it's going to take a lot of time. Second thing, you will look at, again, these job websites which are there. When they are posting the jobs, you're going to make the same thing there. You will make a personalized CV for that respective job. Okay, no shortcuts there. Third thing, go for professional community websites, like for example, LinkedIn. Okay, go there, see who are available in these organizations whom you are aspiring for. Make a connect with them. Don't make a connect directly for a job. Make a connect as an mentor. Ask a question there. That, sir, ma'am, I'm seeing you are being there in the role of quality assurance for more than 20 years. Can I take some 5 minutes of yours? I would like to speak to you and seek some guidance while I'm pursuing 1, 2, 3 course. You may not get a reply immediately, but trust me, somebody will reply you. Out of 10, 2 will reply you. And that 2 will give you a path, maybe a door opening to enter into that organization. In my organization, we mostly do a hiring through internship. So that's the fourth thing. Ask for an internship. Don't think about getting a high salary during the internship. Change your mindset. Internship is for your own learning. Internship is for opening up that door. Okay, that's my fourth advice, which is there, right? And my fifth advice is stay connected with your schools, with your colleges. Keep uploading your CV to your colleges back also, even after 2, 3 years of experience also. when I'm on the board of studies of few pharma and biopharma institutes or universities. I keep telling these universities that you must have your own talent alumni pool industry wise. Why don't you be a LinkedIn for your university, between your university and the industry? And few are picking up that. Like, I always go back to the university and ask them. I ask the placement cell, can you please tell me in last 5 years who have left you, where are they? Okay, and somebody who has performed well. So I get that data bank. For that, you also need to push in your, I would say, CV into their data bank also. All right. So that's my fifth suggestion for you all. Right. I'll take a pause here if there is any other question. And I hope I have given you a little direction which will help you.
Definitely, sir. A true perspective, and the things that you have just suggested to make your resume noticeable by the companies, or how the companies pick the resume. That insider perspective, I'm very sure all the students will find it very effective. And everyone, to the viewers, I would like to say that please tailor your resume according to the role. Please stick to the various options or various ways that Vishal sir suggested. Please try that out. I'm sure you will get a call very soon from the companies. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing such valuable insights straight from industry's frontline, and your perspective on the evolving skill landscape, the role of AI, and definitely the human values that still matter deeply in biotech careers has definitely given our audience a lot of things to think about as well as to prepare for. We truly appreciate your time and the clarity you have brought to such important questions about the future of life sciences. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, Titi, and thank you very much, Biotecnika. I started with appreciation and I'll continue that closing my session. Appreciate Biotecnika for helping young students and giving them and calling industry experts like us and giving us an opportunity to talk to them. I think this is all possible because of AI, right? Because of all the tech thing which is there. Otherwise, I remember 10 years back, I used to travel to college and interact with something like 50, sometimes 100 students. But today I can connect with thousands of them. I'm so happy. Wish you all the best, students. Do well. You are on a right path. Let me tell you, you are sitting into the most developing nation. We are the fourth most developed country in the world. Soon we will go towards the path of third, and I'm pretty sure that is going to open up a lot of career opportunity for you all. Thank you very much. All the best for you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Namaskar. Shekhar Suman from Biotecnika.
All right. So, changing gears, we are now going to explore a crucial yet often overlooked pillar of clinical research, that is, clinical data management. In today's data driven world, ensuring accuracy, compliance, and integrity of clinical data is not just important, it's indispensable for drug development and global health. This session will take us through the role of CDM in clinical trials, the growing demands for skilled professionals in India and abroad, and the diverse career opportunities available for those from life sciences, pharmacy, and allied backgrounds. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Tanuja Fernandez, Director of CDM at Fortria. Welcome, ma'am.
Sorry, I was on mute. Hi, Titi.
Hello, ma'am. Welcome, welcome. And I'm glad that you could take out some time on a Saturday to join us and guide this bright and young minds of India. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining.
Thank you so much. And it's my pleasure joining on this weekend to talk to the young brains.
Okay, so our viewers, let me give you a quick introduction to Ms. Fernandez. So, Ms. Tanuja Fernandez has over 20 years of experience in pharmaceutical and clinical research, previously holding leadership roles at LabCorp, Uvance, Perexel, Cognizant, and Accenture. She specializes in data quality, regulatory compliance, team management, and global critical trials. With a proven track record in leading CDM operations across top CROs and pharma firms, she brings a wealth of industry insights and mentorship to aspiring professionals. So stay tuned with us, with ma'am, for this enlightening session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Titi, for the wonderful introduction. Let me share my screen. Yeah. Can you confirm if my screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is. Please continue.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so hi everyone. Myself Tanuja Fernandez. I'm a director for clinical data management currently at Fortria. So I'm here to give you all an overview of clinical data management and the career in clinical data management. Right. So before we get started on what exactly is clinical data management, let us understand what is clinical research. Right. So clinical research is the study of new investigational drug in healthy and or diseased volunteers. So this is something that we should understand what the clinical research is all about, which involves multiple departments and stakeholders. So we have a different functional group or the departments that are involved into the clinical research overall, starting from clinical operations, clinical data management, biostatistics, medical writing, pharmacovigilance, and so on. So I'm going to stress majorly on the clinical data management. All right. So before we get into the details of what the clinical data management is all about, we all know what are different clinical trial process. It starts with the preclinical, where the study is conducted on the animals, right? And then it begins with the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4, and so on until the FDA approval happens once the drug is introduced into the market. So we have a different cycle of how the overall clinical data management is processed. It starts with the protocol finalization, and once the protocol is approved, we have the investigator selection. The approval process begins, and then the subject or the patient recruitment and the participation happens. Similarly, the data is filed and registered and obtained, and then it goes for the publication of the CSR. Right. So let us move on to the next one to understand what's the role of a clinical data management in clinical trials and drug development, and the entire cycle of how the clinical data management process is, and what are different activities or what a role of a clinical data manager is in terms of the clinical data management process. So, clinical data management is a critical phase in clinical research that involves the process of collecting of the data, reviewing of the data, and managing of clinical trial data in compliance with the regulatory standards that are laid out. Okay, and who is a clinical data manager? He's the one who plays a key role in the study setup, or once the protocol is finalized, we begin with the system setup and the study setup, and then it involves into the maintenance phase, which we call as conduct phase, and then finally close out or the lock of the clinical trial. So they are involved in all the stages of clinical trial, right from the inception to completion, which leads to generation of high quality, reliable, and statistically sound data. To meet these objectives, there are certain best practices that are adopted during the process to ensure the data is complete, accurate, reliable, and processed accurately. So this has been facilitated by different applications. We have different databases or the platforms that are used during the conduct of the trial, which maintains an audit trial and provide easy identification and resolution of data discrepancies. Some of the generic databases that are being used across industries are like, must be, you must have heard, or like, heard from your friends, or already gone through, are the rave is one which is been used widely in form, and now we have the viva edc as well. So all these databases that we are using, we get a username and password which is authenticated um, uh, with the key unique name and password for you all to get started or log in into the database. These electronic records have to comply with the code of federal regulations, that is CFR Part 11 is what we call. So how the entire process in the clinical data management, or as a clinical data manager where you are involved into different activities within the process of clinical data management. So as I said, once the protocol is finalized, the study is awarded. Okay, what we call as, once the study is awarded and the protocol is finalized, we have we get a timelines to get the study started, which is less than equals to 12 weeks of time. So the database design and the edit checks are being built during this particular phase of 12 weeks time, where different activities involving your study startup documentation, the system setup, edit check creation, the UAT, the screen building, different meetings with the clients, those are something that are being conducted during this particular phase of study setup. And once we have all the data, or the system is being built, or the study is being built, before the first subject is in, we need to have this database completed and the UAT completed. So once the UAT is completed prior to the first subject is entered into the database, we go live. So we call it as the study has gone live now, which allows the sites and the investigators to enter the data into the EDC system. So the patient visits are being conducted. The patient comes into the screening, which we call as a screening visit and the baseline visits, where the data is then captured and entered into the database. So we call this phase as a conduct phase or the maintenance. Now there are different kind of studies and therapeutic areas or the phases of the studies that each clinical data manager is assigned to, right? So once we know what the protocol says, what is the indication of the trial that we are working, or what disease or the phase that the clinical data manager is working, we have a set guidelines or the plans or the documentation that every clinical data manager has to adhere to. All right. So once the data is entered, the data review or the discrepancy management, or what we call as query management process begins. So the data reviewer reviews each data points, checks if it is in alignment, um, or if it is as per the process that is laid out as per the protocol or the guidelines, and then either queries, raises the query, closes the query based on the responses that is received from the investigator. Those are some activities that are being performed. So along with the query management, the team is also involved into the SAS review. There are certain checks that are built, programmed ones. They look into the review of those checks. There are reconciliation activities. There are studies that have the different vendor reconciliation, be it your ECG, CCLS, lab data, central lab, local lab, and different kind of vendor reconciliation based on the protocol requirement. Similarly, there is a coding team who is also involved into the data coding aspect, who performs the coding on either the adverse events or the concomitant medications and codes as per the WHO drug or the MedDRA guidelines. So, during the same process, there are quality reviews that are being performed. It is very important and critical for a clinical data manager to have the mindset of first time quality delivery, right? So it's a key within the clinical data process. So what we do, how we raise the query, how we address the query becomes very important as we are dealing with the data of the subjects here. So once the data is completely clean, we have all the subjects that are enrolled within the study as per the duration of the study, and the data is ready for clean, and we have the last subject last visit completed, the database lock phase begins. So we will ensure all the data is completely clean, all the medical terminologies are being coded, all the open issues or the outstanding issues of vendor reconciliation are resolved, all the answered queries are being addressed, and we have every data clean. All the data is reviewed, freezed, and locked, and which is ready for lock. So then once the study is ready for lock, the study is locked, and then the final data transfer happens, and then the post lock activities begins, which is called as database lock or the closeout or decommissioning and the archiving. So the all the forms or the CRFs are being then decommissioned and sent to the clinical and the uh, client in the form of CD. So this is an overall process of how the overall clinical data management works and the role of a clinical data manager within the clinical data management process. So I would also like to stress on the importance of data accuracy and compliance. So this is one of the key factor when you are involved into the data of the subject, right? It is very important. It's a high sensitive and the critical data that we are dealing with as a clinical data manager. And when I talk about the data accuracy and compliance, it's nothing but on your quality. So as I said already, it's highly important that we have the mindset of the first time quality in whatever we are delivering to the client or to the FDAs, right? So it becomes more and more important to have the data accuracy and compliance in mind when we are reviewing or performing the data review tasks. So, data accuracy and compliance are crucial in clinical data management, ensuring the integrity of research, upholding ethical standards, and meeting regulatory requirements. Accurate data is vital for informed decision making, while compliance safeguards patient safety and trial integrity. So, as I already have mentioned here, what is data accuracy? It's essential for drawing valid conclusions from clinical trials and research studies. So you have different timelines or the deliverables or milestones during the phase of trial, and why it is done to assess the safety and efficacy of the drug, or also to assess the primary and the secondary endpoint of the study drug or the protocol, right? Through that they draw certain valid conclusion whether the drug is working well on the patients, or it needs further assessment, right? So that's where it is very important that we have an accurate data. And when you look at accurate data, you have certain processes, SOPs, guidelines that are laid out which we need to adhere as a clinical data manager. It also enables healthcare professionals to make informed decisions about treatment strategies and patient management. So, inaccurate data can lead to incorrect diagnosis, inappropriate treatments, and potentially harm patients. There have been a lot of trials that we have heard or read, right, in our, I mean, when you do the research in Google or, like, in the news that comes, that clinical trials have failed due to wrong diagnosis, inappropriate treatments that actually harm the treatment and the patients, and also have led to death. So that's where it is very, very important that we have the accurate data and the right diagnosis and right treatment for the patients. Right. So, and then also maintaining data accuracy, ensuring the credibility and reliability of the research findings. Accurate data allows for better identification of trends in treatment effectiveness and patient outcomes, untimely, ultimately leading to improved patient care. So, all this is very critical to have an improved patient care as a vision in mind, and to have the accurate data that is being followed while you are performing the data management activities. Similarly, the compliance. What is compliance? In clinical data management, we need to adhere to stringent regulatory guidelines set by bodies like FDA and EMA. So we have different FDAs and EMA in European region, in APAC region, right? So we need to have the, I mean, those guidelines that are laid out by these regulatory bodies need to be adhered to. Compliance ensures that clinical trials are conducted ethically and that patient safety is prioritized. We know why, what is the purpose of our job when we are working on the clinical trial process, right? So it is very, very important that we have a vision in mind that patient safety is of utmost priority when we are working in clinical trials. And that's where it's very, very important that compliance is being followed. Similarly, the data management processes must be robust enough to withstand regulatory audits and inspections. So the processes are laid out with certain SOPs and the guidelines and work instructions. And that's where we need to follow those. And when, if you don't follow, that comes as your audit finding or the inspection finding, which is being conducted in the regular intervals, either by the client or the internal auditors. So that's where it is very important that we must have those processes, and they identify the gaps, and those gaps are being filled proactively as a high priority action items. Okay, so that's where the audits and inspections happens. Similarly, the compliance measures like data validation and source data verification ensure the integrity of the collected data. So, as we have the data that is entered into the EDC system, and once the data review is completed, we have the source data verification also that happens from the clinicals, right? And that SDV is ticked only after ensuring the data that is entered into the ED system is accurate and verified as per the source, and then the clinical verifies the source data. Okay, so that's where the compliant measures are laid out to have the integrity of the collected data and entered in the data within the EDC systems. Similarly, compliance with regulatory standards is crucial for obtaining approvals for new treatments and interventions. So we know before a study is introduced into the market, there are a lot of rules and regulations that are followed, and the final approvals. And once the final approval is obtained, only then we introduce the new treatment and drug interventions in the market. So this is the importance of data accuracy and compliance into the clinical trials. Now, some of the key stakeholders in the pharmaceutical industry and drug development, that is what I wanted to just highlight. So, what as the pharmaceutical companies do? What are they responsible for? So, they are mainly responsible for drug development, manufacturing, and marketing, and they collaborate with CROs and regulatory bodies. Similarly, the contract research organizations are crucial in managing the clinical trials, providing expertise in various stages of drug development, and ensuring the regulatory compliances. Similarly, who are your regulatory bodies? They are the FDAs in the US and EMAs in the European region. They set the standards and ensure the compliance with drug development and marketing regulations. I've just listed out few of the organizations. So you have different BPOs or the IT industries who are also having the life sciences projects within their organization, like your Accenture, Cognizant, TCS are the main BPOs who are into the life science project or the clinical data management processes as well. Similarly, they are the IT industry mainly rely on the IT business, but they have a portion of, like, life sciences within their organization. Whereas when you look at CROs, it is a complete life science. You have the end-to-end life science projects within the contract research organization, where the processes are outsourced to by the pharma companies to the clinical research organization. So you have heard of Parexel, you have heard of Fortria, you have heard of LabCorp, then you have Icon, IQVIA. So these are a few of the named PPDs. Like, these are few of the CROs that we have the different life science projects. Similarly, you have the pharma companies like your Cipla, then Novartis, Merck, AstraZeneca, Amgen. So all these companies are now also in sourcing the data management processes within the pharma companies themselves, being cost effective. Okay, so this is all about the pharmaceutical and the CROs and the regulatory bodies. Yeah, so you must be keen to understand what and how I can make a career within the clinical data management. What are different opportunities? What are the future scope for the freshers and experience? So this is how it starts, right? So there are, what I would rather say, like, before getting into understanding how I can grow within the industry, or what path I can select into the clinical data management as an individual contributor or into the operations, I would want you to first understand and ask for yourself whether I'm passionate about the clinical data. Do I have the right kind of analytical skills, to an extent, soft skills, know the purpose of the job that you are doing, going to do, or you are doing, and a vision of why you are doing this job. Then you can pause and, just pause and think as to, do I meet all these criterias? Do I know why I'm doing? And then enter into the right career at the right time. Right? You are into the initial level where you are deciding on what career you need to take. So, apart from clinical data management, you have different opportunities within life sciences, as you have already known from the previous speaker, that he highlighted about different opportunities within life sciences, be it into clinical data management, be it into programming, be it into medical writing. Then you have the document publishing, pharmacovigilance, etc. Right? So you can choose where you really want to go, and then choose your career there. All right. And you, within the data management, if I have to really highlight, you have an opportunity to work with across different functions within data management, be it the medical coding, programming, then ATMF, data management, which we call as data operations. So these are few of the uh, functional group within the data management you can still explore while you are a data manager. Similarly, you have an opportunity to work on different phases of the trials, different therapeutic areas, starting from oncology, neuroscience, dermatology, infectious disease, etc. So these are certain opportunities that you will get to work and learn while you start your career into clinical data management. Once you gain the experience, you have an opportunity to mentor the new joiners or who have just entered into the clinical data management as early talents or the freshers or interns. And then you also can create yourself as an expertise on certain processes or therapeutic areas where you can train individuals within the organization. Okay. So similarly, over a period of time, once you get a greater exposure into clinical data management, you have various opportunities that you can explore globally as well, specifically into the lead data management role, where there are quite a lot opportunities globally, where if someone is keen or passionate about moving abroad, you have those kind of opportunities in the future, right? For a fresher to start with, they start with the entry level as a data reviewer with freshers as 0 to 2 years of experience. So the role on the study will be a data reviewer. They will start and learn through the different processes here, starting from data review, query management, listings review, SAS reviews, etc. And then you move on to the experience level as a senior data reviewer, where you will get much critical activities to perform, including the reconciliation and the critical listings review, documentation review, etc. Okay, and then once you gain a good exposure and the experience with 4 years, 4+ years of experience, you will be a lead data reviewer, where you will coordinate between the lead data manager and the data reviewers, and allocate the task along with performing the critical activities on the study. So where we call it as expert, and your SME beginner level starts here. Similarly, once you gain a good experience where you are greater than 6 years of experience, you enter as a co lead data manager or a lead data manager, where you are accountable and responsible for multiple activities within the study, starting from study startup until the log, where you have the where this role is going to be accountable into the overall data management and the project management. Similarly, once you have a greater experience as a lead data manager, you can choose a path here, whether you want to move into a management, into data operations management or the line management role, or you want to still continue as an individual contributor and venture into the portfolio management, where you will look into the overall strategic account, or like a particular therapeutic area lead or an asset lead kind of a role. And line management is nothing but you get into more of a people management, your performance management, and all the data operations into the organization. Okay, so this is how your career path begins, and the stepwise, like how you are going to step into your career ladder in the future, is what you can look forward for. Just to give you an experience of how I started with Accenture as a clinical data reviewer, and then I performed a quality reviewer role, and then I led a team as a team lead within Accenture, and then I moved into Parexel, Cognizant, as a team manager, leading the quality process and the data operations process, and then moved into as an associate manager and manager into in Parexel. And then similarly from Parexel, I joined Covance as a senior manager, and then now I'm promoted as associate director, and now a director in Fortria. So this is how my career journey has been, and I've seen a very good growth starting from the career that I started as a data reviewer, and I chose to get into the management role. I was passionate about people management and other operational activities, and hence I chose to move into the line management role. So this is how I have moved into my career. All right. So CDM journey so far, it started all with paper studies. 20 years back when I started in Accenture, it was all about paper studies. We did not have the EDC studies. So during my tenure within Accenture, we had the opportunity of working on EDC trials. So we ruled off from the paper trials, which continued for some period of time, and then we evolved into the EDC, electronic data capture studies, where no more data entries were done by our data entry team, but it was directly entered by the site into the data. So that is how we evolved, and the work became much more efficient. So today we are in a phase of AI, machine learning, data science, big data, right? So this is how a lot of organizations are now automating most of their processes. They are bringing in AI and machine learning. But as we already heard in the previous session, that human brain still is needed to have all the data analysis done. So it will not get go off, right? So we still have our mind that we need to feed into the machine learning to get that automation. All that we can still see is efficiencies, probably the quality that comes from the data, and the cost effectiveness that has happened. So this is how we have overall evolved from paper studies to the EDC and the AI and machine learning. So this is all I had to talk about overall clinical data management today, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen for any questions. So Titi, are you there?
Thank you so much, ma'am. You gave
Titi, I
us
cannot
clear
hear you.
insights.
Are you talking?
Uh, yes, ma'am. Am I audible? Team, can you please confirm? Am I audible? All right. Tanuja, ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that wonderful session. And definitely, our students have many questions, and I'm ready with them. So let's take the first question from Alina. And I will tell you that she is not the only one who has this question. There are multiple students who has asked similar kind of question, that whether they should go for certification in CDM or diploma in CDM, which is better for career opportunities.
I would say both are good for any opportunities that you're looking for building a career within the clinical data management. So definitely certificate course, there are different clinical research institutes that are now venturing into the clinical data management courses and other life science courses, right, that we have seen, and that is really helpful. And diploma in clinical data management also is good. I wouldn't prefer, like, this is good or that is better one. Both are good in its own way, but you will definitely have an opportunities whether you do a certificate course and you have completed your masters into clinical data management, and that then get into certification course of CDM, or like, you have done your bachelor's and got into diploma in clinical data management is also helpful. So both are good opportunities to get into CDM.
Thank you, ma'am. And Alina and all others, I hope you got your answer. Next question we have from Neha. I just want to know which course is done to be a CD manager. I have done short course of clinical trial research using SAS.
So there is a specific clinical data management course which a lot of clinical research institutes are conducting. I think Biotecnika also do has a batch that is upcoming, or it has already started, right? So there is a course that is already getting started. So I would suggest, like, these courses that you can explore to get into the clinical data management to get into the clinical data manager role.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. So, with this, I think we will be winding up the session. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that engaging and informative session. You have definitely helped us all understand how clinical data management plays a vital role in clinical trials and how it is emerging as a strong career path for life science and pharmacy graduates alike. The clarity you provided on job roles, industry expectations, and future trends is truly valuable for anyone looking to enter this space. We appreciate your time and expertise, ma'am, and it's been a real eye opener for many of our students. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. It was really wonderful interacting in this forum. And I would wish all the students the best in making and building their careers. And of course, within the clinical data management, because I have a closeness towards clinical data management. And yes, please explore the other opportunities as well. And wish you all the very best for your future endeavors.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
so much,
you.
ma'am. So nice
Yep.
to meet you.
Yep. Thank you.
So, with that, viewers, it's time to hit the pause button and recharge because even science can't run with in a empty stomach, right? So we need fuel. So we are breaking for lunch now. So grab your favorite meal, stretch a little, and we will see you right back here at at 2 p.m. for our exciting post-lunch sessions. And trust me, you won't want to miss what's coming next. Next, okay? So everyone, take a breather, get your lunch, and we will meet again at 2 p.m. sharp for the next session. And there are a lot more we have scheduled. So please, everybody, come on time, join us on time, and we will start our session from 2 p.m. onwards. Thank you so much.
Namaskar. Shekhar Suman from Biotecnika. Namaskar. Shekhar Suman from Biotecnika.
the real spinal cord of this organization. And I have some students with me.
Namaskar. Shekhar Suman from Biotecnika.
Hello, everyone. I hope I am audible. Welcome back. Everyone, are you back? Can I have a yes in the comment section? Let me see who all are back from your lunch break. I hope you all had a refreshing lunch, but not too heavy, because definitely you don't want to doze off through the action packed second half of today's fair, right? Okay, great. Yes. All right. So we've got three more amazing sessions coming your way. And also, our exciting quiz contest is just sharp around the corner. So stay sharp, stay tuned, and let's dive right back in. Are you all ready? Can I have a big yes from the audience? Are you excited to go forward? Yes, very good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you. All right. So, welcome back, everyone. You're watching day one of the Life Science Education and Career Advancement Fair live on Biotechnika's YouTube channel and other social platforms. We are now heading towards an exciting second half of day one, and trust me, this is going to be just as insightful and exciting. There's still a lot more in store, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. This morning, we have explored powerful sessions on how to choose your specialization, AI's role in biotech, and also the emerging field of clinical data management. And not to forget the future career landscape from Dr. Jagdish Mittur. So, a huge thank you to all of our speakers and also to you, our amazing audience, for your active participation, for being so engaged in the comment section. And it would be my request to keep it pouring, keep it coming, do not stop. That's what keeps us going. Okay. And now let's get ready to dive into some more highly impactful sessions. And as I mentioned, another fun and exciting quiz is coming up soon. So stay with us and participate with enthusiasm. We have got exciting prizes for our winner. So let's get started. Our first session this afternoon takes us into the world of intellectual property rights. It's a crucial but often overlooked domain in life sciences. Today, we are honored to welcome Dr. Prerna Dongre, advisor and consultant at iNoims. Welcome, ma'am. Good
Hey,
afternoon. Yes,
thank you,
ma'am.
Urmila.
It is great to have you here with us today, ma'am.
My
So I
pleasure.
would like to give a brief, yes, ma'am. So I would like to give you a brief, you all a brief introduction about Dr. Prerna Dongre, ma'am. Dr. Prerna is a seasoned domain consultant and marketing expert with a strong record in healthcare, intellectual property, and data science. With deep expertise in business strategy, innovation, and IP management, she has helped many organizations achieve growth through data driven decision making and strategic marketing. Her work spans healthcare, finance, risk management, and also medical insurance, where she integrates advanced analytics with business leadership. MAM also specializes in patent consultancy, offering valuable insights to protect and leverage IP assets in complex domains. So let's not wait anymore. We are eager to hear from MAM. Over to you, Dr. Dongre. Please proceed with your session.
Thank you so much. Welcome everyone. And I know you must have got heavy lunch, and now it's really difficult for me to keep you awake and keep you excited with something which is usually accepted as legal law, boring, and lots of rules, regulations. But I hope after this session, you will enjoy law.
because this is really interesting to be in a healthcare domain and understanding law, very specifically patent law. But at the start, I would like to give you idea about overall IPR, and then we will jump into that how you can make your career the way I did it. So give me 2 minutes. I'll share my screen. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay, so let's start with something which comes always in healthcare as a boring, because in healthcare education overall, we never looked into law more. Like whenever even you're looking at regulatory affairs or FDA rules, regulations, or similar regulatory affairs in other country, it is usually taught as a process or some rules and regulations wherein you have to remember certain sections and whatnot. And that is where in patent law we find that there are very few people, those who understand healthcare very well. I'm saying healthcare because healthcare is a broader component of which covers life sciences. And being a life science people, we know much of healthcare, be it a hospital side, be it insurance side, or be it formulation development, or in general chemical component of life sciences. So what happens is, usually in our curriculum, law is taken as one of the subject, and that is where you don't know what all opportunities are there, and there is lots of requirement as well. So that is where I'm covering first half, that what is IPR. Let's learn bit of it so that you will start getting interest that what is patent, what is trademark, how they are different from each other. And next thing, I'll give you idea that how to take this as a career opportunity. Before starting with any of such my sessions, I always say thank you to my mentor, and my faculty member when I was doing my masters. They were the one who forced me to listen to one of the law session, specifically for patent, and it was really forceful activity from their side. And that is where I started liking patent law. So this is like what my mentors and guide gave me, and because of that today I am here. So let's start. So when I'm saying IPR, actually it is intellectual property right. So it's a word which is called as intellectual property. So when we talk about intellectual property, it's a creation of mind. Means what? It's your idea, or the way you develop that invention. That is where is the intellectual part comes into picture. So that intellectual component can be, you might be a good painter, you might be good in drawings, you might be good in developing some invention in life sciences, like some formulations, some chemicals, or even you might be good in identifying DNA sequences. So, whatever is your brain's creativity about innovating something new is the part which is covered as a creativity of intellectual component. Now this, as I told you, that this innovation comes into different variations. Like you might be a good writer, so it's a artistic work, or literature work. You might be doing good in drawing, again it's a artistic work. If you are doing something as new invention or new formulation, some RNA sequencing, DNA sequencing and whatnot, then it becomes a product, so it is an invention. Industrial designs is like whenever you are looking at any car, so shape of the car is an industrial design, and it's a big market. Then whenever you are looking at any product name or its symbol, simple is, now you must have got good lunch, so I'll again say that McDonald, you immediately remember something with McDonald, that is yellow M, I am loving it, and you start feeling hungry as well many times. So that is where is the property or capacity rather of intellectual part, that the way they are presented, it symbolizes something. Okay, so first component is intellectual property. So how this intellectual property comes? See, Velcro. Every day we are using Velcro for one or the other reason. U-pin, pen, stapler. So these are the products. These are tangible products, right? These are called as innovations, and these can be protected under patent law. Now, somebody who is good in design part. Now, remember how many time you hold Coca-Cola or Thumbs Up bottle? All those bottles are innovations, because whenever you are looking at the shape of the bottle, you recognize that product, right? So shape of the bottle, Coca-Cola bottle, is intellectual property of a company. What else you are looking at? Same bottle, Coca-Cola, it's a name, right? So you will never get confused between a Coca-Cola and Mirinda, right? Because they gave you idea that Mirinda is orange color, Coca-Cola is brown in color, then it has got different taste and feel. How it happens? It happens because of the branding. The way you are looking at Coca-Cola name, Mirinda name, or the color of the product. So all these aesthetic look comes under design law or design patent. Symbol, as I told you, Coca-Cola. Whenever I'll say Coca-Cola, nobody will confuse that it's a water bottle, right? For that we know Bisleri. So this is the identity of a symbol. Similar way, McDonald, as I told you. So whenever you are looking at any creation which is a symbol or a name, it is covered under trademark. TM, trademark, or you can say R, because whenever it is registered it is R. TM is when it is filed. But basically, as a user, look at this, that trademark is a name or a symbol or a slogan as well. See, in life sciences we say, for LIC it is life ke saath bhi or baad bhi, right? Now it's their slogan which identifies LIC. So that is where is the capacity of intellectual property to give you identity in the market. Next thing is, if you can draw good pictures, or if you can write good books, or even like, see, I'll tell you, right now all of us are um, owner of copyright protection. Okay, we all have this protection without any legal implications. Reason is, whenever you write your question papers, okay, answer to your questions in exam, what happens is, it is your creativity, the way you write your paper, and that is where you have got a protection as copyright, provided you are not making any copy and making it from somebody else paper. But if it is originally written expression of thoughts for a question given to all the students, but your expression of thoughts than others is always different, and that originality gives copyright to you. So currently, all of us, those who are listening to this session, actually holding many copyrights, but we don't know that we are actually owner of such protection. So that is where makes a difference when you listen to such sessions, that what is IPR. Okay, so basically whenever you are doing any artistic work or literature work, it is protected under copyright. So we talked about three things: patent, when it's a product like Velcro, Upin, or your formulation like cough syrup, or any tablet, or any vaccine. So that is a product, so it will be protected under patent law. When it comes to any of symbol like McDonald, then it is trademark. Whenever it is creative writing, that is your answer sheets or anything as uh, some papers or research papers or any painting or any creative work, it is copyright. And whenever you're talking about aesthetic look of any product, be it a Bisleri bottle or a Coca-Cola bottle or a car shape or your bike shape, whenever you are looking at the aesthetic look, it is a design patent. Now why this whole thing is important? Because it's a legal protection. It is not only that you should be working in patent law or the industry which is IPR industry. It is everywhere because it's a property. Okay, how it is relevant to you, whether you are working or going to work in a R&D section, they are going to develop something new, right? And they want somebody to understand this IPR and communicate with the patent experts so that your property will get protected or your company property will get protected, right? So it is not just a thing which you need to understand whenever you want to go on a legal side or law side. No. If you are going for a R&D job, if you are going for a marketing and sales job, because in marketing and sales, trademark is very important. So again, you need to understand whether whether your product has a patent protection and your trademark is protected or not, and then you decide a marketing strategy around it. So that is where this particular protection, understanding of this is very important. Again, I would like to tell you that it's a creation of mind which will get protected through these IPR laws, be it a patent law, trademark law, copyright law, or a design law. And all these laws are considered as intellectual property rights. Now, why I'm saying power of prosperity? Whenever you get time, just look into Velcro example and check the story that how a simple engineer who was curious that why dog which he is roaming in the morning faces certain issues, that is some seeds of plant are getting stuck to the fur of dog, and he was curious that why it is happening and that those seeds were so tight with the fur that removing those seeds was difficult and dog was in pain. So he looked into it under microscope and he observed what you have got as a velcro. So the plastic side which has got hook and the fur side which has got a very smooth surface, when they come together they fix your shoes, they fix heart valves as well. Nowadays they are biodegradable also. So now understand that somebody who just curious about why certain seeds are getting stuck to my dog's fur, went into creativity, tried finding out the reason, developed a product, got a patent protection, and now it's $1 billion industry with multiple products and multiple uses. So that is where is a power of prosperity. So when we talk about intellectual property, remember three words: intellectual property and right. So whenever it is intellectual, it's a creation of mind, as I told you. And that creation can be, it might be a product, it might be a process, it might be something artistic like logo, like writing something or drawing something. So it's an artistic part. So creation comes into these three forms. It will be protected by three different properties as property, as patent, trademark, design, and copyright. What rights you will be having? Same as that of your home. So if your parents are having home, that home they can sell, they can stay, so that is use, they can mortgage it to a bank for loan, or they can rent it, so that is licensing. Same properties which your parents are having for their tangible property, same property will be given for patent, trademark, and design, that is sale, use, license, and mortgage. Simple. If you understand this much, you know many things in IPR. Okay, so what you need, so this is basic what I told you. It's like a very broader view, but then question comes, why I'm listening to this. And before starting journey into this particular side of law, I would like to tell you that these are two great people, and they followed they followed this path, and they have got more than 150 patents on their name. So that is, innovation need knowledge, creative mindset, patience, determination, and discipline. This is very important. Being a life science person, don't you have knowledge about life science? Yes. You have a creative mindset because in labs we work a lot to develop new formulations, follow certain SOPs, follow our reference books. We have got patience because 90% time in labs we experience that nothing comes out as a product, though the process is followed. we are we have lots of determination and discipline because we play in healthcare. We are always controlled with all regulatory affairs. We can't develop something which is hazardous or troublesome to human or mankind. So obviously we have all these things. Okay. Do we need facility and money? No, that is secondary always. Okay. It's more of your knowledge and your mindset to work hard and determination to focus on certain innovation or somebody's innovative idea. So before starting this journey of law as patent, or whenever you want to enter into this, remember that you already have all these things because you are a life science graduate or postgraduate person. Now to start with this, again one more question. I don't want to go into law, I don't want to go into any of R&D. Do I need to learn this? Yes. Why it is so? Because intellectual property right, you have or you might have, you need to understand that how to protect it. When you work in a company, you need to know that whether you are infringing your company's right or not. For example, in company you cannot share trade secret with other company when you leave. So it is written in your appointment letter, so that is where you need to understand what is written. So something like this will be written in your appointment letter, and again there is intellectual property right protection, how company controls or considers something as intellectual property. So that is where as well these laws, basics of these laws is very important. So this is how I would like to tell you till this point, that what all different laws are covered under IPR, that is patent, when it is a product like Velcro or your vaccine. Trademark, something like a name, like in vaccine good name is serum, so serum name, serum is a trademark. So life sciences is a big name. So whenever you're talking about name or a logo, it's a trademark. Whenever you're talking about any book, your reference books, your SOPs in a company, all these are covered by a copyright protection. One more thing is protected by copyright protection, that is softwares, because softwares are written in some or the other languages like C++ or currently Python and R. So because these are languages, they are considered under literature work and they are considered under copyright. Lastly, whenever you're looking at any shape of bottle or a shape of any product, it's a design patent. Now try to remember some bottles which you might have used during your graduation, or some extraction assemblies or something in your kit, vaccine detection kit. The shape of each component and how it is given as one kit, so the shape of that kit is protected under design patent. Okay. Now all these things, why government is interested in giving you this as a property, why they are not ignoring that this is your creation, why we should be appreciating you? The reason is, there should be a balance between an invention and a common man. So, simple example what we experienced during COVID. Why Serum was able to develop such a innovative product in few months of time? From where they got the money? Because they have got lots of IP protection, be it their product as patent, be it their trademark as name. So what they got financial benefit because of their products which they developed before COVID. So they can invest for other product because they know that they get money if they are developing something. And how somebody is not using their invention without paying them, because all of that is protected under patent and a trademark. So what happens is, invention person who is developing an invention earns recognition and gets a financial benefit if that person protects their invention under any of the IP laws. First thing. Second thing, we as a user or a common man, what we got? Within few months we got a COVID vaccine. So is it not balance? That innovator gets their money and recognition so that they can invest in next R&D, and we as a common man, we get innovated products which are more beneficial to us than just taking a tablet or by taking some antivirals or antibiotics, right? Because that develops vaccine develops immunity. So that is where these laws came into picture, that there should be a balance between innovation and a common man, its advantage or use to a common man. Okay. How this law is looked at, same as that of any law. Like India has got their own laws, and Dubai has got their own laws, right? Or Europe has got their own laws. So in a way, Indian patent law is territorial, it covers for India. If you want to go and protect it in other country, you need to go to their country, file it, and some commonalities like PCT and all those things are there, but right now it is not required. So remember that it is territorial, it protects creation and not the idea. Again, example is, whenever you are looking at something as COVID vaccine, imagine that Serum has got process how to develop a COVID vaccine. Nobody can use it, right? Because that is good idea, but can common man use it? No. Then why government will give protection? Unless and until you are making a product out of it. So they actually made a product with a virus, attenuated virus, and some carriers for or vehicle for that. They developed how to inject it. So that is where is developing that idea, and that product which has part of that idea, that product get protection, not the idea of making vaccine. That will not get protection. What you will get protection is again a product. Or even you have a nice idea of writing some love story which is similar to Shakespeare's love story, that idea will not get protection under copyright. Once you write it, yes, definitely you will get the protection. So always remember, idea and creation are two different aspects. Idea is something which you are thinking to develop, creation is actually you have created it. Lastly, it's an exclusive right. So exclusive right is owner of this property can only use it. Again, it is same as that of any other property which you are using it. For example, your home, your parents can use it and they will allow you to stay there, right? Or they can sell it. So owner has got all exclusive right. Whenever they buy, whenever they get any property as patent, trademark, copyright or design. Now I'll be more focused on patent law. I'll not be going deep into law because that is not the focus of today's session. But whenever I'll give you path to be a patent agent or a patent consultant, my focus will be more on a patent. Reason is, you all are from healthcare side or life sciences side, and we majorly look at patents because that brings lots of money and it protects our invention, which is usually a product or a new process. So patent is again a exclusive right, as I told you, same as that of your home as a property. You can sell it, you can do some architectural changes in it. So making, selling, using a new product or a process, that will be given as an exclusive right for a product which is protected under patent. For how many years it is protected? It is 20 years from the date of filing. Means if today I am filing, I might get protection after 4 years, grant after 4 years, because there is examination, publication, and lot not processes are there. But my 20 years will start from today's date. Why it is so and all those things you need to learn patent law. And it's very interesting to understand that why they have added this statement as from the date of filing of application. It's very interesting, and it is very advantageous for, again, a company who is a owner of this patent. So you're not losing any years. It's amazing to understand. So this is what is patent. Now, till this point, I gave you something which is understanding of IPR as an introduction, and try to create some interest in this side of a uh, career. The reason is I experienced it, that it is really amazing career. um, Everybody wants property, so obviously pharma, life sciences company want the such type of properties. So demand is high and supply is low currently. Not many people looked into IP as a career option, and that is where demand is high. Another reason why demand is high, because patent specifically is a techno legal document. Okay, so when you submit patent application to any Indian patent office or any other patent offices, what you submit is very simple document. Half portion is a technical part, same as that of your research paper, and half portion is a claim, which is boundary around your invention. So what happens is, who will understand this science? It's you, those who are from life sciences. How a BBA grad done a law after that will understand all these things? No chance. So for a life science, this is very important that you know the science. Now you have to learn bit of a legal part, and that is claims, only claims part. Rest all prosecution litigation is as well very focused and systematic. No need to worry about it. 80% of job is already done because you're science grad, and now 20% is understanding this law, and this law roams around whole technology. So understanding this portion of the law is not difficult. So that is where I'm saying that crafting of patent with precision is very important. It is not something as legally writing something which is a standard process. No, it's a art. How you write your research paper, it's your own way of expressing it. Similar way, writing patent is a art, and then giving a law side of it creatively to protect the invention is something which life science people can do very easily. So what is today's landscape? When I'm saying that this particular industry is growing and there is lots of demand for this, whenever we are talking about patent, we need to look at global side of it. So it is like 3 million patents are filed every year, and 18% of is biotech and pharma share. Indian filing is more than 80,000 patent application, and remember, it is not just filing. It is 5 years of process wherein again and again you are into business, because your client is first filing, then there will be publication, examination, prosecution, litigation. So what happens is, it's a long process. And each year, if 80,000 patents are getting filed, lots of IP specialists are required. Emerging trend, obviously, it's AI. Lots of, like today as well, I'm using AI technology for writing many of my inventions, and we are not using just GPT because there is no data protection. We have got tools developed based on AI which are helping me to draft a patent specification. Okay, so yes, AI, biotech, and personalized medicine is coming like anything. Me as a pharma person, I'm very much worried about general pharma, wherein one day it will get replaced with personalized medicines. Impact, how much impact it is giving on economy, it's 44% of GDP. It's a huge. We have got national IPR policy which is well developed, well established, so you will not face any issue once you are into this. How you can grow in this, it's a patent portfolio and it's a business strategy. See, buying a property is not a joke, and this is very costly property. So whoever understand science, specifically like for example life sciences and a patent, will be a best person to design a patent portfolio for a company and accordingly a business strategy. So right now, like after 15 17 years of experience in IPR, I am into this section majorly. What type of foundation is required? I am again telling you, 80% job is done from your side. That is, you must be MSc, PhD, or BSc. You must have done it in microbiology, biochemistry, biotech, or pharmacy. What is the transition phase? Transition starts, as I told you, patent document is a legal document. Okay, so it has got 70% as research part and 30% or 20% is a claims or a legal section. So 70% from a research background, wherein you need to know technology and overall section as life science. You need to read lots of patent specifications, and it's very interesting. It is not boring thing to read some legal document. What we remember always as some affidavit or something which is very much of a legal thing. No, no, these documents are totally technical. So you will not feel ki, or I'm reading something which is for which I don't know the terminologies. No, 80% of the patent part is technical documents, same as that of your research paper. 20% is legal, which is claim. You will easily understand once you deep dive into this area. For understanding patent specification and searches and analytics, I always suggest every day read 3 to 4 specifications. Without that, don't sleep. How many tools are available? N number of tools are available. Best part of these tools is they are updated. They have established by a smart people like Google Patents, USPTO, that is US Patent and Trademark Office, EPO, and World Intellectual Property Organizations. These are well established tools. Another side of it is, whenever anybody files a patent application, it gets published. It's an automatic process. It should be published in public domain, right? So whenever you read all these documents, they are latest, they are written by a well researched team. So whenever you use these tools and you identify certain patent specifications, you will have updated information. So, and using these tools is not difficult. If you have used Scopus database or Elsevier, same search query can be used for all these things. So already search part is done, and these tool can understand your keywords very easily. Eventually, then we might teach you about patent coding and all, but coding doesn't mean Python coding. It's a just numbers. Okay, so I um, so that is where these tools need, you need to understand these are free. Anytime you can use it the way you are using Scopus, Google, or any of the search engine. Key skills: scientific reading, claim dissection, and novelty analysis. Claim and novelty understanding again is depending on your science knowledge and how you have been taught to read claims where the jobs are. As I told you, it is everywhere. Why it is everywhere? I can prove you. It's a property, so everybody wants it. Who wants it? Majorly pharma, because we have got lots of investment, not only R&D, failure of the R&D, regulatory approvals, competitors, cost. So we want to protect our property because then we get 20 years of exclusivity. So pharma has, each and every pharma company has got their own IPR department and research department. They want people like you, those who understand patent. IPR firms is an amazing uh, entry into patent, because in IPR firm what happens is, like frankly speaking, I have got um, serum and I have got MQR as well. Now both of them are working on different inventions. So me as a patent drafter or a agent gets multiple products or multiple projects through which I can learn patent drafting. So at the start of career, IPR firm is the best amazing option to enter. Similar way, universities want to showcase that they are doing lots of research. In your universities as well, there must be some IPR and incubation center. So yes, that is where will be huge job opportunities. Lastly, but it's much bigger than rest all, is patent office. As I told you, very less healthcare or chemistry grads or biotech grads are opting for law, as in just learning about patent, not LLB. So what happens is, patent office always has got huge requirement of such experts. I told you that every year if 80,000 patents are getting filed in Indian patent office, who will do the analysis that whether it is novel, does it have inventive step in it? So what happens is, they need somebody who understands science. And remember, for this particular patent office requirement, they don't want much of your understanding in patent. After you complete there will be one exam. Once you appear for that exam will be focused on your science side only. Science questions will be there. Once you complete that, then they will give you training on patent, and then you will be the patent examiner. Salaries are amazing, and it's a government job, though it's based on consultant, like 11-month or 12-month temporary job, but it renews because they don't have new people, so they usually renew. Another thing is, once you work with them for 2 years, all IP firm will jump on you to take you, because now you know the inside of patent office. So that is again good thing. Patent analyst, wherein you will be doing lots of search and lots of study on patent infringement and freedom to operate search, because it is not only protect your property. Similar way, you should not be infringing somebody's property, right? If your neighbor comes and stays in your house, you will file a case against that neighbor, right? Same way. So patent analysts do that job, that whether you are not infringing somebody's property or somebody is not coming into your property. That is what is patent analyst. IP associate, drafter, patent manager. So it again, it's the same portfolio. 20% year on year hiring and growth is there in patent. 65% of it's for analytics and 25% drafting. Reason is, invention is costly in life sciences. So very few companies focused on new invention and protecting it with patent law. But every company has to study that whether they are not infringing somebody's invention, because then it will be a huge penalty. So that is where analyst job is 65%, 25% is drafting, 10% goes for strategy and legal. That is like sometime we file patent, we know that it will not get granted, but get just to stop others from use coming into that area, we file some dummy patents as well. Amazing part is, after 5 or 6 years of experience in law firm, you can start on your own. Preferably during this time you complete your law degree as well, then you get a broader view of IP, and you can be entrepreneur for your own firm. So remember one thing: job follows skills, nothing else. Just improve your skills and you're done. Career path from my side, or what I follow, is learning, updating, and networking. So learning, as I told you, continuously I'm learning new things. Though I'm established person, people know my skills. I have got my own firm, but still for my firm as well, I have to learn new things. Currently learning new, I'm learning prompt engineering, rather. Now I'm good into that, but yes, it's still learning phase in, because AI is growing a lot. So prompt engineering, zero knowledge of coding, more knowledge of my domain, that is pharma and patent, and I'm done with prompt engineering. So I would suggest you, in today's time, you should learn that. Very simple. It's an instruction. You need to just understand how to write those instructions, and these will be written in English. So amazing way, amazing thing to learn. So learning, updating, and networking. For networking, important is building your portfolio and keeping it updated on LinkedIn. So from my side, resume tips will be: always when you want to be into IPR, always highlight your research publications. Try out WIPO, EPO, USPTO, IPO. These are free patent search engines. WIPO gives you free training on how to do patent searches. Try it out. It's a certificate course, free course, international certification. Add it in your resume or in your profile, and you're done. In your profile there should be patent search, claim drafting, FTO, novelty search. Such type of terminology should be used, so that HR will understand and they will forward your portfolio, your resume, to a company who is interested in people like you. How to do this? Simple. Identify some expert in patent, ask that fellow for a for a LinkedIn connection, then read that person's profile. In profile we write that we are expert in XYZ thing. Now create your expert in similar line, at least a basic level, introductory level skill into that, and add it in your profile. Same way. um, Another interesting area to do, if you are in planning to go into this line, all this patent portfolio or patent data is freely available. So you can do search report, you can write dummy claims on mRNA vaccines, you can draft patent specification for therapy. Now CRISPR therapy, there are like thousands of patents filed. So you can read, you can try to write it similar way it is written. You can write pre-grant opposition afterwards, because it is free. Patent office don't charge for it. So try out patent office, and the applicant will reply, then you will as well reply, and it's interesting thing to learn. I did it when I was into your phase of learning and establishing myself into this line. So again, this is very important thing to do. Certification, as I told you, after, I'll suggest you, after 2 years of experience with IP firm or in patent like IPR department of any pharma or life science company, apply for Indian patent exam, study hard, get patent agent certification cleared. It's very tough exam, but as well very interesting thing to appear for. And once you are done, it's like lifetime legal certification from government, that you are legally allowed by patent Indian patent office to be a patent agent for your client. And it's a huge thing. You will get like 20-30% hike in your salary once you become a patent agent. Advice to be a professional, as a last point from my side, is ethics. You are going to deal with somebody's invention, so data secrecy and respecting that invention is very important. Key skills: patent law, its timelines, claim drafting, novelty inventive step tapping, legal writing with AI. This is utmost important, not very difficult. Many YouTube channels are there. You can try out with ChatGPT and learn prompt engineering. Build some sample projects. Practice tools like EPO, WIPO, and afterwards, when you join company, Patsier or some paid databases to improve patent analytics skills. This is very important. And yeah, that's it from my side. I hope that Innovative India would create a welcoming environment for IPR. So that is where I'm closing my session. Thank you so much for your patient listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dungre ma'am, for that fascinating session. It didn't feel like a post lunch session at all. Trust me, especially with the simple explanations that you gave and all those interesting and relatable examples. We were totally glued to your session. And also the clarity that you brought on IPR roles, different opportunities from patent analysis to corporate IP strategies, along with all the detailed information and practical tips on how beginners can get started. It was very eye opening. And I'm pretty sure after this session, many of our attendees would have got interested to pursue their careers in this field. Thank you once again, ma'am, for joining us and for delivering that wonderful session.
Thank you so much. And so, to those who have understood today's session, as I told you, copyright is a protection which is given for a creative work. So right now, Urmila has got her own copyright. I am having my own copyright because originally I have created my presentation and presented it, right? So to end my session, I would like to tell you that see how this IP gets created. Thank you. I'm open for your questions. Hello.
In the heart of the Pink City lies a gateway to the future of science. Welcome to Dr. Bilal Institute of Biotechnology. Here, education is more than theory. Industry-oriented curriculum, world-class faculty, skill-based, practical learning from day one. Step into cutting-edge labs, conduct real-time experiments, and contribute to research that matters.
Yeah, hello, Dr. Prerna ma'am. Are you there? I believe there was some network issues and
Yeah.
I got disconnected. Yes, ma'am, you were saying something. Please continue, ma'am. I'm so sorry for the break.
No. I was saying that based on my session, whoever has understood it today, you got one copyright because the way you are presenting or hosting this whole session and this whole recording has got a protection, whereas my PPT as well has got protection because I did it as a original work for presenting. So it's this much understanding of IP is required for each and every person. So I'm open for any questions if attendees are having. Yeah, so I'm open for questions.
Yeah, hello everyone. Hello, Dr. Prerna. I really apologize for the inconvenience. Apparently, there was a break, and I believe we won't have any interruptions so for now. So we will quickly jump to the questions, ma'am. We have many questions directed for you.
Mhm.
So this is one question from Ms. Sakshi Gupta. She's asking, ma'am, can I give patent agent exam in the final year of BSc? And will I get job after that?
Actually, I'll suggest you to give it afterwards. Um, because graduation, first thing is, graduation is compulsory. Okay. Second thing is, patent agent exam is not a formality. Getting patent agent certification and actually knowing law and how to draft a claim is totally different ball game. I experienced that there are many students or freshers, those who give exam, they some mug up something and they get the certification as well, but they will not get jobs. The reason is, it is patent agent exam is important, and it's a stamp that you are knowing patent law. But for a good patent agent, first thing is work with IP firm at least a year, learn actual practice of how to draft a claim, and then definitely go for patent agent exam. You will get much bigger jump than first patent agent and then going for it. And it's very troublesome to learn on your own, or else you need some training, coaching. Don't do it on your own. First finish off your BSc and then do it.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. That was quite insightful. We have another question from Mr. Bishal. What are the scope out of India as patent analyst?
Okay, so see, important part is, when you do patent analysis, it is based on your client's requirement, that do they want only for India as a territory. I told you law is territorial, right? So as a India as a territory, or multiple countries, usually requirement is multiple countries. So you understand lots of rules and regulations for those countries, right? Like European patent office, US patent office. So once you learn all these things, you get opportunities for doing patent analysis as freedom to operate analysis, infringement analysis, novelty analysis in India. Okay. And because we charge less as compared to European patent analyst, or some US patent analyst, your company will get lot many requirements from Europe or US to do patent search for them. So scope is this: if you feel ki you will go outside India and be a patent analyst, then over there, especially in Europe and US, they want you to be their citizen and completing their patent agent examination. So it is bit difficult. But if you are working in a Indian company, they get lots of projects to complete those patent analysis. Then some of the seniors from European agencies, those who are patent agent over there, certified law professionals over there, they will sign on those reports, because these reports are legal reports. Some legal authority has to sign it.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am, for that explanation. So we have one more very important question. I think Ayush Mittal, your question is already answered. What are the career opportunities in IPR, as I've studied in my previous sixth sem of BTech Biotechnology? So ma'am has highlighted over that. So Kajal Sharma has a question regarding the exam. What's the exam that we have to take for IPR officer?
Okay, so it's you have to go through Indian Patent Office website. They give notification that they want patent examiners, and they will be scheduling examiners, exams for patent examiner, and you have to give that exam. So it will be always on patent office site. but it is not, there is no time or specific month they are specifying. So what I suggest is in a week's time, just go through it, check out some notifications and all.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Then Aditi Mishra has a question. I want to do a patent analyst course. Where should I do it from?
That I cannot recommend you because like without knowing the course structure and all those things. But yeah, Biotecnika has got course, so you can learn through that. Rest all courses right now, though I don't have. And first try out on your own by doing WIPO course. It's a, I think some 15 hours course, WIPO Academy, WIPO Academy. Go and search for patent analyst or patent search courses, and on that you will get some free course. Do that and you can join this. Biotecnika has got course, so you can definitely join.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So one last question that we have is from Swarnima. She's asking how to prepare for the patent agent second paper.
That is where I'm telling you, you need to work in IPR firm, wherein you will be drafting many patents, specifications and claims, and they will be giving you some case studies which you need to write in second paper. So that is a trick. So you have to join some IP firm, be there as an intern, ask them to give you some projects, and that is how you will be good. Usually student fail in patent like paper 2 only. The reason is they don't have practice and speed of completing that paper.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. And I would like to take up this question as well. So let this be last. Manjuram asks, if we have a patent file in India, can someone else file a patent for the same product in other countries? If yes, can you please tell us how can we keep our IP protected?
So first thing is filing is a process. So anybody can file anywhere. Can that person get a grant is should be the question. So point is whenever you file it in India, okay, suppose Serum filed patent in India for their Covishield vaccine. Now for this particular vaccine, if somebody else file it in other country, then because it is filed in India, it is already in public domain, that person will not get any protection in that country. Because when patent is granted, it should not be published, it should not be in a public domain, or it should not be a knowledge in public all over the world. So when it will be analyzed, it will be all over the world. Protection will be given for that particular country. Okay, so answer to your question is, if same product get filed in other country, they will not get grant, but they will have freedom to sell. Because if Serum has not filed it in US, then they get a freedom to sell, but they will not get grant. Again thing is, they
Okay.
cannot develop that product in US and export it in India, because in India Serum has got protection. That is where Serum must have filed it all over the world.
Right, ma'am. Right.
Okay.
So I think with that, we will conclude this session. Thank you once
Yeah,
again
thank you.
for joining
Yeah.
us, ma'am. Good day. Okay, so now let's quickly talk about a very important topic, that is, what are the skills which are helpful for your biotech careers that the employers are looking for. It's a pain point for many attendees here. And to bring up this topic, we have a phenomenal speaker with us here today. Please help me welcome Dr. S.S. Ishwaran, Academic Dean at Biocon Academy. Good afternoon, sir. A very warm welcome to you. Thank you for joining us today.
Welcome very much, Urmila. Thank you for inviting me. It is always a pleasure to talk through Biotecnika, who is doing a very significant dent, and it is making a very important dent in the bioscience area.
Yes, sir. It's a privilege to have you here, sir. So I would like to give a brief introduction about Sir. Dr. Ishwaran, a microbiologist with 30 years of experience, is academic dean at Biocon Academy, Bangalore. He develops and delivers training courses, liaisons between faculty, students, industry SMEs, and academic institutions for collaborations. Previously, he was general manager for technology and services at Biozine and technology manager at Merck Millipore. He began his career as a lecturer in industrial microbiology at Madurai Kamraj University. He holds one patent, has authored chapters in two books published by IGI Global and NAM S&T, and published articles in several journals. His focus areas include applied microbiology, cell culture, microbial fermentation, downstream processing, GMP, artificial intelligence in drug discovery, and so many more. We are truly honored and privileged to have you here with us today. I would request you to please proceed with your session, sir.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible now.
Very good. Is my screen visible? I would like to present few slides.
Yes, sir, it's visible, sir. If you could have the full screen. Yes, sir, thank you.
Wonderful. All right. So good afternoon to all of you. And I know that it's a Saturday afternoon and already you have gone through several sessions since morning. I'm sure it all are very exciting. And the last session is very important because IP is the key in today's world. IP is absolutely the key, and it is very important to all of us to know about the IP. When I say IP on a general terms, it is not just the IP, but also about all the other areas like copyrights and infringements and all that, right? So trademarks and copyrights and all that. So having said that, let me bring all of you to one common point to start discussing on what are the basic skill sets that are required to be entering into a biotech career. So the reason why I wanted to particularly talk about skills required, not the knowledge required, is because the entire scenario of hiring is changing. You might have already seen from your what is happening with your seniors and what is happening with your peers. It is no more the knowledge-based hiring. In campuses, you might have seen not always the gold medalist is getting the first job, right? It's not about the knowledge. It's not about only the knowledge. Knowledge is important, I'm sure, but when it comes to the decision making, nowadays it is leaned towards the combination of knowledge and skills. So what we need to understand as the skill set which is going to take us to the biotech career. That's what I would like to spend some time with you. And let us keep the questions to the last. As Biotechnika's model works, you please putting up the questions in the chat, and by the end of the session, we'll have it answered. First and foremost, understanding what I would like to bring to all of us to start in a common place is that as a biotechnologist, we study a lot of sciences. The photograph, what you're seeing in the slide, is an orchestra. In this orchestra, as you can see, there are people who are standing and singing. There are people who are using the flute, playing the flute. There are people who are playing violin, guitar, trumpet, and of course, there is a organizer, there is a conductor, right? So this is what you are seeing. What I would like to bring a point in this is that biotechnology is a multidisciplinary subject. Like what you're seeing in the orchestra, everyone is good at what they are doing. The people who are singing are good at singing. The people who are playing violin are good at playing violin. And those who are playing guitar are good at playing guitar, and drums are so on. Right? Which means everybody is good at what they are doing. This common thing, which is a symphony, a meaningful music, comes only when all of them come together. right? This is what we would have to remember very clearly in our mind, because sometimes it may so happen that if you know microbiology, you are really good at it. Yes, if you are a biochemist, if you are an immunologist, if you are a virologist, if you are a molecular biologist, you may be good at what you are doing. Absolutely no doubts. Is that going to bring you a successful career in the biotech? To answer this question, we need to understand that it is extremely multidisciplinary. Because it is multidisciplinary, it is all the more even interdisciplinary, because we need to interact. A molecular biologist without interacting with the microbiologist cannot bring out the clone correctly. A microbiologist without understanding or without interacting with the biochemist cannot formulate the medium correctly, which means it is all interrelated. Even if you have an excellent cell line, a recombinant cell line, how are you going to make sure it is virus free without expertise of a virologist, right? So as a biotechnologist, to be in biotech career, the first and foremost thing we need to start in our mind is that we are not alone, or rather we cannot function alone. When you say we are not functioning alone, I am not only talking about the disciplines within the bioscience area. In the following slides, I would like to take you all through some of the other areas where we may have to focus to develop as a skilled person. So that is the first and foremost understanding we need to have. Now, when I say biotechnology, we can consider this as a core domain. When I say core domain, why we need to specifically say it as core domain, why not just the domain? Is because a core domain always may have a generic subdomain and a supporting subdomain. This understanding is very important. When we are skilling ourselves, are we skilling only in the core domain? Are we focusing on the generic subdomain? Are we also focusing on the supporting subdomain? This is very, very important for us to understand when we are preparing ourselves for a biotech career. For example, let us say core domain is life science. Research is a very good subdomain where you can apply whatever you are studying in the life science. It is a generic subdomain. It could be research in microbiology, research in molecular biology, microbiology, biochemistry, immunology, whatever, so on and so forth, right? So it's a generic subdomain of the core domain. When it comes to the supportive domain, the information technology, the computational sciences. The computational sciences becomes a subdomain for almost all core and the generic subdomains. Can we imagine conducting a research without using a computer, without using a software? Whether it is for data capture, it is for data analysis in the beginning stage, or it could be the high level applications like modeling, 3D structure elucidation, 2D structure elucidation, bioinformatics, and so on. So the supporting subdomain is information technology or computational sciences. If you carefully look through, these two are fungible to each other, which means that those people who are having the basic domain knowledge, who are in the subdomain, can go to supportive domain and come back, which is fungible to each other. It is interchangeable skills, right? For this, basically, you need to have a life science skill, where if you see the core domain and subdomain, again they are fungible. The person who is in life science can go to research, the person who is in research can come back to basic life science. But what is not fungible is if you are having only the supporting subdomain knowledge. If I have studied only computer science, I cannot directly jump into core domain. The same way, if you have studied only life science, now because you are getting a job, maybe you are entering into the IT domain. But as I told you, if you want to set up a successful career in biotechnology, then the idea is to understand that anytime you may have to use this computational knowledge to get into generic subdomain of research and come back to the core domain. This is very, very important for us to understand. This triage is very interesting as well as very, very important to understand. I told you in the first slide itself that a single skill cannot be useful in today's world, right? So when I say single skill, I am talking about the domain skill. If if you are a biotechnologist, you may have microbiology, biochemistry, and so on and so forth. But all of these comes under only one, that is the domain skill. But when it comes to the T-shaped hiring, what we are talking about is there has to be a very deep knowledge in the functional area. That is the discipline of your specialty. It could be microbiology, biochemistry, whatever you have studied in biosciences or life sciences, whatever you have studied, or pharmacy, whatever you have studied, you need to have a very strong, deep knowledge in that domain. At the same time, you should also have the ability to work outside of your core domain. This outside of the core domain could be a subdomain or it could be a supportive domain. Okay. For instance, I'll take the example of the ability to work in the supportive domains, the ability to understand and work, understand the needs of the other teams. Because when you are working in one area, you may not have to have all the skills in you. It is all about collaboration. When it comes to industry, when it comes to applications, it's all about collaboration. It is all about working in teams. So you may not have to have all the domain skills. If you are good at what you are doing in bioscience, you may have to have the ability to understand the needs of the other domains and collaborate with them. That is exactly how the T-shaped skilling works. Over a period of time, you will understand that if you start acquiring knowledge about so many things, you will end up in a umbrella skills. In umbrella skills, you have a very strong core domain, and surrounding with you have a lot of other domains, other important domains, which is supportive to make your career strong in the industry. In our context, in the biotechnology context, let us take one example. Let us say you have done pharmacy or cosmetology or chemistry or biotechnology, whatever you have studied. Then what are the supportive domains? What are the supportive domains you may have to look into to deepen your knowledge, to deepen your skills, to expand your skills? Or microbiology, molecular biology, fermentation, analytical skills, and so on. Right? These are the skills you may have to acquire and deepen. At the same time, what are the skills you may have to have knowledge in order to collaborate? Okay. For example, it could be data analytics, the center management, artificial intelligence, machine learning and deep learning, data mining, and so on. So these are the areas where you may have to have basic level knowledge in order to collaborate with someone who can help you getting things done to achieve certain things in your domain. This is what we need to understand as a T-shaped hiring. So in a T-shaped hiring, it is not only your knowledge, number one. Number two, it is not only your skill. So first is knowledge you need to have. Second, you need to have skills. Also, you need to have supporting skills and other domain skills, knowledge about the other domains. This is exactly what the T-shaped hiring is all about. Now, let's get to the reality. As far as the reality is concerned, we have to accept certain facts that what we are studying in the college are the basic scientific principles. And the college and academia is supposed to create that, right? The education, what we are getting through your qualification is the basic knowledge. It is not always connected to what you are going to use in the industry, which means there is a gap between what you are studying as to obtain your qualification and what you are actually going to do in the industry. If you want, I may take one example. So before I complete this animation in the slide, when I say qualification, let us take an example of fermentation. Okay, if you are a bioscience student, I'm sure you would have done fermentation experiment for ethanol estimation. It's a very, very simple experiment where you take a conical flask, take a sugar containing medium, and then add yeast. After 5 days, you take sample and estimate ethanol. And you can call that experiment successful because you have demonstrated two important principles. One is fermentation, second is alcohol estimation. Two things you have proven. So the experiment is successful. Now let us ask certain basic questions in this experiment. Question number one. when you have estimated the alcohol, is it the expected concentration of alcohol? Number one. Number two, is this alcohol that is produced and what you have estimated in from that sample, is it produced by the yeast which you have inoculated, or are there any other contaminants that have contributed to that? Okay, let us take these two questions and analyze a little bit. Number one, if you want to answer the question number one, whether the concentration of alcohol that you have estimated is the maximum, we do not know. The reason why we do not know is we are using a yeast cell for which we have not done any analysis to find out what is its maximum capability to produce alcohol per milligram or microgram of glucose which you have added to the medium. So without that scientific information, we are directly starting the experiment. Therefore, we have no idea about whether the alcohol concentration is the maximum or not. Number one. Number two, when you are doing the fermentation, when the fermentation is going on, which means during the incubation, we have never taken a sample to understand whether the yeast which you have inoculated is the only organism which is multiplying, or are there any other organisms that are multiplying. We have not taken sample. These are the two reasons why we are not able to answer the first two questions. Now, can these two questions be left unanswered in an industry? Imagine if you are to produce alcohol from 5,000 liters fermenter using 80% of its capacity. If you are supposed to produce alcohol, do you really afford to leave these two questions unanswered? Which means that the qualification what you are having is the basic principle, which is called as experimentation based learning, which is not essentially equal to skills that the industry requires. Which means there is a gap between the academic deliverable and industry's expectation. This understanding is very important for all of us to have, because this is what is going to prepare you to bridge this gap so that you are industry ready, job ready, and enter into the career. All right. Now let us come to the skills specific to bioindustry. As I told you, you might have studied microbial physiology in your microbiology, bioseparation methods in some of your B-form or analytical methods you would have studied, protein studies you might have done, you might have understood what is the primary, secondary structures of proteins, how the protein synthesis happens, and so on. You might have studied what is the sanitization and what is sterilization, what is the difference between these two, all that you might have studied in microbiology. In molecular biology, you might have studied about genes, recombinant DNA technology, and so on. And in some colleges, they have already started implementing or introducing Python as a programming language. You may have a basic idea. Now, the question here is, what are the skills the industry is looking at in a skill-based hiring? Number one, are you able to convert your microbial physiology knowledge to successfully conduct a fermentation process in the industry? Are you able to convert the bioseparation knowledge? When I say bioseparation, I'm talking about purification methods, or it could be analytical methods, it could be HPLC. You might have done paper chromatography, you might have done thin layer chromatography. All the basic chromatography, the basic is same. It is partition coefficient. It is a differential solubility, right? So the basic remains the same. But the question here is, are you able to connect that basic principle to bioanalytical methods that are used in the industry? For example, it could be HPLC, it could be GC, it could be mass spectroscopy, and so on, right? You might have studied protein studies. You may exactly know how a protein is synthesized by a live cell, how a transcription happens, how a translation happens, and so on. But do we have the ability to use that post-translational modification as a step to understand how the protein can be characterized for its two-dimensional and three-dimensional structure? That we may have to understand. If you have that skill, yes, well and good. Absolutely, you are ready, right? You may know what is sanitization and sterilization on a broad level, but how are you going to apply to do aseptic handling, aseptic processing of a product? How are you going to maintain your surrounding? How are you going to maintain your body parts which are directly associated with that experiment? And how are you going to maintain the utilities, the workbench or laminar airflow, and so on, in such a way that the entire manipulation happens in a aseptic manner? You might have studied the molecular biology. I would like you to connect the molecular biological principles to codon validation. What are the codons that can be used or that can be cleaved, that can be edited using various technology? It could be zinc finger technology, or it could be CRISPR-Cas9 technology, and so on. Do we have the knowledge to understand, can we do codon validation based on the science what I have studied? And finally, do we have some exposure to the use of Python in life sciences? How artificial intelligence, machine learning works in life sciences? If I have to clean a data, if I have to clean a data for one particular publication, do I have the knowledge how to use Python? If I have to churn out some predictions, if I have to take a churn, if I have to make some predictions using a large set of data, can I use Python to train the machine? And then using machine language algorithms, do I have the ability to bring out certain predictions? Okay. The reason why I'm asking, why I'm putting all this across is because if you are already studying in the college or university, please think about selecting some of your BSc or MSc projects based on these areas, which means you don't have to separately study all this. There is an extremely good opportunity for you to utilize the project as an opportunity to develop skill sets in all these areas. Give me a second, let me see the time, 26. Okay, so I'll wrap in another 4-5 minutes and then we'll take questions. Okay, so that's about the skill requirements from the biotech industry perspective. Now we'll spend little bit time in the personality trait and the alignment to the jobs in the industry, because so far we have been saying jobs in a very general term. Now let us specifically speak about production job, quality control analytical job, quality control microbiology job, quality assurance job, regulatory affairs job, and research and development job. For example, if you are a process oriented person, you won't deviate in whatever instructions that are given to you, then you are absolutely good for a production type of job to start with. Whatever I am saying is to start with. That's not the retirement plan. All right. So basically, to start with, if you have these skills, you can start aligning your skill sets towards production, because your personality trait is aligning to what is production is requiring. If you are an analytical person, if you are a thoughtful person, if you are a thinking person, if you analyze everything and you have a good knowledge about the instrumentation used in quality analysis, then certainly you are a good fit for quality control analytical. If you have knowledge about microorganism, how to use the microorganism, how to get rid of microorganism, basically these two techniques, if you are familiar, then you are kind of ready for a quality control microbiology roles. If you have the ability, this is very tricky as well as not very common. Okay, uh, if you have the ability to get things done by others the way you want it. When I say you want it, the organization wants it, or the SOP wants it, or the system wants it. Okay, if you have the ability to get things done by others the way it has to be done, as laid down in the SOP, then you are excellent resource for a quality assurance department. If you are a voracious reader and if you have eye for mistakes, and if you can write excellent reports without much of uh, mistakes, then you are a good material for regulatory affairs. If you do not have fear of failure, which means you do 100 different things and fail in all the 100 without any problem, which means you are absolutely ready for a R&D job. Please remember that by failing in 100 different things, when you are succeeding for the 101st data, 101st endeavor, 101st trial, you have 100 data points to make sure the 101st one do not fail. This is very, very important data point you are creating by failing in all the 100. If you have a fear of failure, you wouldn't have taken the second trial, right? That is the reason why I use the term 100, use the number 100. So if you are having that type of thought process and innovative mindset, then certainly you are extremely good for R&D jobs. Please remember, when I say skill, so far we have been using the term skill. It is not a singular item. It is a combination. It is a combination of technical skills. It is very, very important to have technical skills. It is very important to have social and emotional skills. That means, do you have the visibility? Do you have the awareness of what you are doing, how it is impacting the society? The basic cognitive skills, the reasoning skills, the rationalization skills, that is the basic cognitive skills of asking why certain things happen the way it happens. Sometimes we may think that physical and manual skills are not important in the biotech area. I'm extremely sorry if you are having that idea. Please stand corrected. Physical manual skills shows how agile you are, how resilient you are, right? So it is very, very important to have physical fitness and mental fitness and manual skills in your place. And finally, the advanced cognitive skills. It's about critical thinking, decision making, and so on. So these are the skills independently, collectively called as the skill combination. Last but not the least, I would like you to have a look at how you have to get ready for the industry uh, career if you are from academia. In academia, you are learning the principles, parts of the car, how the parts work, and so on. Industry, directly you have to use the car, you have to run the car. Okay, imagine, just by knowing how the individual parts of a car works, you cannot directly run the car, you cannot drive the car. That means you are heading into uncertainty. You may get into an accident, but certainly it is uncertain. You are heading into this uncertainty. It is always a good idea to skill yourself through many different platforms, finishing schools that are available both in country level, state level, and private organizations have the finishing schools. I can state some examples like Prime Minister's internship scheme, or it could be National Apprentice Promotion Scheme, or it could be Biocon Academy, or for the matter of fact, it could be Biotecnika. Any of these platforms you can use to skill yourself to get through a finishing school, to get the experiential learning before you apply your knowledge into the application as an industry. All that being said, if you are not talking to others, it is not going to work out. Networking is the key to the success. You have to network with people. When I say people, I'm not talking only about your friends. It could be your friends, it could be your teachers, it could be your heads of the department. When I say head of the department, I'm not talking about the department which you are studying. I'm talking about heads of the departments of other departments. You really do not know who is going to help you at what stage, right? Create a very strong profile in the social media, keep it open so that everybody sees what are the skills you have it endorsed, have it commented, so that you are visible for the people who are actually looking for hiring into biotech domain. Thank you very much for your patient listening, and I'm sure you might have taken the take-home messages in the right spirit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ishwaran sir, for such a powerful and information loaded, insightful session. Especially the clarity with which you explained the critical skills needed in the biotech industry, covering all possible aspects. It truly reflects your deep expertise and the vast industry experience that you have. I'm sure your session for the students was a perfect roadmap. It will help them to clearly see how to bridge the gap between what they learn in classrooms and what the industry expects. So, with your permission, sir, we have few questions from our attendees. If
Please.
we could bring them up, thank you. All right. So the first question is from Mr. Bishal Sonar. Sir, I have got 7 years of experience in microbiology in different projects and research institutes like ICMR, CSIR, DBT project, and quality control microbiology experience. Still, I'm not able to get any job.
Okay, it is all about reference. As I told you, you have the basic education required, you have the skills required. It is about the networking. People do not know you are there. That's all is the problem. Okay, you may have to really become visible. You may have to connect with people. You may have to network with people. I'm saying the right set of people, right? So only that's the only way, because I don't see any other reason why you don't get a job after 7 years of experience in using the microbiological knowledge both in research as well as in quality control. Okay, stay focused, stay connected, network as much as possible. I'm sure you will be successful.
Thank you, sir. Yes, Vishal. So, sir has shared a lot of insights on how to network, how to focus on networking, especially the last bit. So, if you work on that, Vishal, I'm sure very soon you will be getting a job. Okay, sir. So, we have the next question from Sharanya. My request: why can't a reputed company at least entry level job as trainee or apprenticeship for us fresher, so that the candidates can improve their skills?
Okay. Since you're talking about reputed company, let me talk from Biocon's perspective. Biocon has three types of entry for the freshers. One is the Prime Minister's internship. Second is the National Apprentice Promotion Scheme. Third is the student internship. Okay, which means when you are a student, you can apply and send your resume and go through an interview. And if you are selected, you will get a internship as a student internship. After the student internship is completed, you can go back to your college, complete your degree, and come back to us. If you want just an experience of industry, you can come back to us for internship. That is the regular internship. Then we have the National Apprentice Promotion Scheme. You can apply through Skill in India, Apprentice India, Skill India. I'm not very sure. Between these two, you can search as NAPS, National Apprentice Promotion Scheme. You can apply online. You get a registration number, and then you can get a internship through NAPS scheme itself. So I'm sure most of the reputed industries have all these doors open for the freshers to get exposed to the industry.
Okay, sir. Thank you for the answer. Athar Vavasti has asked a question, sir. What are the must-have skills for biotechnology students other than soft skills? So I think Athar that sir has already covered. In fact, the entire session was all about that. Okay.
Thank you, Urmila.
Um, Yes, sir. So our next question is from Ms. Sri Lakshmi. Is there any reskilling program available at Biocon Academy for those with long career gaps, especially for women who face this issue?
At Biocon Academy, specifically for women, we have a separate entry for returning women, particularly after their maternity. Uh, so there is no reason why you can't apply and understand how the process works through Biocon Academy for returning mothers. Only thing you may have to look into is whether you are fitting to the eligibility criteria laid down for different programs. You just look into the Biocon Academy website. We have clearly listed on all the name of the courses, what is the eligibility criteria, what is the curriculum, what is the duration, and what is the fees. Everything is out there. You can clearly go through that. If you feel you are fitting to any of it, please go ahead and apply. And I don't see any reason why you can't be in that.
That's a great hope, especially for the women who want to make a comeback after their leaves.
Yeah.
That's a noble job that Biocon Academy is doing. So thank you, sir. I have a question which I'm not able to display. So that is from Mr. Paris Parekh. He says that Biocon Academy has some percentage criteria for selection, and it seems he has worked in some RT-PCR laboratory in all pandemic situation and ready to work in Biocon, but it's because of this percentage criteria he's not getting selected, something like that.
There are two portions to this question. If you're not able to work in Biocon, that's a different thing to deal with. So I am not talking about it. I am talking about the percentage required, percentage criteria required. It is as good as any of the jobs, right? Every job has its own requirement, right? The publishers clearly say that what are the educational qualifications that has been minimum required. If they are requiring a pharmacist, and if I'm a microbiologist, that is a very common thing to understand that I cannot apply, right? The same way, what we have done is that we have taken the data from the recruiting companies who are working with Biocon Academy. What is the minimum number, what is the minimum percentage they are looking for to hire into their companies? Based on that, we have laid down certain numbers. So that is must to comply to.
Okay, okay. Got it, sir. Thank you. So the next question is from Vinita Rajendran. I had a career break of 6 years after MSc Biotech. If I upskill on bioinformatics, how hard will it be for me to get a placement?
Bioinformatics, yes, it is. It was a very strong tool, and it has been very instrumental in reducing the research duration, research cycle, right? Shrink the research cycle. But now it's a good combination between bioinformatics and AIML. If you are looking for re-entry into the biotechnology area, it's a really a good idea. If you are planning to upskill, why don't you cross skill yourself along with the AI knowledge? That is one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is the regular upskilling programs, like through, as I told you, through all the four channels, what I told you, for which are available for skill development. Certainly, one of the things can work for you.
Okay, okay, sir. And I have a question from Neha. Respected sir, please would you comment on what skills do you observe when interviewing to a topper or gold medalist, like whether to get him selected for industry as a fresher?
As I told you, Neha, there is no difference between a gold medalist or a silver medalist or a bronze medalist when it comes to interview. The interviewer is not worried about that. The interviewer is worried about how is the skill fitment between the job description and your CV, how you are going to narrate that. That's all is the interview. In interview, if you are able to narrate your fitment to the job description, what the interviewer is looking for, and what you are sharing it as a CV, that's all is required. If you are a gold medalist, yes, it is a certainly additional advantage, because the interviewer makes a perception that you are a person who go 1 mile ahead to achieve certain things. So that shows that, no doubts about it. But that's not the decision making criteria.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much, sir. So I have a very interesting question, and even I am keen to know the answer. It's from Jivita. Do you think you have fulfilled the aim or goal of your life, sir? What was most rewarding for you in this career?
Oh yeah, I'll give an example. Sometimes what happens is when you sit in the airport and you don't have anything to do, and when you're reading a book and something, suddenly somebody comes. I'm narrating the real incidents only. So somebody comes with his mother and says, "Do you remember me, sir? I was the first batch in Biocon Academy way back 10 years before. Now I am working as a senior manager in X company, and this is my mother." When you get introduced like that, that is where it reinforces that you are not done enough. Right? So because you have a long way to go. If you get satisfied with what you are doing, with that feedback, that's the end of the story. That is just an encouragement. Okay, so that reinforces the fact that we are in the right direction. That reinforces the fact that I am in the right direction. So with the support of the management of Biocon, we are able to do a lot of good things, and we will continue to do. I will continue to do.
That's a wonderful answer, sir. Thank you for sharing your experience. And I think with just one sentence, you cleared it all. So I will take last two questions. So one is from Parul. What skills do we require to get an entry level job, specifically for entry level job?
Specifically for entry level job, your readiness is the first skill you need to carry, because lot of time what happens is in the entry level job itself, If you have too many expectations, it becomes difficult, right? You keep your mind open. In the entry level, you keep your mind open to join any of the role of your interest. When I say your interest, you should have multiple interests. You cannot be directly, for example, if I'm a microbiologist, I cannot say I will work only in quality control microbiology. I should be ready for quality control microbiology, I should be ready for manufacturing, I should be ready for manufacturing science and technology, MSAT, research and development, and so on. So in my mind, I should be flexible. So once you keep the readiness factor in you, as a fresher, I'm sure getting a job is not a big trouble. It's not a hurdle.
Okay, so thank you. And the last question from Rahul. So my question, as I'm pursuing BSc Life Science from University of Delhi, will I be able to make my career in astrophysics or space-related fields, which excites me the most?
I'm not the domain expert in astrophysics, so I don't know how I can do any justice to this question. Only thing I remember is I don't want to use the name of the person because she studied in Biocon Academy. She was a microbiologist. Sorry, she was a biotechnologist from a reputed institution. She had 6 years work experience when she joined, and she completed the course. When she was about to get placed, she went and joined in astrophysics project in one Bangalore company. Okay, so I don't think anything will stop when it comes to following the passion, right? But at the same time, I am not certainly the right person to tell you how to skill yourself from a life science background to get into astrophysics. I'm sorry for my inability.
Thank you for the honest answer, sir. And with that, I once again want to thank you for patiently answering to all the curious questions that the young minds have today. And we
Pleasure.
deeply appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to guide and inspire our attendees. Your association with Biotecnika means a lot to us, and we look forward to learning from you again, sir.
Thank
Thank
you,
you once
Urmila,
again.
and thank you all the audience.
Okay. So, yes, enjoying the sessions. I'm sure you are, right? So, why don't you drop a comment and in all your social media platforms? And don't forget to tag us with the stories and posts with hashtag Leave 2025. Let's spread the word and grow the life science community together, right? And I'm sure you all know that today's NEET UG results are out. Today it came out. And on the same day, you are here at this life science education fair. So, isn't that a sign, guys? Yes or no? Right? Isn't that a sign? It's a huge sign. Maybe this is a nudge you needed to explore the right path which is meant for you, right? So, life science, as you are seeing, it's about so many things. It's an umbrella under which you have multiple plethora of fields that you can choose from, right? So it's powerful, purpose driven feel, and today you can make a fresh start. So take this as a sign and let's shape your career the smart way. Remember, Biotecnika is always at your service. And now, so let's have a little bit of fun time. It's time for something fun and rewarding, our live quiz contest. Okay, so let me once again remind you, here's how it works. You will see 10 questions, one after the other on the screen. Post your answers in the live section, comment section, and be quick because after some time the question will be changed. Okay, it will be displayed for a brief period of time. Yeah, thank you so much, Jeevita and Ruchi. So we will really appreciate if you could post on your social handles and tag us so that others can also get benefited from this, right? The participant with the most correct answers will win an exclusive prize with Team Biotecnika, and we'll announce the winner at the end of the day. We just have one more last session to go, but that will be after the quiz. So, and in case your name is announced, don't forget to take a screenshot of your name and send it to cst@biotecnika.org to claim your prize. Okay. So, I believe we are ready for the questions getting displayed. Yes. Okay. Yeah. All right. How did you go? How did it go? Was it good? Yes, it was pretty visible from the comment section. Thank you so much for the active participation. We highly appreciate it, and uh, we'll announce the winner soon after the third session is done. So don't go anywhere. Stay curious, and we'll be announcing the winner name soon. Don't forget to take a screenshot as soon as your name is displayed. Okay. So now, after all that fun, it's time for our final session for the day. Uh, and this time, let's take a deep dive into pharmacovigilance. Yes, a very interesting subject. And to talk about this session, joining us today, we have Mr. Kaushik Kumar Vemulapalli, who is a pharmacovigilance scientist and trainer at Biotecnika. Welcome,
Good.
sir. It's great to have you here with us today.
Thank you, Ami. Thank you for welcoming. And good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a great learning experience this morning. So I'm Kaushik.
Yes,
I had over 8 years experience in PV. So I worked with
yes,
multiple companies and organizations that deals with PV and its process. So my expertise include case processing, audit preparation, and risk management plan in PV. So once again, welcome you all, and we'll have a great session.
yes, sir. So, to tell a little bit more about Mr. Kaushik, he is a dynamic and results driven professional with over 7 years of experience in pharmacovigilance. He brings specialized expertise in quality and compliance, medical coding, drug safety audits, and drug development. He has a strong foundation in team coordination, and Mr. Kaushik brings extensive expertise and experience in pharmacovigilance regulations, coding dictionaries, which he has acquired over the course of his impressive career. He began with a junior data analyst at Cognizant. He has held key roles including drug safety associate at Biotecnika, medical service analyst at Accenture, and operations specialist one at Equia. Currently, he serves as the pharmacovigilance and drug safety trainer at our very own Biotecnika platform, where he continues to share his expertise and passion for this field. Over to you, Mr. Kaushik. Please proceed with your session.
Yeah, thank you, Ami. Thank you. Please confirm me if you can able to see my eyes.
Not yet, sir.
Is my screen visible?
No, sir, it's not yet visible.
I hope it is visible now because I was sharing it.
No, sir, it's still not visible. Okay, students, yeah. So, this is a gentle reminder about tomorrow's schedule. If you think that today was very insightful, then you should really look for tomorrow's session. We have lot of things packed for you, like opportunities in biotech and life science industry, and we get to see the opportunities in competitive exams, the must know competitive exams that we have. We have smart science careers aligned for you, how AI and bioinformatics are creating interdisciplinary roles. And the best part, we'll have a college connect. You can hear directly from Manipal, Nirma, and Dr. Bilal Institutes. We also have a live demo session, inclusive AI powered scientific writing session from Jenny AI. And lastly, we will have a look at the clinical research careers, the different certifications, institutes, and also the emerging global trends. Okay, so don't miss it by any chance. And while we are getting the technical things worked on, I request you to kindly wait. We'll be resuming the session very soon. We request your patience. Hello, everyone. So I think we are back now and ready to begin. Yes, over to you, Kaushik, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Women, and sorry for the delay, guys. There is a slight technical issue at my end. So once again, welcome to the class and good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be discussing about the career opportunities and entry-level role in industry. So I've been working in PV industry since for the 8 years. So there is so much change happened in the past few years. So we'll be discussing everything in this session. And So, what is pharmacovigilance? So pharmacovigilance is nothing but the science and activity that deals with the detection, assessment, and understanding of adverse event. So, whenever an individual or whenever any individual or he or she had taken a drug, they experience few side effects with respect to the drug. So, all those side effects or we call as adverse event will be monitored by by the team which were present in the particular pharmaceutical organization or any pharmaceutical company. So they will assess all the adverse events that were experienced with their drug with respect to the patient, and they will do all this data collection and gathering and assessment of the particular adverse event. So the major aim of pharmacovigilance is to promote and protect the public health. So to ensure that the drugs which were taken by the people and the drugs which are used by the individual, they need to protect their health, and also they maintain the efficacy of the drug to promote that the drug is effective for the use or the use in the humans or use in any other individual. So, and also monitoring the quality of the drugs throughout the life cycle. So pharmacovigilance process is a never-ending process. Once the drug is in the approval and again it comes to market, the monitoring of these drugs will happen throughout their life cycle until or unless the drug is pulled out from the market or recalled. Because all these recall happens also due to this pharmacovigilance monitoring. If there are increase in adverse event that patient has been experienced or patients has been experiencing after taking these drugs, those drugs will be recalled or those drugs will be monitored, or an extra measures will be taken. So this was a general introduction of pharmacovigilance. So major thing in pharmacovigilance is monitoring and detection of adverse event on throughout the drug life cycle, and its aim is to promote drug safety or patient safety or public health. So internship and entry level role, how to start? So like you and I'm also an intern when starting my career in PV domain. So I have no one to help. I just started on my own. So the major eligibility and essential qualifications required are valid degree in life sciences. It can be anything. It can be a B Pharma, it can be a PharmD, a BSc Biotechnology, or microbiology or biochemistry. Who are doing these degrees in life sciences, they can join this industry, and also medical degree for physicians. So physicians in this pharmacovigilance domain play a major role. They are regularly hired for their review of many adverse event. So if you have a medical degree and you are a physician, you will be hired easily in this pharmacovigilance domain, and certification and diplomas. See, if you want, I mean, if you are from other background with not respect without this life science domain, like you are not from any just life science domain, and you are done any BTech in some other domain, so there is still chance that you can enter into this industry, because due to the current advancement in AI and ML. So if you do any certification or diploma courses with respect to pharmacovigilance, there is a chance that you can come into this industry. So this was a general eligibility and essential qualification required if you want to enter in this pharmacovigilance domain. So there are many universities and institutes throughout the India, throughout the globe, that are providing diploma in pharmacovigilance. So these are the few institute or few organizations that provide courses in pharmacovigilance. One is like diploma in pharmacovigilance is a OEP course which is provided by JSS Academy of Higher Education and Research (UT), where you can attain this diploma, and it's a completely online process. You can adhere this. I mean, you can get this diploma through online mode as well, and also MSc in Clinical Research and Pharmacovigilance, which is provided by NIMR India, the National Institute of Management and Research Studies, where you can go to the portal, where you can enroll yourself for this course, which is available in the portal. And also there are many online PG diploma and certificate courses with respect to PV, like James Lind Institute and Udemy, where you can go there and where you can access these courses with respect to PV. If you want any diploma or if you want any other certification course. And also our free training materials and courses in EMA website and WHO UMC. EMA website is nothing but a European Medical Agency, which is which is a health regulatory agency that monitors safety of drugs in European region. And the same way, WHO UMC is Uppsala Monitoring Center, World Health Organization Uppsala Monitoring Center, which monitor the drugs globally, and also prepare many draft materials with respect to PV. So these are the few courses where you can available in these website. Apart from these website, you can also go through many health authority website in the respective countries. Let's say if you are living in India, so for India there is an organization called CDSCO. It's a regulatory agency of monitoring the drugs in India. You can have many courses there as well. You can go there, and there are also many free training materials and webinar happen in their portals as well. You can go there and you can also search there. So career path for PV. So this was the general introduction. Like if you want to move into PV, what are PV or a pharmacovigilance domain? What are the general qualifications required, and what are the general degrees required? Like if you are started in your intermediate or 12th stand or high school, you can do it by entering into PharmD, B Pharma, BTech, BSc, Biotechnology, Microbiology, Biochemistry, Biotechnology, MBBS, BDS, and Homeopathy. These are the valid degree courses which you can join after completing your plus 2 plus 2. Later, if you want to do any and if you are a post graduation individual, like if you're doing any pharma or any PG diploma courses, like if you're doing any MSc life science courses or MD pharmacology, and if you are also doing MDS and any PG in any related fields, you can also join in pharmacovigilance. And there are but two fields which is particularly related to pharmacovigilance with coming to PhD. So there is one course in PhD in clinical trials and also checking for the efficacy of drugs, and also PhD in public health and drug safety. If you have done PhD in these two fields, you can directly go into the pharmacovigilance domain. So you no need the people will definitely take you if you are having PhD in this, because they consider people doing PhD in these domains as highly qualified individuals. So if you attain all these qualifications, it's very easy to get into the PV domain, because once your qualification increases, it's easy for the hiring individuals to hire you on a regular basis. So this was a general career path for PV. If you want, if you're doing a 12th and high standard, you can join in any valid degree licenses, and later you can join in any postgraduate related fields which you can enter through PV. And also there is PhD available for only in PV domain. Like if you want to move into the PV domain and you're doing PhD in clinical trials and efficacy of drugs, and also in PhD in public health and drug safety, people will consider you a highly qualified individual, and mostly people hire you as for a leadership roles. You have done a PhD in these two domains. So salary package we'll discuss. So this was a general salary package. It might differ in the market because currently there are many startups and there are many organizations coming up with respect to PV, because after COVID there are many changes happened in pharmacovigilance and drug safety. As you already aware of the pandemic that happened a few years back. Yeah, this effect of COVID-19 again has attained many changes in pharmacovigilance domain, due to which there are many autumn implementations for there are many regulatory implementations, like the regulatory authorities have become very stringent in monitoring the safety of the drugs, and also pharmaceutical companies or the organization that deals with the drugs have increased their increased their R&D activities, because in order to ensure that people receive any vaccines or drug on a much safer way, and also provide them all the required eligibilities to fulfill their drugs and vaccines are safe in the market, can be used by the humans. So this was the general package where you can currently in the market. It might differ to company as well, but if you on average, this was a general package that you get if you're having if you want to start as a fresher, as a beginner, you will get 3.5 to 6 LPA. So it depends upon your qualification. If you're a B Pharma graduate, the salary package might differ, and if you are a if you are much more qualified candidate, like I am, if you are doing any post graduation course and you have PG course, it might differ. And the same way, if you are an experienced professional of 1 or 2 years, you might get 6 to 10 LPA. And if you are having much more than 3 to 5, it's about 10 LPA. But this was a general salary package. It differ with company. There are many companies that provide you higher package with respect to your experience, but that depends on the company that you are going to join. Let's say if you are joining any MNC or multinational organization that deals with pharma, so the package might differ. They will hire you for much higher package, which might not be specified here. So it depends upon the organization and it depends upon the company you are going to join. So it's 15 to 20 LPA for lead roles. So the much demand role in current PV industry is the lead roles, because there is some deficit with coming to lead roles. So mostly people joining here are attaining skills in many other other aspects of pharmacovigilance. Let's say if one individual joined in PV and he is a fresher, and he can upskill his current skills, and he might join in other domain within pharmacovigilance. So there is some resource crunch in this lead roles for PV domain. So you can be hired easily if you have some patient and if you wait for a few more years in PV domain working in PV. So the minimum package for lead roles, like if you're a team lead or any other role, it's 15 to 20 LPA. And for And apart from that, if you want to join in as an STAM or a manager role, it depends upon the company. This is general package of 20, but it might differ. It might go to 30 as well. It depends upon the company. If you're joining in any MNC, it might differ. So this was, and for a physician who want to start as fresher in a pharmacovigilance domain, the general package they might give you is 12 to 15 LPA. It's regular, like wherever you go. If you as a fresher, as a physician, you just completed your MBBS degree and you gained a certification diploma course in PV. And if you want to join in PV as a fresher, and then you're a physician, you will definitely able to earn 15 LPA as a fresher, because there is, I mean, the same way that resource crunch for lead roles in PV, there is also many resource crunch in as for physicians, many physicians in PV. So you can earn a good amount if you are a physician in PV. So this was the general salary packages which you can where you can which you can earn in PV domain. So sectors one can find a job. So let's say if we are in individual, I mean, we will discuss what are the sectors that currently hire. I mean, people in this PV domain. CROs are also known as contract research organizations. So which like IQS, Ineos, Icon, and Proforma. These are like few organizations that we have mentioned. There are many other CROs currently in the market, and there are many startups that coming in the market, like which were not mentioned here. It depends upon company, but these are the major players that currently in the CRO industry: IQS, Ineos, Icon, and Proforma. So you can get a job there. And also many hospital and medical sector across centers across India have several PV teams and units for ADR monitoring. So ADR monitoring is nothing but adverse drug reaction monitoring. So let's say if you are, and there are like one of the example is like AIMS, Christian Medical AIMS, and AIMS Delhi, and Christian Medical College, and Hospital Vellore, and also Apollo Hospital. Let's say, for example, if you are in any hospital, that mean really with respect, I mean, if you are dealing with any hospital with respect to AIMS, Christian, and Vellore, Apollo Hospital, and if you had any adverse event with respect to an event, you can report to this local pharmacovigilance centers available in their respective hospitals, where you can they can process those information that you have reported to the regulatory bodies. So you can able to get the jobs there as well. There are few hospitals and universities that have these PV units where they will monitor the safety of the drugs on a regular basis. So this was a general. I mean, these are a few sectors that you can able to get the job. But apart from this, we are also have pharmaceutical and biotech industry, like many Pfizer, Sanofi, Novartis, and Amgen. So these are the general. I mean, pharmaceutical company where you can get the PV job, because each and every pharmaceutical company must have a PV team in their company. It's a regulatory requirement. If you are in a PV domain, like not only PV, like if you are a pharmaceutical organization or a biotech organization that deals with the drugs, so it is a regulatory requirement that you need to have a PV domain. PV team in your organization, because you need to monitor the safety of the drugs on a regular basis. So these are the industry where you can go and join as well. And there are other sectors such as regulatory agencies, legal team, consulting, and many healthcare institutions. So regulatory agency are nothing but it's coming to CDSCO. For India, it is CDSCO, and for European region, it's EMA, and for USA, it is FDA. So these are the regulatory agencies that monitor safety of the drugs in their respective countries. So there are many requirements for there as well, because whenever a pharmaceutical company or a biotech company submit their data of safety of drugs to them, they need to monitor and they need to assess whether this drug is safe or not, whether it can be used to the public or not. So in order to assess, for these assessment will be done by the individual who have experience in this PV domain. So if you have experience in PV domain, you can join in this regulatory agency as well as an audit, as an assessor, where you can assess the safety of the drug, whether it can be approved or not. And also many legal teams and consulting and many healthcare institutions. So legal teams are nothing but for each and every pharmaceutical company, they have a legal team in order to deal with the legal suit that will be, that patients that will arise from the patients. So there were many physicians involved in this legal team, because you need to assess whether our drug, there is any relation with our drug and the event that patient experienced. So in order to fulfill that assessment, even the legal teams in the pharmaceutical companies will also hire people for this PV work. And also consulting is nothing but the same way CROs are doing. We can do the freelancing work in this consulting part also. And many healthcare institutions. As I said in the earlier, there are many universities that hold this PV units in the hospitals and in their universities, where you can join there as well. Even though you might not get the desired package you want, but it will give you a great exposure of what's going on there and how the industry works. So type of entry level loan. Now we'll discuss what are the types of entry level loans currently hired in the market. For you, this is for just for your understanding. The role might differ, and the role currently in the market might differ because, as I already said, that there are many changes happening currently in the PV domain due to introduction of automation, due to introduction of machine learning, and due to also constant changes in regulatory aspects. So these roles might change, but if you observe, if you want to enter in the PV domain and if you want to search for a certain particular law, these are the few roles that currently in the market. So that is what I have discussed in this slide as well. Currently the industry is in the middle of major shift due to development in AI public awareness and also ever changing regulatory guidelines. So the currently in the markets are might change as I already discussed. That so currently these are the roles currently in the market, like drug safety associate, PV scientist. PV scientist is nothing but pharmacovigilance scientist, patient safety officer, clinical safety analyst, aggregate report writer, and medical writer. So these are the current entry level jobs currently available in the market, where you can go to any job portal or any career portal. If you type these entry level roles, you will be get to know what are currently in the market. But these roles might change because with respect to the current requirement of the current industry, because in pharmaceutical industry there are many collaborations happen on a regular basis because due to this globalization, pharmaceutical company regularly shift their business partners and license partner. Due to the shifting, and also they will acquire many companies, low level companies with respect to them, and so there are many due to these acquisitions and also due to these license agreements. These roles might also change. So, but currently, if you want to enter as entry level role candidate, these are the roles currently available in the market. So what are the skill set and certification required if you want to enter into PV? So most of the people involved in PV domain prefer people with adaptability and good communication, because PV is a domain that you deal. It's a domain that you deal with people on a regular basis. So communication is the major key point in PV. So and also you need to deal with many parties because there are many people involved in PV. One such people are the clients. So let's say for example you are working in a CRO. So CROs can normally have the client from pharmaceutical organization. So you need to deal with the clients, you need to deal with the patient, you need to deal with the team members that currently you are in, and also serve HCP. Because in currently in pharmacovigilance, you receive reports from many people, including patients, including physicians, including nurse, including patient caretakers, and also many individuals who receive this report. So you need to deal with all these people on a regular basis, and also you need to have a clear communication, whether you can communicate with them clearly or whether you can collaborate with them, and also you need to have a lot of patience and good work ethic while dealing with these people. So if you have all these, you can enter. You can enter in this PV domain. So whenever you want to go, whenever you want to enter in this field, you need to make sure that your communication is good and you can able to work in a fast-paced environment. You need to deal with people on a regular basis, so you need to have a lot of patience. And also organizations also prefer with additional certificate like several training certificate. If you have any training certificate with respect to PV, organizations will prefer you. And also they, because training people with already certified people who is already know about something about the domain, it's easy for the individuals or the team that you're hiring you. So if you have these certifications, and also if you have any all also better any triple diploma with respect to PV domain, they will hire you easily, because it will make their life easier, because they can train you better and also they can make you make you work better if you have all this training and certification with respect to PV. So if you want to attain the certification, there are few certifications available in many regulatory agency websites. A few of them are like CMC training. It is nothing but a certified Mantra coder available in Mantra website. So Mantra website is a regulatory website. It's a Mantra is a coding dictionary which will available online, which we deal with on a regular basis for adverse event coding. So there is a training available in their website. If you type Mantra in the Google, and you can directly go there and you can directly assign with it. I mean, you can directly enroll in this training, which is known as CMC training. The same way, there is another training called GVP Module 1, which deals with pharmacovigilance system and their quality system. So this can be found in PIPA portal. PIPA portal is nothing but a portal related to pharmacovigilance professionals. So you can go to the PIPA portal and you can enroll in this training as well. So these are the few trainings, free trainings, which are available in the online mode, where you can enroll and where you can attain these courses. So internships and jobs. So this is the most major part in the PV domain. Securing internship is not easy because sounds like good, but it's very difficult in securing internship in PV because there are only few organizations currently provide internship in PV. But that doesn't mean that you cannot say that there is no internship in the market currently. You need to be proactive in order to secure this internship because. So in it's a PV is a fast-paced environment. So normally the pharmaceutical industry, they will outsource their work to the CROs. So internships generally happen with the CROs, and sometimes it also happen with the pharmaceutical company. So in order to check whether all these internships and jobs are currently available, you need to do the daily networking. Like you need to connect with people who are dealing with PV domain. You need to connect with all the HRs. You need to connect with all the lead role. I mean, all the managers or assistant managers, all the associate who deal with PV domain or who currently involved in the PV domain. You need to connect with them on a regular basis. You need to ask them. No need to be afraid of them. You can correctly ask them about there are any internship available in there. And apart from this, you can directly go to the career portal of each and every company job portal, and you can search for internship. Just go there and keep doing it on a daily basis. You will definitely get internship in PV. If you secure an internship in EPV, there is a 100% chance that it will be, I mean, converted into a job for you, because mostly internships happen not regularly, but it's like monthly, or it's happen for a few months. It will happen in PV domain for a monthly on a monthly basis. So if you secure internship in PV, it will definitely it will be 100% sure that you will be hired in that role if you are having an internship role. So and also you please remember to connect with all the people through online like LinkedIn, Naukri, and any other website or any other social portal, because you can ask them for any referral and you can ask them for an internship. So that's what I've been mentioning now. So interact with the pharmacovigilance professional about the current situations of the market and asking them for internship opportunities available. So interact with them on a regular basis and ask them what are there any current opportunities available in the market. Do not hesitate about to ask them about this. You can interact them and they will definitely reply you. And also taking part in virtual internship. You can take part in many virtual internships that happen with respect to PV. Currently there are many organizations and many regulatory bodies that provide virtual internship with respect to PV. Let's say, for example, if you want to go do a virtual internship, you can go to EMA portal or FDA portal, and you can enroll in their job alerts or job career portal, because if there are any virtual internship, you will get a message and you can enroll with them. So preparation of content and blogs related to life sciences domain. So let's say don't be hesitant to prepare a blog or write a content with respect to PV. Not only PV, with respect to any life science in any life science domain. It can be bioinformatics, or it can be biotechnology. It can be anything. It can be whatever you are doing currently. If you're doing an MSc in biotechnology or MSc in any other life science domain, you can write a blog, or you can write a content with respect to them. You can mention that content in your cover letter or resume as well, because it will add a weight to your resume, and also it becomes the people who wants to hire you and who wants to take you as an intern easy. So these are a few, few points that you can keep in mind if you want to do an internship and if you want to enter there. So now we'll discuss about the job search, which is most important part in PV. And if you are a fresher and want to enter in this market as a fresher, for me, there are no one to explain about all these things when I was starting as a fresher. I have done many mistakes. I haven't prepared any cover letter while starting my job search. But please remember, if you want to start a job search, please prepare a CV and cover letter that highlights the certification skills and everything that you have learned related to PV and clinical research. It can be anything. It can be small. It might not be a bigger importance for your in your aspect. But if you have done any certification or any course with respect to clinical research and pharmacovigilance, you can add that. You can add that skill in your CV and cover letter, mention it clearly, and also add a project work related to PV and CV or resume, which will make the CV to stand out. So if you have done any project work with respect to PV, you have enrolled in, let's say, for example, you have enrolled a course in Biotecnika, and they have provided a project work with respect to PV. It's utmost important that you need to mention that project work in your CV or cover letter. Because if any HR or any manager that we're looking for a new talent for the organization, if the CEO CV, the first thing they look at it is the current project that you've done in PV. So they'll think that it will be very easy for them to hire you. It will they will assume, and they will definitely assume that they can train you better because you already know something about the process and something about the domain. So they'll hire you based upon this. So perform a daily search on job portal of all organizations and CROs that deals with PV. So one such organizations are like Novartis, RSG, IQ, and Avasan. So if you are starting as a fresher and you had, so let's say for example, now you have done all the certification courses, you have done all the diploma courses. Now you currently started on a job search. So first and foremost thing you need to do is search for all the job portal of all the organizations and CRO that deals with pharmacovigilance. Go daily, make an Excel sheet, put the company names beside your, enter all the companies there, names in that Excel sheet, mention a date that you're reviewing on a daily basis, mention it or yes or no. Just do that part every daily. Go to each and every company website and enroll in the job portal, and mention your email ID, and enroll it for the job alerts. Do this on a daily basis, because we never know when these jobs will be posted. It might feel hectic for you, but if you start doing that, it will definitely help you, and it will, and 100% sure that you will attain a job within a 1 month. If you start doing this, perform the daily search of job portals, organizations, and CROs, maintain Excel sheet, maintain the date, and maintain whether you are logged in this for today or not, and keep doing this on a daily basis, and connect with people in LinkedIn. So this was the most important thing. Connect with people with LinkedIn, even though you are not aware of them, even though don't know about them. So the whole point of LinkedIn is to connect with people and professionals, leads, and HR and organization heads. You can ask them for any referral for internship and jobs offer, and also you can ask for any referrals if you come across any jobs in these daily job portals. So do not hesitate to connect with the people in LinkedIn, even though if you are not aware of them. Let's say if you find any people or any individual that deals with PV in LinkedIn, just connect with them no matter whatever role they are in, because it will definitely give another aspect of your job search, because they'll post many things with related to PV, as they are involved in currently in the pharmacovigilance domain. They also mention many updates with respect to PV and all those things. So make sure to connect with people in LinkedIn on a daily basis, and also join the lifetime domain groups that involved in updates and discussions about PV and its goals. So there are many. I hope that you are all aware of. There are many WhatsApp groups with respect to job search, with respect to current domain you are in. Let's say if you are doing any biotech course, and there are many WhatsApp groups that will be available with respect to biotech course, and they'll post. They'll post their job posting in their WhatsApp groups or any other groups. So you can go and join with them, because there are many updates will be happening in those groups. You will, you will come to aware of what are the updates that we're posting in those groups. So keep doing this all three on a regular basis. So and the points to be noted: if you are currently you want to join in the PV, always check the job roles and responsibility carefully and tailor the resume based on the requirement. See, there are few instances where you have done all the hard work, you have done the internship, you have done the certification course, you have done the project in PV, but currently they have posted something. A job in an organization. Let's say a Novartis has posted a job role. You have applied for the job role, and one of your friend also applied for the job role, but you both have the same certifications, you both worked at the same time, but your friend resume got picked and your resume got not picked. Your resume were not picked. And what was happened when once you reviewed what happened, what was happened with you, you came to know that he has changed his resume with respect to the roles provided by the Novartis, because there will be instances where few companies will provide the roles which is not related to your current role. Let's say we need people who deals with mailbox monitoring. We need people who deals with who wants to write narrative writing. So these are like general things which anyone can do. The mailbox handling is nothing but you can handle on mails, and you can handle you can set reminders for people who are not actioning their mails. These are like general duties which anyone can do. So if they post all those kind of roles in their job description, you need to check the job description carefully, and you need to update your resume based upon the description. So your friend has updated it, and he got a call from the HR. So these are the few things you need to remember. Check the job descriptions clearly, and apply it, tailor your resume based upon that requirement. So in order to ensure that you will get a job. and you also get a call from any HR. So ensure to browse all the regulatory authority website, as they provide many updates, details about PV and post internships. So the like EMA, HD, FDA, HA Canada, as we already discussed this earlier. If you go, ensure to browse all the regulatory website, because it's like these website will provide daily reminders, weekly reminders, and also they'll provide daily calendars, weekly calendars on for PV and on pharmacovigilance on a regular basis, on a daily basis. Because any update in the field of pharmacovigilance, it will be updated in this regulatory website, because it's all about patient safety and drug safety. So you need to ensure that you need to follow all these website on a regular basis, because if there are any new update arise from this website, it's you can action that update, and you can you can include that update in your resume as well, saying that I'm daily monitoring these regulator website for any PV related activities, and currently I came across the activities that's currently ongoing in the industry. And also they also provide the current trends in PV, like introduction of what were the automation activities that currently happening in PV domain, and what are the AML tools that are being used in the pharma domain, and all these activities will be posted in these regulatory agencies. So make sure you ensure that or browse all these agencies on a regular basis. So as I already said, do not hesitate to connect with people on LinkedIn, even though you are not even aware of them. If you deal with the PV, if they deal with the course that you're currently doing, just connect with them. Do not and ask them for a referral, but please be informal while asking for referral. Do not ask them on a very rude way. I don't say that. I don't directly, like if you're connected with one of one organization manager in a LinkedIn, and then if you type them, I want a job, it's like it's not formal, it's very informal, and it's very rude. Not type them like that. Just connect with them, ask them for a referral, and ask them for any internship opportunity in the organization. Use tools that will help you to make you draft these messages clear and better. So connect with them on a regular basis. Do not hesitate to connect with them, because we never know when these internships and when these jobs arise on a day. So it's very important to connecting with the people through online portals and LinkedIn. So register in all organization career portal, as we already discussed in the area. Please register in all the organization portal that deals with PV. Just go to the website portal, go career portal, just and register for the job alert with respect to PV. Not only PV, if you want to do a job in any other portal, any other domain, you can register to any career portal as well. Go to the career portal, register for the job alert. Whenever any new job comes up, you will get alert, personal email ID. So these are the few things that you need to do in order to get an internship and a job. And also in order to get a job as a fresher in this PV domain. So thank you so much once again. I hope you all had a new aspect of PV, and thank you. Urmi, that's it from me.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Kaushik, for that practical and clear session, especially the breakdown of real job roles in pharmacovigilance, industry expectations, and entry pathways was super helpful for our fresh graduates and even the others also, job seekers. Yeah, you have shared a lot of practical tips, and I'm sure all of the attendees have heard they have taken notes about it. So I will request the audience to please post your questions that you have. And so one question we have over here. Yeah. So this is a question from Simran Singh. Sir, I'm currently pursuing PhD in biotechnology. How can I move forward for a career in pharmacovigilance? How and when to approach the companies? Sir, you're on mute.
Sorry, so thank you for this question, Simran. So whenever a job portal, a description, job portal, any company wants to hire you, they will clearly give you a description about the job. But if you're doing a PhD, normally people won't be hired in PhD on a regular basis, because you are having highest qualification. So if you're doing PhD in biotechnology, you can go through the pharmaceutical organization career portals, because only pharmaceutical companies will hire people with PhD in biotechnology. In CROs and any other startup, they won't hire you, because A PhD in biotechnology is very highly qualified degree. So I mean, highly qualified degree. So if you go to any pharmaceutical organization career portal, and if you search there, you can enroll there, and you can get the job alert with respect to PhD in biotechnology and course. You can go there and you can search there, and company won't directly approach you, because now what happens with the pharmaceutical organizations is they won't normally, I mean, do this routine job search in career portals. They normally outsource their work to other companies or any other hiring industries. So the only thing that you can do it, you can enroll in the career portal, because they consider the career portal as high. So as you already having PhD in biotechnology, there are many organizations that hire you if you are having PhD in biotechnology. You can mention in the job alert that you have done this PhD. You can upload your resume there, and if there any suitable job comes up, they will definitely contact you, and also they will definitely mail you.
Okay, sir. Thank you for the answer. So now the next question is from Saranya Ramesh. Clinical data management internship can apply pharmacovigilance can apply for clinical data management internship. Can you please throw some light on this?
So if you want to start as a fresher, you can do any internship with respect to clinical domain. See, because clinical data management, pharmacovigilance, these all roles are involved in a clinical trial process. Clinical data management generally happens in clinical trial setting, and in PV also happens during this clinical trial setting. Even after the drug has been marketed, the PV will be ongoing. So these are all like interrelated. If you are starting as a fresher and you are doing internship in clinical data management, there are many chances and people will hire you, because both are interlinked. Both PV and CDM are interlinked. And if you mention the CDM internship in your CV and a cover letter, there are chances that you might get a call from HR. But it's better you can do internship related to PV, because I mean, mostly people look at for what they want. If you are hiring for PV, they only see if they see anyone other individual who have done internship in PV, they consider them as highly valuable and they will take it from them. But they'll definitely consider the CDM internship, but it's highly unlikely that you'll get a job, because as you're fresher, there are many people applying for these roles. So there are many people and individual who are also doing this internship in PV domain. So considering that, it's not impossible, but it's very unlikely.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful insight. So we have another question from Prajna. Why is biotechnology or pharmaceutical a well-established career in foreign countries but not in India? In India, freshers struggle with a lot of jobs. So please explain this.
See, the problem here is, if you see the work that currently that's undergoing in Indian market is like the major due to globalization and after the pandemic, the global pharmaceutical companies and global biotech companies, they are outsourcing all their work to the Indian companies. So the CROs currently in India, they are doing all the global pharmaceutical companies work. So if you look at the work that's been happening globally, that individual hired there is they are not having much work with compared to the Indian market. Let's say for example, PV, most of the work been PV has become a powerhouse in India, because India has become a powerhouse in PV. Most of the work that has been done globally are they are outsourcing the work to the Indian CROs. So all the CROs doing the work here. So if you look at the roles that currently in the biotech and pharmaceutical industry globally, it's very limited, and only leadership roles are currently there in their market. And if you want to enter as a fresher in any global market, it's not easy as India. In India, you can go there if you are a fresher and you want to start a job in any license domain. There are 100% that you will get a job within 1 month of a job search. But if you're a fresher and if you want to get a job in other biotech or pharmaceutical industry globally, like if you are in USA, you want to attain a job there, it's not as it is easy in India. And but the differences between is like the roles that currently hire in the market. The roles which were currently available in India were not available in other countries. The roles currently which have been hired in India, they are not being hired in other countries. So there is a lot of factors that involved in this hiring and involved in this process. But But all you have to do is you need to have some patience while doing in this life science domain, because we deal with many aspects with pharmaceutical companies and all those things. So all you need is you need to have some patience. If you attain few experience and if you want to apply in the jobs globally, then people will connect you highly qualified and you can go there and you can work as well. But as a fresher, yes, there is some difference with these jobs. But if you look at the global job market, if you are a fresher and if you want to start a job in life science in India, it's very easy for you to get. But the only thing is that you need to compromise in few things like salary and all the other aspect, because once you're in the job market, if you attain some experience, then you can, it's easy for you. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful reply, sir. Okay, so there's a question from Chandrika, very interesting question. With AI and automation entering PV, what new skills should students learn to stay relevant in this field?
So let's say, for example, you are doing any BTech course and you are using BTech computer technology, or you're doing any course related to BTech, and you want to join in pharmacovigilance. So the first and more important thing is you need to attain a certification in PV. Apart from that, there are many online portals. There are many career portals. There are also many things you can go there and enroll in the AI and automation courses. One such course is Python, and you can learn Python, which is I mean, which is a language where you can attain these skills. But most importantly, you need to have a certification in PV and a certification in any other clinical domain, because once you have the certification, you get to know that what's happening, what to do, and how to automate the things that currently in the PV. But if you want to go there and if you want to enter into the PV, that you need to have a certification of PV. Later, you need to do any courses with respect to Python and all the AI and automation tools. Once you have both these things and you have done everything, and it's very easy for you to enter in this automation and PV industry, because you get to know what's happening in the PV if you have a certification course in PV. Later, if you do any Python course or any course with related to automation and with related to national NLP, all these tools, you can easily enter into this AI field. So don't bother about any automation. But do a certification course in PV, and later you can upskill once you join the organizations or once you join any other role. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for the answer. So we have an interesting question from Sri Lakshmi. Hi, sir. Is work from home option available in PV domain?
Yeah, it is available for you, but for a fresher, I doubt that it's not easy. But there is a hybrid model currently in the market. Like you can go to the office weekly twice or weekly thrice, depending upon the organization and depending upon the company you join. But if you're joining any pharmaceutical organization or any biotech organization, you won't be having any work from option there, because you need to go down a daily. You need to go to the work daily, because it's a regulatory requirement if you're working in a pharmaceutical environment. But if you're working in any CROs, there are many CROs that provide the hybrid option. Currently there are mostly everyone are giving a hybrid option. You can work 2 days in a week in a home setting, and if you want, you can go. If you can ask them for work from home if you have any valid reason. So yes, there are many options if you want to work from home. But if you join in a pharmaceutical organization, they won't give you any work from home. You need to work daily.
Right, sir. Thank you for the insight. So we'll take one last question from Paras Parekh. Previously, also pharmacovigilance, CRO, and medical coding, all jobs were there. But after COVID, all awareness comes. Why is it so?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question, because all this awareness came after COVID, because previously people are not aware of what's happening with the drugs. So once COVID came into the effect, they became much aware of the drugs and they became much aware of the adverse event. Why? Because after COVID, people started experiencing many defects like heart diseases, cardiac diseases, and many strokes with respect to this COVID-19 vaccine. Because whenever a drug has to be manufactured, it has to be it has to be approved, it has to be in a clinical trial for minimum 5 or 6 years. But these COVID vaccines came due to the current pandemic situation, they came within a 1 year timeline or within a 6 month timeline. So later people have experienced many side effects with respect to the vaccine, so they became many aware of this aware of these side effects, and they started reporting on a regular basis. And the companies also started noting on these side effects on a regular basis, and the regulatory bodies also previously they were not monitoring all these adverse events on a regular basis. Like only for a yearly they will ask you a report, and they'll ask you to submit it. But after COVID, the regulatory environment also changed. This FDA or EMA or CDS, or particular regulatory bodies that deal with these drugs, they become stringent, and they started asking the pharmaceutical company who marketing these drugs to support the PV activities on a regular basis. And also they are doing many inspections and audit with respect to, with these drugs after COVID. And due to this public awareness and due to many side effects that people have been experiencing because of this COVID vaccine, the industry have undergone so many changes after COVID due to these reasons.
Okay, sir. Thank you for patiently answering our attendees' questions, and this has been super helpful for increasing our awareness on this PV, and especially the last question, it made it all clear. Thank you once
Yeah,
again, sir, for joining us, and thank you for your time.
yeah, thank you all.
So, with that, we officially wrap up an incredible, enriching day one of this grand event, Leaf 2025. Let's give a huge round of thanks to all our expert speakers and especially to you, our energetic and curious audience. Your questions, your engagement, your enthusiasm, this was the most important part which made the session truly special. But the best part is yet to come. We are not done yet. I would like to show you a quick sneak peek at what's coming up tomorrow. So we have the opportunities in biotech and life science industry. This session will be taken by Dr. S. Ram Gopal Rao, Senior Academic Manager, Biocon Academy, and our very own Biotecnika expert category manager of clinical research department, Dr. Tanushri, will be giving you an insight on UG to PG must know competitive exams in life sciences. Okay. Then, as many of you are interested and have asked multiple times in the comments, what about the bioinformatics, AI? What is the scope? So, again, our very own Biotecnika bioinformatics expert scientist Dr. Nilofer Sheikh will be presenting on smart science careers and what are the different opportunities that we have. Okay, and post lunch, it's a very interesting session. It's a college connect. As I mentioned to you before, you can directly interact with the representative colleges, that is Manipal Institute of Regenerative Medicine, Dr. Bilal Institute of Biotechnology, Institute of Science, Nirma University, and all. And then we have a representative from Jenny AI, Mr. Justin Wong and Shane Hong. They will be joining you from Korea, who will present on AI-powered scientific writing for life science researchers. So, if at all you dozed off today for your sessions post-lunch, then I will recommend having a light lunch tomorrow, because you do not want to miss any of this. Okay. And lastly, we will end tomorrow's day with the clinical research aspect, the education certifications for career entry, emerging trends. So today we learned about pharmacovigilance, and tomorrow it will be all about clinical research. Okay, so we look forward to your active participation tomorrow as well. Now okay, are we done yet, or are we waiting for something? Yes, so you're waiting for the quiz winner, isn't it? All right, so here's the time. Quiz winner, don't forget to take a screenshot of your name and send it to CST at Biotecnika. And the winner is Chandrika. Chandrika, congratulations. Answered the most questions, and yes, you're about to receive a special surprise gift from Biotecnika. Okay, so with that, if today you felt that you were inspired, tomorrow is going to be unmissable. Make sure you come back ready to learn, network, and grab opportunities. Tell your friends, classmates, and even teachers that this is one event that can truly shape your life science career. Tell all about your day. Post as comments and tag Biotecnika. Let people know that what you experienced in today's platform. One of a kind, an online educational fair, and that too on a day when just the NEET UG results have come out, isn't it? So take it as an indication and explore this beautiful world of life sciences. Okay. So thank you once again for attending, asking, learning, and being a part of the journey. See you tomorrow, same time, same place, right here at Biotecnika YouTube channel. Good day, everyone. Thank you.